everyone. How y'all doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Let me let the Instagram know that I'm live. How's everyone doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Let me let them know that I'm live. I'm live. Sorry, I'm late. Parker time. What's good, everyone joining in? How's everybody doing this lovely day? How's everybody doing? A little bit of Parker time. Look at that. Look at that. A little bit of Parker time. You know it. What's up? How's everybody doing today? I have until I think like around 7 o'clock today, so I have like a little bit less than 5 hours. So that'll be fun. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. How's everybody doing this lovely day? You know, maybe on YouTube we can get to 400,000 today. We have 396, 606, meaning that we need less than 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. I don't know if we can do it today, but within the next few days, we're going to hit 400K here on YouTube, which is absolutely fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's get everyone joining up. Yo, thank you for the hand tower. Thank you so much. Social approach. Thank you. Good to see you as always. Let's get everyone joining in. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. What's good, everyone joining in? What's good? What's good? What's good? Someone's already in the comment section saying, bro is not Dean. You know, that's true. Parker is not Dean. You're right. Why is Dean not live? He went live this morning. He had to be somewhere later in the day, so he went live this morning. So I'm taking over Dean's time slot. Let's get everyone joining in. Do give it a second. Did you know that one time, like specifically, like when Dean had a smaller platform than me a while back, someone actually thought that like he was me. Like they're like, yo, Parker, and it was Dean. Like in real life. Like genuinely. Like that actually happened. To Dean. Has yet to happen to me in person yet. But I bet one day that's gonna happen. That's so funny though. That's honestly so funny. People always get you too confused. Yeah, I know. It's actually hilarious. Donna, thank you for the hand art. Thank you. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's start getting some people up here right now. Let's get everyone joining in the stream. How's everybody doing? Okay. Let's go on to the first guest here for tonight. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Are you there? Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I drank coffee earlier, everyone, and I feel like energized like crazy, like almost too energized. You know what's up, how old are you?
Yeah, you best niggas come on deck, nigga. What about?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Jay, thank you. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47. I voted for Harris, but I wanted to
okay. I am just looking for some
slightly
debates.
Different topic.
I am just looking for some debates with people specifically who meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007, February 26.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
I would kill your mother so you wouldn't be born.
Okay, this is a crazy thing to say. Here, chat, I'm going to try this one thing. That, like, every once in a while here on TikTok recently, there's been this thing where it, what's it called? Freezes out, where, like, it cuts out for a second and then cuts back in. I'm going to try to turn it off, turn it back on, and see if that fixes it. Because it's really weird that it keeps doing that. and like cutting out. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Dildos in my ass. Dildos in my ass.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
How he accepted my thing.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
Two.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I seen you and Dean kissing in the back alley, bro. I seen y'all make.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, 23?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump? Why do you support Trump?
Oh, sorry, can you hear me? I'm frozen.
Yeah, I hear you. Hello? Is everything lagging on my end, everyone, or am I good? Is it just them? I'm scared that it's me. Okay, we're good? Okay, we're good. Okay. For a second, it's they just left themselves. It must have been lag on their end or something. Gosh, that always scares me because like the internet's been so bad recently. Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. There's just I don't know. I don't get what the point is of trolling. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Oh, they're not even in yet.
5.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
1999, November 2nd.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I still vote for Trump, man. He's the greatest president ever, man, for real.
Okay, why do you think that?
Well, gas is cheaper. Grocery prices are cheaper.
Okay,
We're drilling more oil. That's bringing gas down, right?
Gas is more expensive on average since Trump got in the country. So are groceries, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Why am I paying $2.30 for gas then? That's true.
Okay, well, I don't know what it was prior. If you look on average in the entire country, it is the case that we've seen actually a price increase. It's gone from 307 to 316 nationally. So that's specifically like what it is on average for the entire country. So the idea that it's specifically gone down, right, is actually wrong.
I mean, seven. He's only been in office for what, 7-8 months, and gas is down, and
9 months, and gas is still up.
Okay, 9 months. I'm sorry.
And the government's shut down right now.
You just want to talk over me, but that's a win.
I apologize.
No, you're good. But that's a win. That shows you we're winning. We are winning under Trump right now. We won the election, and we're winning now. And I know. He said he was going to do it on day one, but you know that it's not realistic, right? You know, but we're definitely winning, man, under Trump. The gas is down. Oh, egg prices are down too. Grocery prices are cheaper.
Nope, grocery prices are more expensive according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Eggs are like $2 something.
$2 for how many eggs? Where are you getting $2 eggs?
A dozen.
$2 dozens? Where?
What do
Where
you
the
mean,
fuck are you getting a $2 dozen, dude?
Walmart, Target, man.
Dude, I've never seen a $2 dozen. I'd love to see this.
Great value, the great value kind. If you just go
Really?
next time, you go to like Target or whatever.
Really,
you'll
dude?
see it.
Where do you?
But yeah,
where do you live? On Mars?
Missouri.
Okay.
But we're winning, man. I mean, I don't know why you should have voted for Trump. right? I mean, you
Um,
don't call that a win? Cheaper gas, cheaper egg prices.
again,
Health,
they're both more expensive. If you just deny reality over and over again, that doesn't make it true.
health. He's making healthcare cheaper too, right?
Nope, he's
Healthcare's
actually
coming down.
healthcare premiums are going to go up because of the fact that they're not they're not advocating for the subsidies through the ACA and Medicaid.
He's for the people. That's why he became president.
That's not
man.
for the
President.
people. Taking people off their access to
Come
health
on, man.
insurance is not for the people. Taking people specifically off their access to food is not
See,
for the
this is-
people. Shutting down
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
government is not for the people. Not dropping the Epstein files is not for the people.
Okay, hold
right?
on. That
I can keep
you're
going.
You're going. You went on a long ass route. Okay, hold on.
Increasing
the
people's
Democrat-
taxes through tariffs, is that for the people?
Hold on. The Democrats shut down the government, man.
Nope, that's actually Trump. According to his
So-
own reasoning and own logic, it is the case that you should blame the president of the United States
Yeah.
for the country not passing a bill specifically to get them to like continue the government. Again, because it's actually like the president's responsibility, according to Donald Trump himself.
Yeah, but we're gonna get our way one way or another, man. That just like how we won last year, we're winning currently now, and if we got to shut down the government, that's just what we got to do, man. You know. But what else is I gonna say? Oh, the Epstein files.
Wait, so now you're saying it's justified to shut down the government? So 40 million
Yeah, I mean, if we-
Americans,
that's what
you're
we gotta-
risking 40
that's
million
what-
Americans their access to food, right? Because they
that's
won't
what
be able
we
to get access to the funding because of the
Yeah,
Trump
listen.
administration's interpretation of the law.
If that's what we got to do, that's what we got to do. But I was gonna say, just like with the whole shit with ICE agents and
That is not
rounding
no.
up
Wait, I'm sorry. You think it would be okay for 42 million Americans to go starving? You know that food banks could not make up for all the people that specifically wouldn't have
Like-
access to the food, and it would lead to a mass famine.
I got something to say for that. Like Charlie Kirk said, get a job, right? Didn't Charlie Kirk say that? Get a job.
Get a job is not an actual
That's right, get a
response. You know
job,
that
get off
you know
your
that people in
lazy
order
ass
to
and
get
go to work.
did you know that people in order to get food stamps they already have work requirements? Meaning they already have jobs.
That's not true. If they
Yes,
did,
yes,
they,
it is.
why are they getting shit?
There's
from the
already
government?
work
Why are they living
requirements
off
in
the government
place.
then?
There's already work requirements in place. They
You're
have
just trying to
jobs.
make. Yeah,
Saying
okay,
get a
you're-
job, are you saying
go
that
ahead.
people should have to get multiple jobs in order to be able to
What-
take care of themselves?
Charlie Kirk said get a job, right?
No, I'm asking you. Do you think that you
I'm
should
just
have
saying,
do you think you should have to have multiple jobs in order to be able to take care of yourself?
If that's what you got to do, then yeah. I mean, don't other people
No,
work
no,
two
I think you
jobs
should be able to
just
take I think you should be able to take care of yourself off of one job.
But that's why you got to get education, man, and so you can get paid more. You can live on every day like a good life and shit. But I mean, y'all just hate on Trump because y'all don't like him and y'all. That's
So
all
you're
it
saying
is.
you got to get a good education, but Donald Trump and Republicans, they don't want to fund education to like make it easier for people to get access to that exact education.
Well, I mean, that's kind of why you got to. I mean, you already
Is
know.
it really a meritocracy if whether or not you were born in a household in which can afford college or cannot afford college determines your success later on in life?
I mean, that's.
Is that really like allowing for
Isn't
the
that
most
what we
social
go by,
mobility
right?
to not allow for the level of education that we need? And
You
also, is
went
that
to
good for our
college, right,
democracy?
Parker?
Like
Right? You went to
genuinely.
college, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so go ahead though. Go ahead. What were you gonna say? I want to hear you.
I'm saying it's important for people to have access to college. I want free public universities for people to have access to. I don't think that people specifically because of their lack of access to wealth should not have a restricted access to college. Or should
Well,
have
yeah, I
to
don't-
incur large amounts of debt to go to college in the first place. I believe in free public alternatives. So I'm not saying every single private university is taken for. I'm saying free private alternatives to provide competition and a baseline in the markets so that these universities will actually have an incentive to reduce the cost of their tuition in order to compete with the free public universities. It creates a natural basis for competition in the market.
Well, that's why you also got to have good parents that can put you through college, right, and have money, right? I mean,
No, I don't think
you can't
whether or
change-
not I don't think whether or
you
not your
can't change
parents
what's
can
going
put you
on
through
now,
college
man.
should
It's been
I don't,
going
I
on
don't think
since-
whether or not
yeah.
your parents can put you through college should determine whether or not you have access to higher education.
Just like I don't feel like undocumented immigrants should get education. We should pay for them because they're not here legally, right?
Well, I think that they should be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. I
No,
have
no,
issue
they
with that. I think that's
shouldn't.
good.
And with that too, they shouldn't. If they're not here, they got to come legal or don't come at all, right?
No. I would say that if someone's come to the country undocumented, that they shouldn't be punished if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime. They should be given a pathway to citizenship, as that would incentivize the greatest level of people to be vetted in our country that are currently here.
Like the whole thing with the ICE thing, and they're rounding up people, right? Okay, but they're here illegally. And if they would just comply, they won't get unalived. Do you see how that rhymed?
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you trolling? Are you really?
No,
just,
I'm not.
Did you just advocate to unalive undocumented immigrants?
No, I said if you didn't even listen to what I said. You see, I said if they comply, they won't get unalived. So if they would stop resisting law because they're here illegally, right? If they were resisting lawful orders.
Wait, I'm
they
sorry.
won't
Do you
get-
think it's justified to unalive undocumented immigrants?
No, but I'm saying that
Okay, so then why did you
they
say that on the fucking
resist, and
stream?
this is
Why
why
did you
this
say
happens
such a
to them.
horrendous statement on the stream?
They say you're taking everything I said. You're just trying to twist it around.
No, you're
I'm
not
saying
making sense.
This is going.
What you just said was so crazy that you either sound like a troll, right, or you're just saying something that's so wildly absurd that I should
No,
kick you
it's
from the
saying
stream.
it's like in California. I've been seeing this a lot, California and Chicago and all that. I just all these protests and all that. I mean, aren't they here illegally or no? They're here illegally, right?
If someone, okay, so you think that because someone's committed a crime that they should always be punished. If someone jaywalks and isn't a threat to anyone's safety, should they be punished?
It's a felony to come in the United States.
No, it's not. It's a misdemeanor. And Donald Trump is literally a
The
felon.
second
You
time,
voted.
you
You
come
voted
in.
for a convicted felon.
I voted for the greatest president ever, man.
You voted for a convicted
that's
felon.
That's going to get overturned
Wait,
in the
explain to me.
Supreme Court.
It's not. No, it's not been overturned.
Yes, sir.
It's not
It's
going
gonna
to
get
the Supreme
overturned,
Court.
man.
No, it's not. There's no
We won
basis
in
of it being
November
overturned.
5th. We're winning now, and then come
November 4th.
later, probably in 2028, we'll try to get him a third term.
Okay, that's not possible constitutionally.
Yeah, we'll try to. I mean,
Explain the process of how he's going to do that
second
one.
election was stolen. I mean,
So, okay, do you have any evidence of that?
we should have won that one, but
Do you have any
it was
evidence that it was stolen?
Well, just as
Push the
I mean, no, but it just seemed rigged.
No,
like
it just seemed rigged. Okay, could someone say that about 2024? Could they just say that, like, I have no evidence, but it seems rigged? No way the orange fuck could get that many votes.
I forgot the reason, but if he's so bad, Parker, answer this. If he's so bad and all this shit, and y'all say he's like a really bad person, and he's not doing good things, how is he our president then?
Because you idiots voted for him.
No, because that's the opposite. Because he is a good guy, and he's doing the things he
A good
said
guy?
he's going to do.
Okay, can you tell me?
When
Can you
he
tell me?
became
Can you tell me?
president.
Can you tell me one good thing Donald Trump has ever done? Push the galaxy.
Shut down the border.
Shut down the border. Okay. Why is that good?
To stop undocumented people from coming in.
And why are undocumented immigrants coming to our country? Why is that a bad thing?
Because they're taking our jobs, like you said. And
How are they taking your jobs?
And our taxes are getting
Wait,
higher.
how are they taking our jobs?
Well, they get to get off the what's that called? Not the green card, or I think it is a visa.
How
Allows
are they
you to
taking
stay
our
here,
jobs?
right?
You have yet to
They
give
get a
me an
visa.
argument.
They get a visa, and then they're able to get like our jobs because that makes them legal to work here. So they would get our jobs for like us Americans that are already here, you know.
Okay, so you have no clue what you're talking about. Do you want me to send you actually a study from 2024 from the National Bureau of Economic Research that actually indicates that it increases employment?
Probably going to be a fake source, but go ahead.
A fake source? I just told you. So I can send you a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that indicates that there's specifically an increase in employment rates, specifically through an increase in immigration. Did you actually know that? So
No,
that means people who are in the country prior to immigration, right, specifically have a higher rate of employment when there's a greater level of immigration. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. I just guess I learned something new every day.
So
right?
how are they taking your jobs, man?
Like I said, they're getting the visas, able to
Oh, well.
work here.
You
I got a
just
violation.
Yeah, later, bud. He got a violation for misinformation. Surprise, chat, surprise. You know, definitely couldn't have expected that one. Honestly, I could have never expected that one. Mowich, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Get some W's in the comment section for them right now. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's in the comment section for them right now? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Can we get some W's for them in
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 45.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell no, I can't stand his ass.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, Malwich, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. As well as Jeff, thank you for the $5. Thank you. My highest level of education. Have you ever had a job? Well, this is a job, and my highest level of education is a bachelor's degree. I have an economics degree. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Parker, I love you, bro, but what happened to your views, cuh?
What happened to my views? People don't want to watch me anymore. I'm just kidding. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Chat, by the way, that was a joke. We're 20 minutes into the stream, and there's already 5,000 people here just on TikTok. I think we're fine. Sorry, so do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, yeah, I support him.
Okay. If you could go back to back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Pretty tough, but I guess I'd go for Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Just everything he's doing for Americans.
Such as?
Such as closing the border down. There's abortion laws. He's not for it.
Anything else?
I mean, no, that's it right now.
Okay. Oh, why is closing the border a good thing?
So we don't have people coming over here and taking our jobs.
Okay. Did you hear the last conversation we had?
No, I didn't.
So I could send you a study from 2024 from the National Bureau of Economic Research that indicates that there's actually an increase in employment rate specifically for people who are already in the country, right? Specifically due to a higher level of immigration.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that.
Yeah. So, like, given that that's the case, right? Why would you believe that they're taking our jobs? Push the galaxy, thank you. Because I would say that, like, when they come to the country, they stimulate the economy in terms of demand, right, which creates an incentive for more jobs to be created. And because the economy is larger overall, it creates more jobs overall for the entire economy, which is then going to lead to higher rates of employment.
Yeah.
So
you're saying that we could accept them all here, like right now, just all the illegals, like his ballroom would be built faster.
Well, I don't know why you would just bring up his ballroom. I think his ballroom is ridiculous. He literally tore down an aspect of the White House that was like incredibly historic, and like for literally no reason. When he is putting funds specifically to build the that aspect of the White House, the ballroom. But he's not specifically dedicating funds to literally ensure that we have payments for people's food through the SNAP program. 42 million Americans are not going to be able to have access to food, right? Because of the fact that the government is on shutdown. This is because of Donald Trump. He, through his own reasoning, blamed himself in the past, said that the president specifically is responsible for getting getting Congress to get together and getting everyone in the government to get together to actually pass a bill to keep the government afloat.
Yeah, but it's like you said, it's like, what is it, like a little bit of hardship for long-term gain?
I'm sorry, you think that you wouldn't starve 42 million Americans for what gain? For what gain? What are you starving 42 million Americans for?
I don't know.
You don't even know? So why do you support this? That's obviously absurd. I'm sorry, do you want like your fellow Americans to not have food?
Of course not. No.
So then obviously why would you defend this? when it's clear that they could just support specifically a bill that would keep the same level of ACA subsidies and Medicaid subsidies that existed prior, right? And we would have 42 million Americans still on their access to SNAP.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So why do you support
Can
Trump
he
then?
just couldn't he just donate some of his Trump coin or something?
Okay, I feel like you're trolling.
No.
He could. He totally could. Yeah, Trump definitely could, but he's not doing that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
All right. Yo, what's up?
How
All
old are you?
right. I'm 13 years old.
Yeah, I had a feeling that they were a fetus. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
Yeah, how old are you?
38.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
100%.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
100% I do.
Yeah, who would you vote for? Sorry, it cut out.
Are you asking Hakeem Jeffries why they won't come to the table?
I'm asking you specifically right now. Who would you vote for if you could go back in time? Either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris.
Donald Trump, 100%.
Okay.
Kamala Harris was the DEI.
Okay. Why do you think that Kamala Harris was a DEI candidate?
What was her greatest accomplishment?
The Inflation Reduction Act.
What really? What was it when he left office?
No. So the Inflation Reduction Act is the largest investment in renewable energy ever, right? Along with the fact that it had a $35 cap on insulin for people who are on Medicare, and she was the tie-breaking vote.
Are you
on
talking
it,
about that
specifically
bill
because she was the
that
vice
Trump
president?
tried to pass before he got out?
What? No,
And it takes so many years to come into effect, right?
No, Trump didn't pass this bill. He's actually tried to cut
And it's the first
aspects
time,
of the
his
Inflation
first term,
Reduction
he
Act.
started the bill.
You
In
have
the
a bit
first
of an
term, he
echo, by the
started
way?
his bill. Well, I don't know how to fix it, so.
Is there a way maybe you could turn down your volume, or maybe you could swipe out, swipe back in? In the meantime, while you do that, oh, he just left. You can send a guest request back if people tell me in the comment section what your name is, and I'll add you right back up. Because I know that you accidentally just left right now. So just send a guest request right back. Hopefully that will fix it. His name is Kenny? Okay, I got you. Ryan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for Blink Your Checkpoint, brought to you by the DNC. You know, that's true. It will happen here in a second. Corey, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Unionization is so fucking important. Jeff, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Jeff. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Jeff in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, okay. Well, they seemingly don't like me. They said I'm a liberal, but they don't like me because they think that I'm just like, I talk fast. Okay. All right. Thank you, man. Deborah, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Christine, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. M, thank you so much for the 10 pounds. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. M, thank you. Oh, it's the same person. It's the same Jeff that was asking me what my highest level of education was and if I've ever had a job. That's so funny. Yo, Jeff, tell me, what's your TikTok name? What's your TikTok name, Jeff? That's so funny. All right, sorry. What was that person's name again? Let me look. I actually don't see. What was their name, chat? Kenny? All right, I'm looking for Kenny. I actually don't see a Kenny. I think that they're gone, actually. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry, Kenny. I'm sorry. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Kayla. Well, I'll keep looking for him. If I can't find him, we'll go on to the next person here real quick. Oh, Parker, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Yo, W name? W name? That's amazing. W name. That's an amazing name. I could tell you that. I really like your name, Parker. Incredible name. And Santana, thank you so much for the raid. Can we get some W's for Santana in the comment section right now for the raid? Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. Let's go on to the next individual. Yo, what's up,
Parker, buddy. First of all, I'm 25.
Yeah,
my question is, I do. Matter of fact, I do, Parker.
What's your birth year?
But my 2000, buddy. You know, we're in the same age demographic. You know, I'm a little older than you. You know, that's okay.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I vote for Trump because Kamala Harris, man, even when she was vice president for Biden, she threw him under the bus, bro. The whole party threw Biden under the bus.
Hey,
and whenever
hold
on, partner, Parker, before you start talking over me.
No, I wasn't going to talk over you. I wasn't going to talk over you. I'm just going to ask if I could thank people.
You know what I don't like about you, Parker? You're born into wealth, and you're taking money from people that you say that a country's struggling to provide for. And that's something I don't like about you, man. I know you're rich. We all know you're rich. So why are you taking advantage of people that say that America's hurting from so much?
Christine, thank you. Thank you. So I have a Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, and I make money off of advertisements on YouTube. Right? People can send me money if they choose to do so. There's no force of sending me money.
But you're saying that America's...
Can I please talk?
No.
All the money specifically that people will send to me.
How come you're so rich but you're...
Okay, I'm gonna mute you now. I don't know why you're so angry. Like I'm 31 minutes in this stream.
You're 23. Come on, buddy. What are you doing with your life? Is this from the libtard? Are you a libtard?
Okay, so I'm gonna kick you now because you're using slurs and you're not gonna try to actually engage in a conversation. Jamie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Jamie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Albert, thank you for the $20 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much. Leighton, thank you so much for the $1. Pal, thank you for the $1. Gigi, thank you so much for the $5. Michelle, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Jasmine, as well, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Shannon, thank you so much for the $5 or for the $10 for Get Parker Rich Fund. Thank you. I don't know why he seems so salty and why he seems so mad. He's clearly emotional that people are sending me money, and I'm glad that every single time I thank someone for a donation, it makes him mad. That warms my heart. Every single time that someone sends me money and I thank them, it makes him a little bit more angry, and it makes him a little bit more salty, and that makes me happy. That makes me really happy. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Keshawn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Daisy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Daisy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Daisy in the comment section right now. Thank you. Okay, what just happened? That scared me because typically when people have their camera on like that, it's not like good, but they were just trolling. Okay. What was that? They had a suit on, they were dancing. What was going on? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Ashley, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Just a lot of people don't like me for some reason. A lot of people for some reason don't like me. Peter, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Debrianna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Dean? I'm 38. I'm sorry. What's up, Parker? Yes, I do.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
He's a no-nonsense type of guy. I know, you guys have your personal views about personal stuff about him, but Yeah, I believe he's a no nonsense type of guy.
Okay. And could you give me like specific examples?
Um, I don't know if there's like a whole bunch of examples I can give you. When it comes to foreign affairs, I'd say he's a no nonsense, not a pushover, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Really? Okay, so like he's no nonsense, not a pushover. Is that why he's changed his position on Ukraine and Russia like 12 times?
What's he changed it about? Inform me.
Yeah, so he specifically originally held the position that like he wanted to cut the funding for Ukraine, and then he changed his position on that, saying that he wanted to give funding to Ukraine, and that he specifically could get back Ukraine in its original form from Russia, and then he specifically went back on that, and now said that Putin is pro peace.
Is he?
Yeah, he's flopped on it a few times. He also said that he would get it done in 24 hours, and he clearly flopped on that position.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that he makes a lot of false promises, very egotistical at times.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to debate you on something about, the SNAP benefits and stuff like that going on and the government shutdown. Would you debate me on that? So, as of November 1st, right, their SNAP benefits are not going to be distributed. I see there's a lot of blame that the left's saying, is because of the Republicans, that they have control of the Senate and everything like that. Why is it that they've brought it to the table 12 times now and only one Democrat has, voted to try to pass this temporary spending for it?
Okay, so what do you mean by when you mean by temporary spending, you mean it's not going to ensure that it's going to be existing in the long run? So in terms of the ACA subsidies and the Medicaid subsidies, so that's specifically what they're trying to uphold in terms of the Democrats, and they've made that position clear for about a month at this point, and the Republicans are choosing not to engage with that, right? All they're trying to do is keep the same level of ACA and Medicaid subsidies, and Donald Trump is essentially trying to utilize the starvation of 40 million Americans in order to pressure the Democrats into not accepting the or not wanting, or essentially not getting the ACA subsidies that continued on in the same manner in which they were.
See, you're saying that, but from the other view of it, Democrats are literally, they care so much about these premiums and holding up the ACA and everything, but with the lower premiums, I thought that was just a temporary thing for during COVID that they were lowered.
No. So these ACA subsidies specifically are giving people much needed relief related to their premiums, and we could see premiums rise for tens of millions of Americans, upwards to 70%, right? If it is the case that we see this undergo. So I mean, they're trying to fight for healthcare costs for American citizens.
But you're also looking at it as one way as they're purposefully maybe being selfish. And who was the
how is it selfish to say that they want to benefit Americans?
They're starving American people too by
No, that's what the Republicans are doing. Even Trump himself has blamed the president of the United States. Trump has said
they tried to do it 12 times though. Parker.
I can play you a clip of Donald Trump specifically saying that it's the fault of the president of the United States if he can't get the government to come together and to pass a bill, right, to keep the government afloat. I can give you a clip of Donald Trump saying that.
Yes, that's a personal saying he said what back in the day,
in like 2014.
So you're trying to apply that to now.
Yes. So he can say this about Obama, but can't say it about himself.
I mean, he can say it about himself too.
Okay, so then if he was saying about himself, then he would be saying it right now.
No, it takes. That's why you have the Congress. It's why you have the Senate, House of Representatives, all those to keep these things in check. He can't just be unruly like that, and he be the one that says no. It takes Congress and the Senate and both House of Reps to pass these things. And what you need a 2/3 vote in the Senate, correct?
Well, he could have acknowledged that back then with Obama, but he didn't acknowledge it back then.
Because they need 60 votes. Republicans only hold 53 seats, correct?
Can you explain to me how, why the Republicans aren't negotiating?
How are they not negotiating? I mean,
no.
They brought forth.
They haven't been negotiating.
They brought forth,
Does that mean they've been negotiating?
Try to pass temporary funding for it.
What
Because don't it
negotiating?
come?
What negotiation have they engaged in?
Let's see. All right, give me a sec. $53.47 margin. What? When was this? From October 28th. I'm looking up stuff right now, so I'm sorry. The funding bill passed the House, but installed in the Senate, where it must clear the 60-vote filibuster to advance. Republicans currently control the Senate by a 53-47 margin, and only 2 Democrat senators have supported the temporary funding bill. Democrats have said they will not support the bill because it does not address their concerns about health care subsidies.
Exactly what I said.
Yeah. So the Democrats are holding SNAP hostage just because they can't come to agreement about the Affordable Care
No,
Act.
they're not holding it hostage. The Republicans are holding it hostage because they don't want to continue the same level of subsidies.
No, because the Republicans have brought forth, like
Then
I
why
just
aren't they
told you,
negotiating?
and they got shot down in the Senate.
Why aren't they negotiating?
Why can't they just pass something temporary and they
Why
use
aren't
the
Republicans
temporary
negotiating?
I just told you they have.
No, they haven't. They've not been engaging in negotiation. Literally, the Democratic lawmakers have been begging Republicans to pick up the phone and to start negotiating.
Why is the USDA blaming Democrats then?
Because it's run by the Trump administration. It also, by the way, in September, it literally said that it had a bill specifically that you can use emergency funds in a situation specifically to fund SNAP programs in the case of a government shutdown. But they said that due to an interpretation that they're not upholding that anymore. So that's why blatantly they are utilizing interpretations of the law to starve 40 million Americans to try to force Democrats in order to, based upon their empathy, concede. Right, which is obviously absurd and ridiculous. And I'm sorry, you can't say at all that that's going to be beneficial for Americans. You can't say at all that that's going to be taking into account what's best for America as a whole. That is absurd. That is ridiculous. And to do that is such a fucking threat to our country. The fact that he's willing to starve Americans to get what he wants so that he can cut people off of healthcare. That's sick. How could you defend that? How could you defend that? How could you want your fellow Americans to be harmed like that?
I don't want them to. I think there's blame on both sides.
Then why do you support Republicans?
Why do you support Democrats for what they do too? That's the thing, though.
Because they're better than Republicans.
People get so fallen into sides thinking that theirs is absolutely correct. I
never said the Democrats are absolutely correct in every single circumstance. What I said is that they're better than Republicans. I'm not asking for perfection. I'm not looking for Jesus, okay? I'm looking specifically, right, for people who are better in this connotation because I want to help people. I want the country to be better off.
And why do you think Republicans don't?
Why do I think Republicans don't benefit the country? Because they vote people into office specifically held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. They specifically put people into the position of office who have incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. They put someone into a position of power specifically that's cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month in this country. Right? Over 10 million people off their health insurance, 2.5 million people off their food stamps, specifically on average every month, alongside literally risking, again, 40 million Americans starving in order to be able to get Democrats to not accept the healthcare subsidies.
So that's your opinion, blaming, is trying to say that they're the ones starving people. They're the ones doing this. That's your personal opinion when Democrats can be blamed too. But
you could say there could be some blame on Democrats. Sure, there's no dispute there. But obviously, we'd see most of the blame is going to be on Republicans here because they're not even negotiating.
They are. That's why they brought it up 12 times.
What Republicans are negotiating right now?
12 times, and the Democrats have shut it down because they're not negotiating with the subsidies to include that. So because they're not including that, then they've shot this down 12 times now. Try to pass something. Republicans have brought that forward. Democrats brought nothing forward to try to fund them. Why haven't
repeating the same thing is not negotiating. You have to get on the call to negotiate. Did you know that? If it's the same thing 12 different times, that's no negotiation.
It
I'm
is
sorry.
a
That
negotiation.
is a political ploy.
Because the Democrats have brought nothing to negotiate. They've
If
been
you
stubborn
run the
to say-
same bill like 16, if you run the same bill 16 times, that doesn't mean that you like tried your hardest to negotiate. You ran the same bill 16 times knowing that it wasn't working. That's a political ploy, and you're dumb enough to believe it.
Didn't they try to pass just for temporary funding? So why are they trying to include that in there too? This is about them trying to pass the temporary funds. But
If it's the same thing over and over again, it's nothing new. It's no negotiation. They need to get on the phone. They need to talk to Democrats.
and this should be something separate from, passing that. This should be something temporary. Why would anything else need to be included for it? Just to approve
So
the funds.
all of these are temporary,
Yeah.
right? It's just about how long it lasts.
I got you. And I mean, you're making all these claims about Trump as well too, but Congress, the House of Reps and the Senate have the ability to impeach him. My question is, if you guys
Well,
claim he's
Republicans
so
have the
bad-
majority. Why aren't they going to be involved? They have to be involved in that process if we're going to impeach him.
They do have to be involved in it. You're correct
Which
about that.
they're not turning on their cult leader.
That's correct.
That's
But
correct.
I mean, I would say that's correct. I'm sure they have party loyalty. I'm sure they'd be doubts if, they didn't fall in line with their party majority.
Yep, they're a cult, right?
All right, bud. I don't mean to cut you off. I got to pick up my son and go take him trick or treating, man. So
all right,
it's been good. It's been good debating you. I appreciate it, man.
All right, have a
I
good
like
night.
debating you and Dean. So you guys have a great night, okay?
You as well. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. He's doing early Halloween, everyone. He's doing early Halloween. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
What the heck?
Yo, how old are you?
What's up, bro? I did not mean to join up at work.
Oh, okay, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
69
Do you
years
support
old.
Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because he's the lesser of two evils.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay.
I'll tell you why.
do you
Because
support
he
Trump?
is because he is a business minded when it comes to economy. And you're an economist, right?
Well, I have a degree in economics, yeah.
Yes, I understand. Will you go, if you are a banker and somebody comes to you and says, I want to borrow $1 trillion. So what's your assets? What's your liabilities? So my assets are $1 billion. My liabilities are 10 trillion. Would you lend me money?
No, they
You'd be
don't
a
have the
fool.
ability to pay off their liabilities. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, this country has $34 trillion in the red. How would you like to borrow more money? Who would lend this country money when the Democrats are saying we want to raise the debt ceiling with another 1.5 trillion that the Democrats are offering? Otherwise, they would open the government. Why is that? Can you tell me?
Yeah, so there's a few things I would like to address here. One is that if we compare the different sides, right, we can actually see that Donald Trump has imposed a greater level of debt-related spending signed into law comparative to the Biden-Harris
Who is
administration.
always raising the debt?
Well, it's
Democrats or Republicans?
To a greater extent, it's been Donald Trump comparative to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
No. Look, if you look in history, when what's his name was in office, 2008, 2016, the national debt was 10 trillion. When he left office, it was 19 trillion when Obama left office. He doubled the debt, what the whole presidencies of the United States, since George Washington until Obama, they had 10 trillion. Obama doubled it in his time. Who else doubled it? Look, check it out.
Trump.
The
So Trump
Democrats
signed into law
spend,
8.4 trillion
spend.
overall. Trump signed into law 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. So we can point to the fact that Donald Trump, through the big beautiful bill, has added $3.4 trillion to the debt. So he's continued to add trillions and trillions of dollars to the debt. So I would actually argue that Donald Trump is worse off for the debt than what we would have specifically if Harris were in office.
But he
because she's
brought
willing to raise
in
taxes
income.
on rich Americans that make over $400,000 a year.
Well, that's not true because all the Democrats' concern was always spend, no income. And now,
that's not true.
Again,
we want to tax the rich. Republicans want to specifically give tax breaks to the rich, but find no revenue mechanism outside of taxing working class Americans through tariffs.
How do people get rich in a bankrupt country? Can you tell me?
Because it is the case of the bankruptcy that you're talking about. It's not necessarily at the point of bankruptcy, and the level of debt that we have is imposed through the context of the federal government, which is not necessarily offset to specific individuals.
In 1979, when I was in college, I used to buy the Big Mac combo for $1.05. Today, it's $16. The same sandwich, same fries, same Coke. Why is that?
Because of inflation.
Are you sure because of inflation? Yes. Or because the value of the dollar has been so lowered because there's too much money, too much paper?
So that's what inflation. That's what inflation is. But inflation is actually necessarily good at a certain level, right? We actually want a target level of inflation because it actually decreases the valuation of debt in the long run, which incentivizes investment, and it specifically stimulates the economy as a whole, right? So obviously we can see certain benefits specifically in terms of wage growth and GDP growth, specifically from some level of price change over time, which we've actually seen to be effective. It's also we compensate for that though. Like if you look at real GDP, right, you can see GDP increases in our economy accounting for inflation. And one thing I would say is that we've had a reduction in the level of increase in that GDP, specifically accounting for inflation, or in this context, accounting for productivity, right, since the implementation of trickle-down economics. So if we impose, right, like higher taxes for rich and wealthy Americans, there's a greater likelihood that we're going to see an increase specifically in in wages of Americans tied to productivity to a greater extent, which would mean that we would see significantly greater wage growth.
You've got to be realistic, Parker, because all the national product gain that the government gets from taxes, sales, everything, is not enough to cover the interest on the debt. How in the world is this country going to flourish when we can barely scratch the surface on covering the debt on this nation? How is this going to happen? Do you have any answer?
Yeah, so I specifically want fiscal responsibility, but I argue that we would create greater fiscal responsibility because we're willing to tax the rich. We're willing to actually increase taxes on the wealthy, whereas Republicans specifically want to decrease taxes on the wealthy, which is not specifically a revenue mechanism for being able to deal with driving up of the amount of
So are you saying by taxing the rich,
yes,
you cover the debt of the national debt? Are you serious?
To a greater extent, yes.
Are you?
And also spending less on our military. I think that we could cut our military budget in half and still have the largest military budget in the world by over $100 billion a year.
Do you know how much money did the president bring in his last trip to the Middle East and coming back with trillions of dollars from all these countries to support the United States? Do you know how is that imposing on the United States growth? On these investments from foreign nations in this country? Do you know how much that's going to generate income in this country?
So those are just claims, one, and two, is it related? There's no enforcement mechanism with those. And then two, as it relates to that, we actually have seen a disincentivization with trade with the United States with countries from around the entire world. Let me explain real quick. We've seen a disincentivization of trade with the United States, given that Donald Trump has been imposing tariffs around the entire world, which has sparked trade wars with the United States and countries around the entire world, which is overall going to decrease the level of trade. So he's taking accountability specifically for all of this increase in trade when specifically he had nothing to do to cause that, and if anything caused a lesser trade between the United States and countries around the world, which will disincentivize how much they invest into our country.
he generated more income to the United States Treasury in his trips around the world than any other president in the history of the United States. Do you know that?
You say that again?
Do you know that Trump's visit to all these nations in the world, and he's still outside trying to generate money? Did you know that President Trump generated more income of foreign investments to this country than any other president in the history of the United States? Do you know that?
What's your source?
You check it out, Parker. Don't spread smarties on me. I have tried researching all that, and you are still playing like, you don't know anything about it, and you're smart. You are an economist. You should know better, because nowadays, what President Trump has imposed all these tariffs, even on Canada and other countries, has generated more income to the United States than any other president in the history of the United States.
Okay,
Check it out.
So again, these are just claims specifically on how much there's going to be trade with all these different nations. And again, based upon the implementation of tariffs and trade wars across the entire world, we've seen a disincentivization of trade specifically with the United States. So again, if these tariffs were not imposed in the very first place, it's very likely we'd have a greater level of trade specifically with all of these different countries. These are just claims. There's no specific enforcement mechanism on this, and the market would lead to greater levels of investment if we did not impose tariffs in the very first place. So Donald Trump is taking credit for things not caused by him. He's taking credit for actually lower amounts of investment than what we would have seen otherwise.
Show me one Democratic president in his presidency who generated income in the country, all, without exception, all Democratic presidents
I got
have
you. Joe Biden.
generated debt.
Joe Biden led to a massive level of increase in domestic manufacturing investment in this country, accounting for inflation comparative to the Trump administration. We saw a massive recoup in our manufacturing investment in our country. So I can actually show you a graph right now from the St. Louis Federal Reserve that indicates the change in the level of investment specifically in this country due to the implementation of Joe Biden's infrastructure policy, right? Specifically the Inflation Reduction Act, right? And other investments like the Chips and Science Act.
What was unemployment rate during Biden presidency? Do you know?
Yes, it went down to 4.3% in 2 separate months, or not 4.3%, 3.4%.
On the 4 years.
Yeah, it went down to 3.4%. And by the way, when Biden got into office, it was 6.4%. So he actually led to a decrease in the level of unemployment to historic levels.
Do you know what's going on in this country when it comes to race and economy and wars?
Watch this quick. Do you see this?
Yes.
Right here, you see this massive increase right here? This is under Biden. This is an increase in real, private, fixed investment in the country, right? So this is accounting for inflation in the level of manufacturing, because it says not manufacturing right here. So specifically, you see this increase here, right here is when Biden gets in office, right here. And you see this massive increase. Okay? This is when Trump originally got in office. You actually see a decline. His first term, and then his second term, so since he's got in office, there's been a decline as well. So if you care about manufacturing investment in this country, look at this massive increase due to the Biden policy, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, the bipartisan infrastructure bill.
Do you know how much debt did Biden leave in this country when he left office? How much debt did he generate in the 4 years of Biden presidency?
Yeah, 4.3 trillion. 4.3 trillion signed into law according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, a bipartisan committee from the federal government, which is 4.1 trillion less than Trump, what he signed into law. So the debt incurred under his administration is actually not reflective of what he passed or signed into law. Specifically, that's actually a very misleading statistic. It's actually we should look at what they signed into law. And based upon what they signed into law, again, Trump signed into law 4.1 trillion more comparative to Biden.
What's wrong with opening the government today without giving the Democrats what they requested, $1.7 trillion increase in the budget? What's wrong with that?
I don't think it's, I'd have to look at seeing if it's 1.7 trillion. I think that would be over 10 years. And specifically, that's going to be 70% increase in premiums for people's health care, right, in the United States for tens of millions of Americans. So like
And
that's going
what
to be
about
massive healthcare cost increases.
what about the border side thing with the undocumented people coming in and giving them food stamps? What about that?
Undocumented immigrants do not qualify for federal government money. That would be
Yeah, well,
specifically
that's what.
certain states, and for the certain states, it's only applicable to asylum seekers who are legally in the country. They're going through a legal process
Because
of immigration.
look at the security now that we have in this country. The crime rate has went down on the borders when undocumented people coming in, they don't have money, they don't have jobs. They start stealing and robbing on these border.
Undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born
No,
U.S. citizens. So actually, your neighbor is more likely to commit crimes than an undocumented immigrant.
if you look at Texas and the border states, they have less crime now than what they had when Biden was in office. Did you know that? About children walking in and all
What's
that.
the source
Did
for
you
that?
know that?
What's the source for that?
Check it out. Check it out.
Wait, what's the
Now the
source? What's your
borders
source for that?
are safer today than they were during Biden presidency. All
Okay,
the
do you
southern
want to give me a
borders
source
are
on that?
safer now.
Do you want to give me a source on that?
You check it out. Don't tell me, give me the source. I'm not here to teach you. I'm here to tell you what's happening in this country because of what
Did you
presidents
know
have done.
that? Wait, did you know according to the FBI's Uniform Crime Report, U.S. border communities had fewer murders and overall violent crime, which includes murder, non-negligent manslaughter, grape, robbery, and aggravated assault at a lower
That's
rate
today.
comparative to the national average?
That's now. That's now. Not was during Biden. No, you know how many
Wait, no,
people,
hold up. I just wait.
undocumented people.
So this is in 2023 under the Biden administration. There were lower rates of all of those different types of violent crimes in border cities comparative to non-border cities. Like there's a
Border cities were
significant
safer.
difference.
Let me ask you a question. If somebody walks into this country, doesn't have a job, doesn't have any money income, how is he going to live? Can you tell me?
Well, undocumented immigrants do work jobs. They actually have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens.
How can they work without permission, man? Unless they work illegally.
Because Americans will hire them, oftentimes hire them.
Well, that's what I mean, because they are working to do labor for less money than the regular American.
Yeah, so if we
Instead of paying,
so listen, if we provide them a pathway to citizenship, if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, then they would accept the general market
yes,
wages.
but by law, you provide to them citizenship by law, not outside the law. If somebody has to wait 4 years to get his green card, and when the non-immigrant walks in and give him the green card in 2 days, then everybody will walk into this country with no law. You got to be careful on that.
Wait, no,
There
so we're
is
providing
laws
a
in this
pathway to
country.
citizenship.
This is a country of
Hold
law.
on, listen. We're providing a pathway to citizenship, and then we're also making our legal process go significantly quicker. That would be the best way to address it. And if you say we're a country of laws, why did you vote in a convicted criminal into the position in the Oval Office who pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers after he incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol?
It is important to understand that if this country will need to be safe, you start with the border.
Answer my question. Why did you vote if you don't like criminals? Why did you vote for a criminal?
No, he's not a convicted felon,
He is.
man.
He is a convicted felon. Yes, he is.
He's not a convicted felon.
Yes, he is.
Nothing happened
Yes,
yet.
he is. He was convicted.
Okay.
He was convicted and sentenced for
And
34
the
felonies.
law, now you're changing the subject. I'm
Wait,
not
no.
talking
This is
about
true.
the
This is true.
person.
Wait, I'm sorry. This is true.
We are
Donald Trump was
talking about
convicted and
the
sentenced
law.
of 34
We
felonies.
are talking about the law. The law
Yes.
of this country have been violated by allowing
Yes, by Donald Trump.
undocumented people
By
coming
no, by
into this
Donald Trump.
country.
Donald Trump was convicted and sentenced of 34 felonies.
And Biden has allowed this country to go downhill by allowing thousands and tens and hundreds of thousands of undocumented people to come into this country and to make life miserable for them and for those around them. How many people do you think were killed because of undocumented people walking in this country and committing crimes?
Proportionally at
Do
a
you
lower
know?
rate comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. Again, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. And like I just
How
told you,
many-
border cities specifically have lower rates of murder specifically than non-border cities. right? And it's by a significant degree.
How many criminals have been deported from this country? Undocumented criminals.
Well, 70% of people who are specifically detained by ICE have no criminal record. So what you're doing is you're disproportionately deporting people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, rather than specifically letting law enforcement focus their time on people who actually have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, people that are specifically pardoned by Donald Trump.
How many people have abused children from those, criminals that are bringing in drugs into this country?
Wait, most people who bring in DRUGS into the country, over 90% of people who specifically do are U.S. citizens. If you're going to talk about specifically the trafficking that happens at the border, if you want to reduce the likelihood of that happening, provide a quicker and faster legal immigration process that will actually defund those processes in the very first place. That black market exists because we have a process that takes too long for legal immigration in our country. If you make the legal immigration process quicker in our country, that will defund that black market.
You make a survey on all the southern border people who are living there. Tell them, are you safer today under the current president or under Biden? Which president were you safer? Let's say no. We are safer today than when we were under the other president.
Okay, I'm sorry. Like, I think that's just like a nonsense statement.
Well,
like that's just you just feel like that's the case. You just said I feel like if they did a poll, they would say this. Okay, why would I accept that? Huh?
Why are there no more people crossing the border illegally today than there were during Biden?
There are people coming to the country undocumented. That's just a lie that there's not.
Okay, well, it's been good talking with you. And
wait, hold up. Do you want to address the points that I've brought up specifically? Like, what is the reason why you support Donald Trump? Because it sounds like every single point that you brought up to support Donald Trump is a reason actually why you shouldn't.
As I told you, he's the lower of two evils.
He's not. In what way? How is Kamala Harris more evil than Donald Trump?
Well, first of all, she has not been voted by law. She has not been voted by law. You cannot have a president without having the majority vote on this president. Now, she was not voted.
You mean she wasn't voted over Trump? Sure, okay, but like that doesn't mean that you should think that she's a worse candidate. Just because someone's elected doesn't mean that they're necessarily just because they're elected does not mean they're necessarily the better candidate.
Yeah, but we are a democratic nation, so they have to be voted into office by a rule of majority. And Trump got the majority.
Hillary Clinton won the majority specifically in 2016, but didn't win the vote because of the Electoral College.
Yeah, I understand that, but this is the way the rule is on voting, if you ask me.
Okay, so I'm asking you, but you're avoiding the question. I'm not asking how do people win or who wins the election. I'm asking you what makes you support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. So it means that what says that you would want to vote for him?
Because of his economic plans for this country, number one. Okay, number one, let me tell you something. When he took office the first time, he took office, the country was $19 trillion in debt after Obama. 19 trillion. When Obama took office, it was 10. When he finished, it was 19.
No, he didn't. Well, that's a lie.
No. That's.
Oh, you said hold on.
I checked it out.
I thought you said Trump added none to. I thought you said Trump added none to the debt. I apologize. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah. So, and the unemployment rate dropped when Trump took office than when Obama left office. So the job opportunities were more during Trump than what it was during Obama. And number three, when Trump took office, when Trump left office, when Biden came in, he was already reaping what Trump already planted. Okay, so he was reaping what Trump planted in the economy. So he took advantage of that.
Wait, couldn't you say the same thing for Trump in terms of Obama? That like all the trends up in Trump's economy were already planted specifically by Obama?
Because when Obama left office, he left us with $19 trillion.
He left us. Debt. He left us. Did you know that the deficit? listen real quick. The deficit was reducing at the end of the years under Obama, right? It was around $400 billion a year by the time that Donald Trump specifically took over, and he increased it by the 2019 to $1 trillion a year. So Donald Trump heavily increased the deficit of this country by over 2 times comparative to what it was at the end of Obama's administration. So you can say, you can point to Obama specifically increasing the level of debt, but that trend actually started under Bush, continued through the context of the wars that continued throughout the context of the Bush administration and the Obama administration, and then also specifically due to the fact that there were so many other things that they specifically invested in during the context of the great financial crisis and the Great Recession in 2007 through 2009.
When I did the research, I asked a question: how much was the national debt when Obama took office? The answer was 10 trillion. The same question asked how much the national debt was when Obama left office.
What is it right now?
The answer was 19 trillion.
What is it right now?
37, 36.
It's 38.
I don't know,
It's 38 trillion.
Okay, now wait a minute. 38 trillion. Trump has only been in office 1 year.
No, he was in office for 4 years. He was in office for 4 years, and then he's been in office for a year again. It's almost 5 years.
I'm talking about today.
Yeah, he's been, so Trump has been in for almost 5 years, and he's added over $11 trillion to the debt. It was over $8 trillion in his first term that he signed into law, and he signed over $3 trillion specifically into law through the context of the Big Beautiful Bill, which accounts to over $11 trillion in 5 years, meaning that he has on average a deficit of $2 trillion.
So, how long is it going to take before you realize and understand no company, no business, no home, no country can continue going on with accumulation of debt, and the Democrats keep wanting to
Trump
add
signed off
to
on
the
more debt. Trump is causing more debt.
No, he's
Yes, he
look,
is.
He went to all these countries overseas and generated income for this
No,
country.
stop.
To do
I've
business.
already addressed
Do
this.
you know how
right?
much
There's
he
a
took from Saudi Arabia, from Qatar, from Bahrain?
Stop. The trade wars that he's implemented specifically by imposing tariffs will lead to a disincentivization of trade specifically with the United States. So there'll be lower levels of trade specifically with the United States comparative to what there would have otherwise been if there was no tariffs implemented in the first place. That's how tariffs operate.
I'm not talking about tariffs.
You don't have to. That's what's been imposed by the Trump administration, and that reduces trade from a global perspective.
Do you know the difference? You should know the difference between tariffs and investments. I'm talking about Saudi Arabia. I'm talking about Saudi Arabia investing trillions of dollars in this country and also selling arms to other countries, and also investment in businesses from other nations in this country. He's bringing the generation of automobiles and airplanes and all that. It generates jobs that you will see, not today, not tomorrow, in a couple of years, because they have to have buildings built for these projects. It takes time. It's not going to generate over time. But he is planting the seed of future investments that will reap a lot of money to the United States people, because we'll be working with the investments that he is generating in this country, not overseas.
Again, so there's going to be a reduction specifically because tariffs have been imposed. Let me explain to you why tariffs specifically reduce the level of trade. Because when you impose a tariff specifically on products that are coming from countries around the world, that causes the cost of those products to be more expensive for American firms that are buying those products, meaning that they're going to buy those products to a lesser extent. Right? And if they buy those products to a lesser extent, and then the country that from the other side, right, imposes a tariff on us, that means that our goods will be more expensive in their country to their consumers, meaning that they're going to invest in less of our stuff. So they'll be trading with us less, we'll be trading with them less, which will cause an overall decline in trade. That's why tariffs impose a reduction in the level of trade, right? So that the idea that it's going to lead to a greater level of trade, given that we've had an implementation of tariffs and trade wars across the entire world, is obviously ridiculous.
Look what Trump did with regards to the medical world. We used to buy Ozempic for, $400 or $1,000 for the shots. He made a deal with the pharmaceutical companies if you want to make business with the United States, you have to lower your prices. And he was successful. He wrote in the law all these Ozempic and all these diabetes that are consumed by Americans to the point that they can afford buying the medicines now, which they weren't able to do that before. How about that for a president who's lowering the price of medications for the public? What do you think about that?
So I think that actually Harris was advocating to reduce the cost of medication to a greater extent than Trump specifically. So if you want to compare the different policies from the different administrations, right, there were greater policies specifically passed under the Biden-Harris administration and that Harris specifically advocated for that would lead to a greater reduction in the level of drug price. I'll give you specific examples, like the Inflation Reduction Act that reduced the cost of pharmaceutical prices, specifically in the context of insulin, by providing a $35 cap on insulin for those that are on Medicare, right, where she also advocated for a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket for everyone within the country, and a $35 cap on insulin for everyone in the country, not for just people who are on Medicare. So obviously, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden advocated for better conditions for pharmaceutical costs, specifically compared to Trump, given that he's imposed over 100% tariffs on pharmaceuticals coming from countries around the entire world, which has caused an increase in the cost of pharmaceuticals for people who are already in the country. So the idea that it would lead to a reduction in the level of cost, specifically for people who are buying those different types of pharmaceutical goods, is obviously absurd again.
So so Biden and Harris talked about it, and Trump applied it. That's good. That's very good. Thank you very much. So it's easy to talk about it. It's difficult to apply it. He applied it, put it into practice. He didn't just talk about it. He's
Wait,
not
what did he
full
do?
of talk.
I gave you
like
things the Biden-Harris
Democrats.
administration did. What did Trump do?
I told you he lowered the prices of medications.
By
That's
doing what?
What he did.
By doing
By
what?
putting cap on the price of medicines. They cannot sell it more than X amount of dollars that the people can afford.
Which caps?
On Ozempic and on other on the medical industry, medical.
He put a cap
medication.
on Ozempic? I don't remember him putting a cap on Ozempic.
Well, Ozempic is for diabetes, for diabetics, and the price of it was, I think.
Okay, so what has Trump done to affect Ozempic? I don't think Donald Trump has done anything to affect Ozempic.
He on Medicaid. Okay, the medical companies that produce the medicines sometimes they work overseas because of cheaper production. He said, "Why is it that Ozempic in the United States costs $800 while the same Ozempic costs in Europe $50? Why are you allowing us to pay X amount of dollars more than in Europe? You have to give us the same amount of prices as you would them in Europe. Otherwise, you don't sell them in America." And that's how he did it. He put a cap on it, not to exceed X amount of dollars,
Yeah.
so that people can afford
You're
it.
talking about insulin. You're talking about insulin, right? And that was
Yes,
specifically
yes.
for no. So the one that he passed was in his first term, and that was for parts of Medicare. Okay, only parts of it. Kamala Harris, through the Inflation Reduction Act, did the entirety of Medicare and then was advocating for a policy to extend that policy to every single American, not just for those that are on Medicare. So Donald Trump has not done anything to extend it to all Americans.
And also regarding investments, he was giving incentives for foreign investments to come to the United States with lowered taxation on them, so that the automobile companies that are being produced in, in Mexico.
Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office. So this idea that more people are coming to our country to invest in manufacturing here is ridiculous, especially because when he's imposed tariffs on goods across the entire world, on like the entirety of countries specifically, that causes the cost of manufacturing in this country to be more expensive because we don't produce everything within the United States. So aspects of the manufacturing process, even if it's assembled in the United States, becomes more expensive, which disincentivizes manufacturing within the United States again and causes consumer products to be more expensive here in the United States. So really what it's doing is shifting the burden of taxation from those that are higher income through the context of income tax, because income tax would disproportionately increase taxes for higher income individuals, and placing that tax on lower income individuals, because tariffs negatively impact lower income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Well, overall, when it comes today, as I speak, as the public, the people, I'm a citizen of the United States. I came here 1979. I've been here for 50 years almost in this country, and I've seen the impact of the economy in making wealth. People come to the United States because they can make good life in the United States. Today, with Trump in office, most people are getting rich because of the processes that he has put in place 4 years earlier, and they are reaping now. And now the plans that he is making today will make you rich 4 years later. Hopefully, they will increase the number of years for the presidency from 8 years to 12 years. He's working on that. I hope it works. But at the same time,
you want Trump to have a third term?
Well, he's old. I mean, he's 80, 81 years old. Hopefully, if God gives him life long enough to be that long,
wait. So you want Trump to have a third term? Okay. So one, it's not constitutionally allowed. Two, that is so ridiculous because Donald Trump is such a horrible person. Why do you want someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse to be your president? Why do you want someone who's incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, who pardoned violent rioters, who beat police officers to be president?
As I mentioned to you, he is the better of two evils. I don't trust
How?
either
What
of
has
them.
Kamala Harris done that's so horrible?
Look, she hasn't done anything. That's the problem.
Wait, I've told you what she's done. She had the most tie-break. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any. Listen. Can you name a single thing a vice president has done in U.S. history?
Look.
Answer my question.
Look at the vice president today.
Hello. Tell me, name a single thing that they've done in U.S. history. A vice president as vice president.
Look, the vice president is supposed to support the president and supposed to have means and ways to assist in the rule.
Not answering my question. Let me stop you there. Name a single thing that a vice president has done as vice president in U.S. history.
Well, they do that after they take office. When the president steps down, they have to have the training and all the rules.
So nothing. You can't name anything?
Well, like what? What do you mean?
So
you said Kamala Harris. You said Kamala Harris did this, did that, did this, did
Wait,
those.
no. So just answer this question.
What did she do?
Name. I will tell you in a second. Name. I already told you, by the way, in this conversation. Name one thing that a vice president has done as vice president in U.S. history.
What do you mean has done? Laws-wise, they can't do laws. No vice
They
president
can't do laws? So you're saying that the vice president can't do anything. So then why would you be blaming Kamala Harris for something that she couldn't do? That doesn't make any sense.
The vice president can give ideas and support to the president in ruling.
So can you give me one example of a vice president doing that in U.S. history?
Well, you can check the Democrat and the Republican vice presidents who became presidents after the president left.
Can you name one of them?
Areas.
Can you name one of them?
Johnson.
Okay, you do remember Lyndon B. Johnson. Could you remember anything that he's done as vice president?
Well, as I said, vice presidents do not chart laws. The president does. They don't take away from the president.
Okay, so here I'm just gonna say that you're wrong here. Hey, I'm just gonna say that you're wrong, and I'm gonna explain it to you. Okay, one, you can't make a determination on what she's done as vice president if you don't know a single thing that a vice president has done in U.S. history. You said the vice presidents don't affect the law at all, which is just false. Kamala Harris had the largest amount of tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history, meaning she was the most influential vice president in U.S. history, including a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest investment in renewable energy ever in this country's history, or of any country in the history of the world, alongside the $35 cap on insulin for those that are on Medicare, where you specifically pointed to earlier Donald Trump being so fantastic and so great for doing it for a part of Medicare. And not only did I tell you this earlier in the conversation, but I'm telling you again because it is the case that you specifically were trying to say that she's done absolutely nothing after I've already told you what she's done. So all you have said here specifically is that you have not done research into what she's done, not that she has not done anything. And for you to judge her off of not even looking into what she has to do only reflects on your own ability to be able to critique people in a meaningful and productive way that simply is not there in this context because, again, you did no research on her.
Look, the job of the vice president is to support the president in his laws and his decrees, not to rob the president from these laws and decrees. If the vice president is better than the president, he might as well be the president.
Okay,
The
so then,
vice president only supports the president, not
okay,
takes over the
okay.
president.
Okay, can you name a single thing that JD Vance has done as vice president other than vacation and sit on the couch?
Well, he
Where's the money going?
supports the president.
In what way? Can you name one way that JD Vance has supported the president?
I'm telling you, when the president met with the foreign leaders, especially from Ukraine, Vance was with the president, talking with the president of Ukraine, and he was affecting the rules and the decisions that the Ukrainian president was to make because of the influence of Vance on him.
In what specific way?
With regards to the war with Russia. And
what did he
also
do
the
specifically that
president-
changed it? Like, what did he say that you can point to?
Well, he was talking about, well, I don't know if I should, well, he was talking with the president, with the Ukrainian president, about
What's
ways
the last name of the Ukrainian president?
Vladimir, or whatever. I can't recall it. Vladimir ran off my mind last name, but his name is Vladimir. Anyway, the point I'm trying to tell you, I mean, your show is great. I encourage you to keep that, but you have to focus on a balance. You cannot wipe out all the Republicans and say, hey, Democrats, that's it, hallelujah. No, you should have even structure. But there are good Democrats and bad Democrats. There are good Republicans and bad Republicans.
Can you
should
name any of the good
X out
Republicans?
Republicans.
Who are the good Republicans?
Trump.
Who?
Trump.
Trump is not a good Republican. That's the whole point of this live, is that he's a horrible
That's your
person.
opinion. That's your opinion.
Well, I mean, do you
You
think that
cannot
do you think
impose.
adjudicated rapists are good people?
No, that's a claim. That's not.
No, he was
Look,
held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Which president has sex with this girl?
No, he forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Listen, what's the name of the Democratic president who has sex in the White House with this girl?
Clinton, who engaged in adultery in the White House.
I'm trying to itch you. I'm trying to itch you.
Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused. One, Clinton isn't running for president, and two, adultery is different than grape. Okay, those are completely different things. Donald Trump has also cheated on every single one of his wives.
I told you it's the better of two evils. We don't have saints running this country.
How? What has Kamala Harris done that's so bad? You have yet to mention.
We don't have saints coming from heaven running this country. This country needs tough balls to run this country.
Well, that's not Donald Trump. That's not Donald Trump. No, he's not.
He's a tough guy.
No, he's not.
Look, he stopped 8 wars.
No, he's not.
He stopped 8 wars.
No, he has not. No, he's not.
No other president in the history of the United States was able to force
can you name those
wars.
8? Can you name those 8 wars?
Well, look, we're not here to waste time. He stopped the wars.
Can you name those 8 wars?
8 countries, and he's trying to do peace in this country, not war. And everybody in the world wants to do war, but Trump wants to do peace.
Yeah, Trump has literally been bombed. Trump has
and
bombed.
he's been talking with Vladimir.
Trump has literally bombed boats off of the coast of Venezuela, specifically murdering people with no evidence that they were on drug boats. Look, you think this guy is strong? You think this guy people are going to be scared of? Look at this guy, dude.
He declared war on evil. He declared war on evil.
If he would be declaring war on evil, he'd be declaring war on himself.
Do you think drug people that bring drug in this country are good or evil?
If they're bringing W drug, then they're good.
They're bringing drugs and
If they're bringing W drug, then hell yeah, they're great. They're amazing, fantastic.
Well, listen, if you want to do good, with regards to the broadcast and the people, you should be even, not biased in your broadcast. You should say, okay, there are good Democrats and there are bad Democrats. There are good Republicans and bad Republicans, and focus on the good to promote what is right, not what
So
is
here,
evil.
listen here. I do think that there are bad Democrats. I talk about that all the time on my platform. But what I would also say is that like practically every Republican is bad. I don't know if I could name a single Republican where I'm like, yeah, they're so great. Like I just genuinely I can't. I don't know a single Republican. You could maybe show me a Republican that you think is fantastic and we can talk about it, have a conversation about it. But typically Republicans are pretty shit, to be honest with you.
Well, that's your opinion. It may be subjective.
Of course, we
objective.
we have our opinions. That's why I'm expressing it on the live stream right now.
Yeah, well, that's good. Wait until something happens when you no longer are able to broadcast freely in this country. It's coming
because of
soon.
Trump? Because of Trump?
Not because of Trump, because of the way this country is going through. It's downhill.
Because of Trump. Because of Trump.
Well,
who's gonna restrict my ability to speak from a governmental perspective? Who would do that? I'm speaking out against Trump. Who would do that?
They have to vote in the Congress to promote what is good and what is evil, what is
Well,
right,
I just want to
what
let
is
you know,
wrong.
if Donald Trump specifically took me down from the fucking internet, I would become bigger than I've ever been. Okay? I just want to let you know that. Like, that
It's
would
not
not
gonna
stop
happen.
me. That would not stop me. Okay?
It's not going to happen. He's not going to stop you. You can talk as much as you want as long as you are not biased.
Well, he said that he as long as I'm not biased, he considers me biased. He said that he would if he could, he would make TikTok 100% MAGA, which would mean I'm not on TikTok because I'm not MAGA.
No,
there would be
I
no
don't think
dialogue,
that
there would be
happen.
no conversation. He wants 100% MAGA because he doesn't want dissent.
If that happens, then this country will go downhill. Because one
This
of the
country's already
liberties
going
we have-
downhill.
one of the liberties we have in this country is freedom of speech. And
Yeah,
you
Donald Trump has
cannot-
undermined it. Donald Trump has undermined it. I can give you explicit examples. Donald Trump has passed an executive order saying he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which has been determined by the Supreme Court to be protected by the First Amendment as symbolic speech. He's specifically been determined by federal courts to have been violating people's free speech. Specifically, for example, Mahmoud Khalil was detained for over 100 days without due process for saying free Palestine. His freedom of speech. He was a legal permanent resident in the country, and Donald Trump detained him. The Trump administration detained him for over 100 days without due process.
Now, when it comes to Israel and the Arab world and Palestine, that's a different story. I'm talking about you talking what you're talking freely without somebody stopping you from what you're saying
That's what
against the
happened.
president.
Wait, it doesn't have to just be against the president. It's freedom of speech in general, right? And you have the freedom of speech to call out. Wait, that wouldn't make any sense. You can call out the state, the country that we're living in, but you can't call out a foreign country. Like what type of crazy what type of crazy argument is that?
freedom-
Why are you saying freedom should be limited whenever calling out the state of Israel?
Listen, this is America. You have to fly the American flag in this country, not foreign nation flag.
You don't have to fly the American flag in this country. You have the freedom of speech to fly the flag that you would like to fly. That is literally the Constitution. That is
wanna tell
freedom.
me you can fly the Russian flag in this
Yes,
country and say,
yes, that is
"Oh,
your freedom.
Vladimir Putin,
That is your freedom.
hallelujah,
Wait, by the
Vladimir
way, am I saying that I
Putin."
want people to fly the Russian flag specifically in support of Putin? Absolutely not. I definitely do not agree with that. But is it your freedom? Yes, it is your freedom to do so.
Look, if your freedom is to fly an enemy flag in this country, you are a traitor to this country. You shouldn't be having the liberties that we are supposed to have. in this country.
People should not be able to fly the Confederate flag, correct?
No, you should fly the American flag. The Confederate flag is not the flag
so
of the
you want to
United
make it
States.
illegal? So do you want to make it illegal to fly the Confederate flag? Because I've seen them at Trump rallies.
You can fly the American flag freely in this country.
No,
but you're not allowed.
So should we be arresting people at Trump rallies that are flying the Confederate flag?
No, because you
No?
can fly.
What? But they're flying the flag of traitors.
Listen. You can fly the flag of California. You can fly the flag of any state in this union without any problem. Why? Because it's America. But you cannot fly the flag of the American enemies in this country and cheering for the American enemies, the enemies of America in this country, and say you are an American citizen.
So again,
That's
people
bull.
should people should be arrested at Trump rallies for raising the Confederate flag, correct?
No. I'm not saying that. What I'm
But they're
saying,
traitors. The Confederates are traitors to this country.
people who fly the Palestinian flag, the Israeli flag, the Russian flag in this country should be banned from doing so, because this is
So they should be
the
arrested.
United States.
So you think they should be arrested for flying those
They
flags,
should be.
but they shouldn't be arrested for flying a Confederate flag? What type of fucking reasoning is that?
Look, the Confederate flag is an American flag.
What? No, those are traitors. The Confederate flag is literally a flag of traitors to the United States of America. What are you talking about?
Look, when
The
war
Confederate
was
flag
there,
is not the American flag. What are
the
you talking about?
13 colonies, listen, the 13 colonies were the first starter of the United States, the 13 colonies.
Wait,
And when
so?
you're talking about
Wait, no, stop. The Confederate flag is not the American flag. The Confederate flag is a traitor flag to the United States of America. Where did you learn history?
It's the enemy of the North. It's not the enemy of the United States.
Wait, that is the enemy of the United
North.
States. Yes, it is.
Listen. If the Confederates were to win the war, what would you say of that?
Wait, do you think the Confederates should have won?
It doesn't matter what
No,
I
answer the
think. What
question.
I'm saying,
No, stop.
What I'm saying,
How
the
can you not
Confederates-
directly answer that question with a no? You think that they shouldn't have won?
Because they are Americans, man. They're not traitors.
Hello? Yes, they are. They are by definition traitors. Can you define what a traitor is?
Look,
dude, of
when
course
anybody-
the traitors, the traitors specifically that literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, that advocate that January 6th was justified, and Donald Trump, you should support him even after he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. Traitor Trump that support the traitor Trump, of course they're going to support the traitors and say that the Confederate flag is the American flag. That's fucking sick, dude. That is so sick.
Well, all those that fly the American flag are in support of the United States government. They're not anti-American. You have to understand that they are not against America. They are Americans, just like you and I.
Wait, so if they
But
wanted,
if somebody-
wait, the United States of America, is the United States of America united?
Supposed to be.
Okay, so if the Confederates specifically wanted to secede from the Union, doesn't that mean that they are against the United States of America because they wanted to secede from those states?
Well, if that happens, then the America will not be the America we know it today. It'll be a different America. It would have the South and the North.
Okay, so you understand that that would mean that they are not pro the United States of America because they wanted to secede from the United States of America, meaning that they weren't
if
united.
they wanted to secede, yeah, if they wanted to secede. But
Wait, it's
that
illegal.
is-
You can't do that. So if California right now wanted to secede, they would not be able to do so. We would benefit, right, living in California because we send so much into the federal government that we do not get back. But it is the case that it is illegal for us to do so. So we can't just do that if we wanted to.
Well, of course not. People are coming to the United States because it's united. We have 50 states, and we have the most powerful army in the world, and we can impose anything we want as long as we are united. And one of the things against the United States is to make it disunited between the Democrats and the
I'm sorry.
Republicans.
Stop. Why do you think people should go to prison specifically for burning the American flag, but they specifically shouldn't go to prison for burning the Confederate flag?
Because the Confederate flag is an American flag.
So if the Confederate flag is the American flag, so shouldn't people then go to prison for burning the Confederate flag?
Look, as I mentioned, the problem...
Wait, answer the question. If the
I'm
Confederate
answering-
flag
I'm
is the
answer-
American flag and you think that people should go to prison for burning the American flag, well, then you think that people should go to prison for burning the Confederate flag, right?
No, because the Confederate flag is not... Listen, because every United States embassy in the world has the United States flag, not the Confederate flag. every embassy in the world, and I've been around the world a lot.
I'm done. I'm done. I can't do this anymore anyway. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Mark, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Starks, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jasmine, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. I don't think I would. Thank you. Thank you. Kylie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Tom, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Blake with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sydney, thank you so much for the $2. Davis, thank you so much for the $5. Yes. Daniel, thank you for the $7. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up there. Let me make sure I'm fully caught up on YouTube Super Chat, and then we're going to go on to the next person real quick. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. By the way, I look at the viewers, everyone. 6-7. Lol, that's actually kind of funny. Maddie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Boo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Whitney, thank you for the $2. Boo, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2 as well. Lee, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Lee. I really appreciate it. Mark with the $10. Thank you. Ranger, thank you for the $5. Luke with the $5. Boo, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Sin with the $5. Thank you. Kiri, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4 and the $5. Thank you. Catherine with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tanisha, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Lee, thank you for the $20. Thank you, Lee. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Zach with the $5. Thank you. Hannah with the $5. Thank you. Lisa with the $20. Thank you so much, Lisa. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Lisa in the comment section. Thank you. Thank you. Mina, thank you for the $2. Peter with the $5 again. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Lorianne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. And Marianne, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That is so kind of y'all. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Let's go on to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen and help get it out to more people. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alexa, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the $4, as well as Jason. Thank you for the $1. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Alrighty. Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Sure, yeah.
Are you driving?
No, I am pulled over.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for
Outside
Donald
my
Trump.
work, about to go in.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald.
I just wanted to say that I heard you call Clinton an adulterer, and I think that's very disgusting of you and hypocritical, considering the fact.
Can I please ask you the questions to ensure that you can be on my stream, or I'm gonna kick you? Okay.
You're gonna kick me
I have to.
anyway.
Why? Because you don't meet the criteria?
No, I meet the criteria.
Okay. So then let me fully ask you real quick. Okay. So, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I voted for Trump.
Trump. Okay. All right.
And as I was saying,
why do you support Donald Trump?
As I was saying, I think it's very hypocritical of you to say that Clinton was just an adulterer.
I never said that he was just an adulterer. I said that what he was referencing specifically was adultery, as he was referencing what Clinton did in the context of the Oval Office.
first off, by law, that's actually illegal. So it's not just adultery. It's not just him cheating
Okay,
on his
well,
wife.
I
By
don't think
law,
I don't think
by
you care
law,
about violating the law. I don't think you care
what
about
he
violating
did
the
was
law. You
actually
voted for a
illegal.
convicted criminal. You
Second,
voted for a convicted criminal.
Paula Jones is not. That's not adultery. That's. I mean, he exposed himself. He tried to grape her, and you guys are okay with
Wait,
that.
I'm sorry. So do you believe that E. Jean Carroll?
Absolutely. I'm going to tell you right now,
You
I
do?
think they're both disgusting.
Okay,
I
so
think it's funny how you guys will be
perfect
okay
then. I'll
with
acknowledge
one,
that.
but
So
not the other.
wait. I'll acknowledge. So again, in this context, so specifically, you would vote for a rapist?
No.
No. So you don't support.
absolutely
So you
not.
don't support Donald Trump.
I don't support either side because they both do
Okay.
the same exact thing.
So then,
and
why'd you just say that you did? What? So you don't meet the criteria. What an idiot. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Grandma, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kylie as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Okay, well, so I had a different thing coming, but just like to tag off of what they were talking about, like, so to say one is better than the other, and then because I guess you were saying that, or you didn't even get to finish saying, you just kicked him, but you said that one is better than the other, or like, so why is Donald Trump being so crucified for what he
Harris
did?
is better. Harris is better. That's what we're saying.
No. So what I'm saying is why is he getting crucified for the grape and the other guy isn't?
Clinton's not running for president, and Donald Trump was held civilly liable for sexual abuse. Unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. We're not supporting Clinton for president right now. Clinton was impeached for the cheating in the Oval Office.
Yeah. So, okay. Anyways, okay, I was just trying to see what your outlook on that was because you didn't answer it. So the other thing is so my question to you is why are these lives going? I guess my thing is so Trump's in, right? Correct. So, and I mean, after this term, he's completely done.
Well,
right.
Yes, but he hasn't been able to say that he wouldn't specifically do a third term. So he might specifically try, or at least try to have some type of influence within that respect. Secondly, it's important to get people to address that they shouldn't have voted the way that they did or regret their vote so that it carries over to the next election cycle. Once we know who the candidate's going to be for the next election cycle, it will obviously change to why do you support that specific candidate. But as of right now, of course, we're going to talk about the president of the United States, as that's going to carry over to be like a majority specifically of the people who are going to be voting in the Republican primaries the next time around.
Okay, so I got you. I guess what I'm saying is like though. So say that once we do find out who the candidates are, and you said it'll change, but I guess like, I guess my question to you, okay, do you agree with this or not? That the president status, like being the president of the United States, used to be like this high, like wonderful thing. And then now we come down and we don't have very good candidates. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think Donald Trump running, makes it seem significantly less professional. And I think that Kamala Harris was a qualified candidate.
Yeah,
Attorney
so I think
General, prosecutor, right? She was specifically a senator. She was a vice president.
Okay. I mean, valid, but I was talking about before the vice presidency, like before that. But like, I guess what I'm saying is
Senate, Attorney General, District Attorney, prosecutor.
I got you. But so no, the thing that hurt her was that her whole campaign, like there was never like really a clear thing other than helping the middle class. Like that was her
she
big
wanted
push.
to help the middle class. Donald Trump wanted to help the rich.
Which I mean, this is historically proven that when a Republican steps into office, right, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer, right? That's essentially the outlook on it, correct?
Well, that's specifically what Trump's advocating for. He's advocating for more taxes on poor people. He's advocating for less taxes on rich people.
Okay, so when we talk about taxes, though, it goes into a percentage rate, correct? Off of what you make total. Like your total amount of money you make, right? That determines what tax bracket you're in, and the tax brackets are what he's changing, correct?
He's also increased tariffs. Tariffs
Okay,
have a
yes,
regressive
correct,
negative impact
correct.
on lower and
Look,
middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Okay, correct. But what I'm saying is so I guess what I'm asking you is, so you believe that because a person is rich, they should have to pay more of their percentage of money in.
Wait, say that again?
So because somebody's rich, they should have to pay more of a percentage of their money than somebody middle class, than everybody just paying the same percent.
Yeah, because I mean they spend a lesser of their cost of living in terms of necessities and things that they need in terms of cost of living.
So, but okay, if they have all that money, like how is their cost of living cheaper?
Well, it is the case that in terms of necessities, right? Oftentimes people who make more money will decide to spend more, but we're saying in terms of what the necessities would cost for you to be able to get everything that you would need in terms of cost of living, right? It is the case that it would be a lower proportion of their income, meaning that like we're going to be taxing their disposable income.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying though is that like I don't feel as if, so say, you know, you get a great job, you start making a lot of money. Now that I'm having to pay more than somebody else because I was successful in what I did.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that's just the world we live in, and I would prefer taxes to be placed on the rich and wealthy than the taxes to be placed on working families trying to get by. Like seriously, like think about it. Like who do you want the taxes placed on? Do you want the taxes placed on the people who need the help, or do you want the taxes placed on those that are already doing great and are going to do great regardless?
But well, what I'm saying is, you say doing great regardless.
Yes, great regardless.
So I mean, if we just start taxing the shit out of them, then that doesn't work.
Yes, it does. It totally works.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, okay, so somebody that has built up
and by the way, tax the shit out of them. I mean, like at the highest levels of income, you're making millions and millions of dollars a year. You paying 50% of your specific income is not that big of a deal when you make millions of dollars in a year. Okay, I would prefer that than specifically the current system that we have right now, where they're getting away at the highest levels of income with specifically paying exorbitantly low rates, like lower than the middle class in terms of effective tax rates. Or the top 400 billionaires pay a lower effective tax rate than the working class of this country, according to the Washington Post.
Okay, so I mean, okay, I see what you're saying, and I mean, other people comment, "I'm never going to make millions." It's not about me; it's about America. Like, get it together, figure it out. So, the other thing is. I just don't feel as if taxing more to them, like the thing is, first of all, like going back to it, like then you're going against what America's built off. So has there not always been division based on income, right?
Wait, has there only ever been taxes on income? No, there's been taxes.
No. That's not what I said. I was saying. But so, like, I feel like America was built on, like, economy or economical. Trying to think of the word. Like, so I guess what I'm saying is, like, so I feel like America was built on and like has been like through all presidents, right? That there is like an economical division as far as like the rich live here, the poor live here, correct?
Yes, like there's been division based upon class in our society. Like the rich live in certain areas around the world that are significantly more expensive, right? To this class division, people who are lower income live in other areas. Yes. What's your point?
Okay, so
You're
my point
behind economic inequality.
Yes, correct. But what I'm saying is if it was changed by anybody, right, by any president, Democrat or Republican, why would we still have that, right? So clearly that there.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that you're
saying that we're gonna have class division either way. Is that what you're arguing?
Yes, correct.
So doesn't that, should it, even if we have class division? So what's your point? I'm not arguing to get rid of the class division. I'm saying that we should specifically try to reduce income inequality, create a better standard of living for everyone. I'm not saying that everyone lives in a mansion, right? That's not the argument.
Okay, I misunderstood what you were saying then. But all right, that's all I got.
Okay. So then, like, what's your point here? Like, why do you care so much to defend rich people?
No. It's not. I'm not trying to defend rich people, right? I'm saying that I feel like
you're defending the greed of the rich rather than feeding the poor.
Incorrect.
That's exactly what you're doing now. That's what this policy is. This policy is reverse Robin Hood. It takes money from the poor and gives to the rich. That's what Donald Trump's policies does, right? When you replace a progressive tax structure, income tax, with a regressive tax structure, tariffs, that's just reverse Robin Hood, taking from the poor, giving to the rich.
No, so what I'm saying though is that there are different tax brackets, right? Correct. So what I'm saying is when you get into those tax brackets, and depending on what tax bracket you fall under, right? So why should somebody that makes more money than others be the like? I don't understand why a person that makes more money should be taxed more than somebody who
can't afford it. They can afford it.
But what I'm saying is, it breaks down to smaller decibel. I'm not talking about just the millions,
dude.
And the
you
billions,
would pay
right?
you would pay less in taxes if Harris were in office. You make less than $400,000 a year, most likely, right? If you make less than $400,000 a year, then it is the case that you would have lower taxes because Kamala Harris is going to keep all of the tax cuts that were imposed through the TCJA for income earners under $400,000 a year, and was only going to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
Okay.
So, like, you're advocating for your taxes to be increased to reduce taxes on people's income over $400,000 a year.
So, no, what I'm advocating is when you break it down into like the actual percentage that my tax bracket is taxed at, it does go up. I do get taxed at a higher percentage when Biden was in office.
Okay, so that was under under Donald Trump's tax plan.
Okay, so he didn't do anything with the tax plan.
Yeah, it was Donald Trump's tax plan. So explain to me why you're mad about you paying more in taxes under Trump's tax plan.
Okay, so let me explain to this then. So then what did Donald Trump use his first term? Because I was getting taxed less then and making the same amount of money.
Both of that was the TCJA. The TCJA was still in effect throughout 2025, throughout 2025.
Okay. That's I got on here to talk about taxes. So, all right.
Okay, but like, wait. So, he just left. So he was just complaining about his taxes under Trump, and then was saying that he was going to vote for Donald Trump because he didn't like the taxes that came from Donald Trump's tax cuts. Okay, interesting. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Natalie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Natalie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Go to W's for Natalie in the comment section right now, as well as Ryan with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Ryan in the comment section right now? That is so kind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jojo, thank you for the $5. Thank you. As well as Mark with the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $1.40. Thank you. Thank you so much, as well as Janelle. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
43.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
That's easy. Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, Kamala Harris sucked.
Kamala Harris.
Willie Brown's. Yeah, I know who she is. I'm from California. You've ever heard of Willie Brown?
Yeah. So you're saying that she was in a relationship. You think she slept her way to the top? What evidence do you think that?
Absolutely.
What evidence do you have that she slept her way to the top just because she was in a relationship?
Well, she's dumber than a box of rocks.
No, she's not. Right?
How do you figure?
Can you name one dumb statement she's ever engaged in?
She can't even conduct herself in public.
Wait, no, I just asked you. Name one dumb statement she's ever engaged in.
One thing that she's been able to engage in. Well, think about just her lectures and her continuous speech pattern.
Name one dumb statement she's ever engaged in, because right now it sounds like the one who's dumb is you.
You give me one.
I'll give you one of Donald Trump. Donald Trump said the climate's going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet. He said that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote. I can keep going. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He talked about looking into using nukes to fight hurricanes.
Well, let me laugh about this part. I don't even support Donald Trump.
You just said that you do.
I support him over Kamala. Yeah, sure.
Kamala. Okay, but you just said that Kamala Harris was dumb, but yet you couldn't mention a single thing that Kamala Harris said that's dumb. So, but yet specifically Donald Trump, I just mentioned six different things. I just mentioned six.
I'm a veteran.
I just mentioned six different things.
I'll give you one. She said that there was no veterans fighting overseas when they were.
Okay, so that's specifically her making a false statement. I'm not going to dispute there, and it's not veterans. She said people that were engaging in. She said people that were engaging in combat zones. So okay, you've now provided one statement that was wrong. That's not necessarily a dumb statement. It just happens to be a wrong statement.
It's a lack of knowledge of policy. If you're going to be going for president of the United States,
I don't think Donald Trump would have known that either, genuinely. And she also clarified her statement.
Isn't he in South Korea right now?
Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why is that relevant?
Didn't he meet with the China's president just recently?
Yeah. I mean, Xi Jinping didn't look like he wanted to. Xi Jinping looked like he wasn't really having fun standing next to Donald Trump.
He might not have, but would you?
No, I don't think anyone would.
Because it's another country.
Except for maybe you, because you're a cult member.
I'm not a cult member.
Oh my God, Mr. Trump! Oh my God, no! Mr. Trump! No! Can I get a picture with you, Donald, please?
Okay, I told you I'm not a Trump supporter. I think he's an asshole. I think he's done a lot of things wrong, but he is much better than what the alternative is.
Why do you think? You have yet to give me a reason. Can you name a policy of Donald Trump's that you do like?
He runs the country like a business.
Yeah,
we're doing much better
like a bankrupt business. I mean, he's bankrupted 6 different businesses. Over his 5 years that he's been president of the United States, he's signed into law over $11 trillion of debt, meaning that he's had over $2 trillion per year signed into law in terms of the debt-related spending. So yeah, he's running bankrupt businesses, like the 6 bankruptcies that he's had, 2 of them being casinos.
Okay, I'm going to let you talk, but you can flip statistics all day long.
It's not flipping statistics.
Previous policies. Look at the stock market,
do you like?
The stock market's at 46,000.
Okay, so you understand that there was a greater level of stock market growth at the end of the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the beginning of the Trump administration?
And by the way, I love the policies that you guys were talking about. That last guy didn't know what he was talking about, but what about a flat tax rate? Let's go with the 9% across the board for everybody. Everybody pays.
One, that wouldn't be able to fund our current governmental processes.
Argue with that.
One, it wouldn't be able to fund our current governmental processes. 2, it would have a negative impact on lower and middle income individuals because they specifically people who are higher income, right, would specifically have a greater proportion of their money left over specifically comparative to what they specifically would have right now in terms of this because of disposable income, right? Because the cost of living makes up a smaller proportion of someone's income if they are higher income comparative to someone who is lower income. So it proportionally negatively impacts people who are lower and middle income to a greater extent than it would negatively impact very rich and wealthy Americans. So what you're doing is advocating for the rich and wealthy and not advocating for the average American.
I'm not condoning for the average American. I am the average American, actually.
So you're voting for the benefit of rich people to negatively impact yourself. You're such a bootlicker.
Yes, absolutely.
Why would you say yes to that?
I am condoning people who have better policies and made better decisions because they've
No,
obviously
why would
made
you say
better
that?
policies.
Yeah, you're a bootlicker. Why would you say that?
I wasn't.
You
I
did.
was
You literally
referring-
just did.
Yeah, you were talking same time as I was. So the two statements are counteractive. So what I was referring to was the fact that basically I would condone people who make more money, and the reason I would condone people who make more money is simply because they made better choices. My parents have more money than I do because they made better choices than I have. That's fair.
No, it's not just because of choices, because specifically people have a limited access to these different types of things. Like, for example, education, that is a mechanism for social mobility. And we
I have a
see
master's
countries
degree.
around
My
the
parents
world
have
that
an
have
associate's
broad,
degree.
we see around the world, countries around the world that have broader social safety nets actually have better conditions for social mobility. So if you actually want like a meritocracy or conditions specifically for people to have opportunities in the very first place, you actually have to create systems in place to ensure that everyone has that adequate and equal access to opportunity. We're not at the certain point right now where we have equal access to opportunities.
What are the places you've been to, just out of curiosity?
I'm not saying I've been to other places necessarily. I'm just saying that I'm pointing to statistics of that.
Okay, I've been to Japan, South Korea. I've been to Guam. I've been to Iraq. I've been to Germany. You want to keep going? Nowhere in the world competes with the United States.
Who asked?
Nowhere in the world competes with the United States.
In what metric? Prison population?
Sustainability. Look at what we have.
What metric of sustainability is the United States better off in?
Oh, dude, we live a much better life. We have so many more freedoms than everywhere else I've ever been to.
We have more freedoms based on what index? Because the Human Freedom Index and the Economic Freedom Index indicate that we have significantly lower levels of freedom comparative to a host of other countries around the world, including many of our allies.
I think that one that I would actually support would be like Sweden's, which has a very
they have more social safety nets than us.
Yeah, but
that's
we
a
do
social
live off
democratic system.
Look, I'm not gonna tell you that we don't have different socialist ideas that we live life off of. Look at our hospitals, for example.
Can you define socialism?
Absolutely, I can. Socialism is a standard that basically you have people who basically the government basically runs things in order.
The government basically does stuff. Right, that's what socialism is when government does stuff. Okay, so socialism. So I have a question. Border security is border security socialism?
Is border security socialism? Absolutely, government's running it.
Absolutely. So you advocate for socialism?
There's some degree of it that happens. Yes.
You socialists are crazy, dude.
You're telling me, okay, so
crazy
what if I told you I was
Marxist, radical
what if I told you I was
socialists. Look at them.
I don't believe
Look
in,
at these radical left lunatics that are running our government. Chat. Look at these radical left lunatics. We need to get the radical left out of the Oval Office, and they're pushing socialism.
I think I'm against communism.
Yeah, so you're against Trump? Because under your view, Trump must be the communist. Yeah, Trump must be a communist in chief. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, sure.
Wait, based upon your definition, government does stuff. He's the authoritarian king in chief. He specifically must be the greatest communist than ever, right? Because again, communism is when government do stuff. Okay, that's what it is, right?
No, you're not. Look, socialism is a disparity. It basically changes the values of what people pay based on different levels.
Okay.
And
wait,
yes,
no. So I'll tell you what
there needs to be a
socialism is.
balance.
Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society in which there's public ownership of the means of production. So we can point to what those different systems are. I'm not a socialist or a communist. I'm just telling you what they are. Right? I'm a social democrat. So I believe in a liberal model with broader social safety nets, but I believe in a system in which everyone's baseline necessities are taken care of. And then I also believe in
Would you support libertarian?
I believe in equity in terms of access to opportunities. I believe in lots of social mobility. I think that's incredibly important.
Libertarian policies? Yes or no?
No.
Why not?
Libertarians are insane.
Why is that?
If you take the absolutist sense of libertarianism, you would advocate for nukes to be legal. That's an example.
To be legal?
Yeah, libertarians advocate for there to be legal nukes.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So you talk about those. I understand where you're going with that. An M16, or you talk about the AR-47. How is that going to be effective against a F-16 fighter jet?
Push the Galaxy. Wait, repeat that again?
How would any, what you guys would refer to as assault rifle, I call it a rifle, how would it compare against an F-16 fighter jet?
Probably wouldn't.
It wouldn't, absolutely. So the government's already got like an uphill that we can't compete with that.
Okay.
So
what's
why
your
would
point?
you take away guns, for example? Are you against guns?
I'm okay with taking away some guns. Yeah. Like I don't
From
think
certain
people.
people?
I don't think people should.
You
be
don't
able to
believe in the
have
Constitution, then?
Well, I don't believe people should be able to have miniguns and RPGs and, you know, AK-47s and fully automatic weapons and things like
Who's
that.
allowed to
Like
have those right now? Nobody's allowed to have those.
Yeah, so you agree with that, right?
Would I say that
technically
who's
the
to have
Supreme Court
RPGs? No.
technically the Supreme Court says that the Second Amendment protects the right to self-defense, not that it protects the right to all guns. Actually, it really only, according to the Supreme Court, protects the right to a pistol.
It recites a pistol. What's wrong with a rifle? They didn't even have pistols back then. They had rifles.
They had muskets. So if you want people only to be able to get access to muskets, then go ahead.
No. Okay, but
go get yourself a musket and start loading it up.
Yeah, okay, but if you turn around and look at it, yes, they were allowed to defend themselves. So right now, the way that a lot
with muskets, dude.
Okay, it doesn't matter. The point is,
yes,
they could
it
defend
does,
themselves.
man. I think it's a wildly different comparison. Do you understand the distinction between a musket and fully automatic weapons today?
Absolutely,
and
I do.
AR-15s?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay, so then, like, what's your point, man?
My point is that a lot of your guys' policies that you guys stand by actually hurt people, and it's against the Constitution. It's against the same
How is what I'm
policies that were
advocating for hurting
by
people?
this country.
Wait, and you say against the Constitution? Donald Trump called for termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Did you know that?
He said, what now?
Yeah. Donald Trump called for a termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
He did say that.
Okay, well, like I told you, I'm not a huge Trump supporter. I think he's an asshole. I just think he runs the country
But
like
you're
a business.
currently on a live right now advocating for him. You said he runs it like a business. Name one
Yes.
good economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like.
Dude, he is running the country way better than when Biden was in control.
Okay, give me a specific.
I just told you one. I told you one in the beginning of our conversation. I said, if you go ahead and you look at the S&P, look at NASDAQ.
Okay, no, I'm asking for like a policy that he's passed.
Look at a policy that he's passed. Well, he can't pass policy because...
Yes, he can.
How's he going to pass policy?
He signs it into law. Genius.
Okay, and you guys complain about everything he does. And the thing is that without
You don't even know
changing
what
the
he's
filibuster
done.
rule-
You literally
without
don't even
changing
know
the
what
filibuster
he's
rule-
done. You don't even know what he's done. What are you talking about?
Okay, you're going to turn around and you're going to tell me that I don't know anything that he's done.
Then tell me, what do you like that he's done?
I like
Name
what
an
he's done
economic
with-
policy.
I like that he's supporting basically controlling our borders. He's
Name
protecting
one
people.
way in which mass deportation benefits our economy.
How does it? Because there's no benefits going to people who don't deserve them.
There are no federal benefits that go to undocumented immigrants right now. I don't know what you're talking about. And also,
Ah,
again,
state
undocumented
benefits-
immigrants paid over $100 billion in taxes, specifically in
State benefits
2022.
get washed into federal benefits, just to let you know.
Yeah, and again, they don't take out over $100 billion in state benefits. So I don't know what you're talking about.
And there is one thing I would support, and that's kids. You want to get into that conversation about how the Democrats don't support kids?
Well, Trump specifically is not supporting kids by passing the Big Beautiful Bill, which cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month.
The Beautiful Bill was already passed.
By Trump. Yeah, Trump signed that into law, and it
And
cuts
the Republicans in
and it
Congress.
cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes, it does.
That still stands.
It's from the Congressional Budget Office.
No, that still stands.
That's from the Congressional
Everybody
Budget
gets-
Office.
But it's okay. So let me ask you this: so you can get free breakfast and lunch if you're rich. Why is that?
No, you can't. What do you
Yes,
mean?
you can.
What? No, you
Dude, I
can't.
was a teacher, man. Come on, give me a
No,
break.
you can't. Where can you get free school lunch and breakfast as a rich kid? What are you talking about?
California.
No, you can't. I live in
California.
California.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't qualify for free
Seriously,
school
man.
lunch and breakfast. What are you talking about? What a
No.
liar! Why did you just feel that? Like you guys are so obsessed with California. I think you,
You
guys
are
have.
absurd,
I think
dude.
you guys.
You
You guys.
have no
You know how
idea
you
what
say
the
we have.
policies are
Wait, hold
either.
up, hold up, hold up, hold up.
And
You know how
you're
we.
using your
You know how
computer
we.
to read-
Hold
you're
up,
using
hold
your
up.
computer
No, I'm
to get
not.
little
No, I'm not.
footnotes, and I
No,
don't
I'm
even- I'm not
not.
looking at a computer. I'm in a
I've
backyard
got
looking
none
at a
of this
computer
from the
right now.
computer. You guys just have CDS.
You're insane,
You say that we have TDS. You guys just have CDS.
I'm gonna keep
But
drinking
it's
my
with
Coors Light.
California. It's just with
Because
California.
I'm a Trump supporter.
You have CDS, bro. You're obsessed with California. You just made up lies about California because it's literally like a buzzword for Republicans.
There's no income disparity. They don't sit there and say if you make over $100,000 a year, you can't have a free lunch. They give everybody free lunches.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? I literally went to California. I went to school in California. What are you talking about?
So you're not in California. You went to school in California.
I live in California right now, and I also went to school in California. I've been living in California for over a decade, okay? I did not get free school lunch and breakfast. What are you talking about?
I give you credit for being bright for your age, but you're still young.
How are you going to tell me I didn't pay for all the food that I paid for when I was at school? What the fuck are you talking about?
In college?
No, when I was in high school and when I was in middle school.
You didn't pay shit. Your parents did.
What do you? Of course, my parents did. I was in fucking middle school and high school.
Okay, that's a newer law that was imported by the Democrats. I believe it was actually.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What do you mean that? What are you talking about? That was just a law that exists everywhere.
No, dude, it was just recently put in.
No, I didn't qualify. I didn't qualify for the free school lunch and breakfast. You said everyone qualified. What are you talking about?
So you come from a wealthy family.
Yeah, my dad is a doctor. Yes.
Ah, I got it. Okay. Look, I can tell you right now that there's a new policy that's out there, and it came from either Biden or it came from Obama. And basically what it stipulated was basically that there was free school lunches. It would have made Trump look bad if he would have changed that law.
Okay.
He didn't change it. Just like, okay, I'll give you another example.
I'm not saying
filibuster. That's why he's not going against the filibuster.
Listen,
right now.
Trump did the big beautiful bill. That's what he did specifically, and that affects children's access to free school lunch and breakfast. Why are you pivoting off the fact that you literally just said in California everyone gets free school lunch and breakfast?
It hasn't changed.
When I literally live in California and that's not the case.
Okay, dude. I'm telling you right now, it has
Why
not
did you feel the
changed.
need? No, seriously, why did you feel the
Did
need
you go
to
to
lie?
private school? Because your dad's
No,
not.
I went to public school.
Oh shit! Wait, so you probably went to private school, and that's why you paid for your lunches.
The only private school I went to was when I went to pre-K when I was like four
I
years old.
guarantee you, if you go to a public school, they pay for your lunches, and in high school it's
They
different.
didn't.
Of
I
course,
went to
if you
public
choose-
school. I
Hey,
went to
if you
public
choose-
school and I did not get my lunches paid for. That's a lie.
If you choose to get pizza or you choose to get pretzels with cheese, yes,
No,
you're absolutely
no.
correct.
There was nothing that I could have got that was free there.
All right, man.
I'm serious,
I don't
genuinely.
know.
Other than water, there's nothing I couldn't get food for free.
I mean, I'm gonna agree to disagree, and I'll tell you.
What do you
this,
mean
it's
agree to
at
disagree?
least
I went
through-
to school here. What are you talking about? Agree to disagree? Do you live in California?
I told you I was a teacher in California.
Okay, then you're just lying. You're such a liar. You are literally
dude.
lying. Why are you lying about your own state? You know that's not
Elementary school?
true.
Elementary school.
Dude, I know multiple teachers. That is not true.
Elementary school.
Yes, I know teachers of elementary school. My
Mhm.
girlfriend is a substitute, and she goes to elementary schools all the time. In California. What are you talking about?
I'm just trying to help you to understand that.
No, wait, no. Just tell me why you believe that. Because again, that's just not the case.
As I told you, it's
Like
it's-
literally,
there's a
literally, my
I'm
girlfriend's
trying
a
to help you,
substitute
dude.
and goes to different elementary schools in California, and literally, they do not get free school lunch and breakfast across the board. You're wrong.
I'm trying to help you, and I told you that there are certain things that you pay for. If you want the pizza, which comes from an outside vendor,
Dude,
of course.
Wait, again, not everyone qualifies for free school lunch and breakfast across the board. That's a ridiculous statement. Is it more expensive? Yes.
If you choose to eat the pizza or the pretzels, then no, it's not. But if you want the veggies and the shit that nobody wants, then of course they pay for it. They pay for everybody's jail food, right? So if you go to jail, you pay for the. Do they pay for the food?
Well, I mean,
No,
I'm not.
we
I'm
have
saying.
a-
I'm
we
saying
have
we
a-
should. Wait,
we
I never
have
said
a
that we shouldn't
responsibility to
necessarily.
pay for it,
Hold
right?
up, listen. You're
Do you agree
misunderstanding
with
my
that?
position. You're misunderstanding my position, right?
I don't think I am. I don't think I am, man. Okay, listen to what I'm telling you. We take care of people in jail or prison, and we pay for their food. You're going to tell me that they don't do that for elementary school kids or certain foods? Of course they do.
They have not. No.
Okay.
Wait, and elementary
Um,
kids is again different, even in
I
that
mean,
context,
look,
comparative to
some
all
of my
schools.
policies you and I would actually agree on. I'm against the prison system. Okay, so like there are areas I float into your world, absolutely, but a lot of it is bullshit.
Wait, you know what? I'll give you this. I did just see this. There is a universal meals program that exists
Okay.
now in 2022.
Thank you.
2023.
Okay, so
I don't know
so
if
I'm
it's
not-
continued to now. It might have just been during COVID, but for the 2022 to 2023 school year, it did do that for those
Okay,
years.
thank you.
I don't know if it's still in case right now.
Okay, so look, this is not me trying to beat you up, man. I think that there are certain things that we would agree with and certain things we would disagree
By the way,
with.
I
would call
graduated in
myself-
2020, so
I would call myself a moderate right.
was it just during the pandemic or?
No, it's continued.
Let me see.
I
Okay,
promise
well, I
you.
mean, do you think that's a good thing?
I'm not trying to. Do I? Yeah, of course. You kids need to eat, man.
Okay, so then why do you support Trump, who's cutting children off of free school lunch and breakfast?
He's not. The
He
Democrats
is.
are doing that.
The big beautiful
Okay.
bill cuts. Listen, the big beautiful bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month.
Out of how many million people live in the United States? 367 million.
But
Crazy
420,000 children on average every single month. Do you not care about those 420,000 kids?
Well, is that the ones with money?
No, this is specifically they made it harder to be able to get access to the work
Look, I'm
requirements
not-
through food stamps. So it would be the and also why would that matter? We're talking about kids.
It does matter. Because the thing is if you come in from a
No,
household
but it was
that's
not
over
because
$1
of a
million
change in.
year,
This is not.
will
because
you
of
say
a-
that the people that
this
make
is not
a certain
because of a
amount of money-
this is not because of a change in income.
Okay, so
like
what
income
where I was going
requirements.
with this-
It was
hear
a
me out
change
real
in it was a change in work requirements, not income requirements.
I'm going to help you real quick. Okay, I'm going to explain where I'm going with this. Okay, so you basically said with the last caller, the last person you were referring to, that basically people with more money should pay more taxes.
Yes,
So-
of course.
So now you're turning around saying that because they're a kid, they deserve to get a free lunch. I don't
Yes.
believe that. I don't believe that.
Wait, are the kids making the money? Like I'm confused.
It doesn't matter because the parents should be taking care of them. And if not, then somebody should be taking care of those kids and taking over that case.
Wait, and again, we can talk about that in a second, but the general point that I'm making here is that kids who need it should be able to get access to it, and this cuts kids off of it who need it.
I don't know that that's okay.
It is true.
Unfortunately, there are kids that are going to get cut off that deserve it, and then that do need it. You're right.
Yeah, hundreds
But
of
what
thousands
I am
per month.
what I am getting at is the Democrats are just as responsible and just as guilty as the Republicans are.
They're not.
And
They're
I don't
not
think
though, because the big beautiful bill was passed by Republicans, not by Democrats. Democrats did not
have
vote
you-
for the big beautiful bill.
Okay, thank God you're so young. And I'm going to give you this. I've been through a divorce before. You ever seen a divorce attorneys go against each other? They will fight for their clients. They'll go back and forth and they'll be like, "Oh, I'm going to get that next person. I'm going to get your opponent." But then they turn around and they go get a fucking drink of alcohol after they're done. Because they're really working together. Don't think that our Democrats and our Republicans aren't doing the same damn thing.
Oh my God. No, Democrats.
Dude,
and
I'm telling you right now, they
So
are.
listen.
A
No,
little-
no. So I think there's a lot of division in this country right now, and I think that the Democrats and Republicans, they're not doing that because they're not even answering the phone to negotiate, and the government's shut down right now. That's just wrong. Caitlin, thank you,
One
Galaxy.
side
Thank
of the
you.
house, the lower house is doing that. The upper house is still in session. And the upper house is the one with the prestige.
And Republicans aren't showing up to work.
You're telling me that basically the lower house is not showing up to work because they're basically saying, "Hey, we're not going to agree with what your demands are." Isn't that okay? We don't agree with terrorists.
No. They
We
don't
don't
want to
sit there and-
negotiate. And also, yeah,
We
Trump
don't
does
negotiate with
negotiate.
terrorists, you're right.
Trump literally does negotiate with terrorists. Trump negotiated with the Taliban, for example.
No, Biden did. He gave up Afghanistan. I was there. So
That was Trump.
You wanna
That was
go back
Trump.
against that?
That was Trump that signed that agreement.
Okay, what he was going to do is he was going to
Wait,
pull
I'm
out.
sorry.
with
That was
policy.
Trump that signed
Okay.
that agreement.
Listen to me. Listen to me. He was going to
He
pull
said that. He
out,
said
but
that we
there
don't
was-
negotiate with terrorists except for when it's Trump.
Okay, there's certain policies that were going to be distributed in this. Listen to me. Okay, the policies were there were still going to be certain people that were going to be in country. There was certain people that were still going to be in country. There was rules. There was negotiations in place.
Oh, so Trump negotiated with terrorists, right?
Yes, you're going to negotiate with terrorists if you want things to work. Okay, do you
well,
consider?
so you just contradicted yourself.
I'm telling you, the policy of the United States is that we don't negotiate with terrorists. That's what the policy.
So then Trump is not engaging in a policy of the United States. Trump is making up his own policy. So that doesn't sound very much America first, right?
No, I would agree that sometimes America does not come first. Yes.
Oh. Okay, so
I actually agree with you. I told you
so
that.
you're
I'm
not
actually-
America
I
first.
actually can work with you. No, I didn't say I
You're not
agreed
America
with it.
first.
I didn't say I agreed with that.
Yeah,
It's not what I told you.
Donald Trump puts the rich first. He's not America first.
You think he's about the rich first?
Yes,
But you just told me
genuinely.
your dad's a doctor. So why would you not agree with the childhood that you grew up with? Because I'm sure that you've had a lot of
Because I
privileges
would have had a
because
good
of that.
childhood growing up, even if we had higher tax rates that ensured that
You
everyone was
would
taken
have
care
or
of.
you do?
I would have.
Would have or you do?
I would have been fine.
Okay.
Seriously, at the end of the day, I would have been fine. My parents would have been okay, right? If we had higher taxes to ensure that everyone was taken care of, that would ensure that everyone in this country is taken care of to a greater extent, and I'd still be okay.
So what's wrong with trying something new that we haven't tried before if it's broken? And I think it's broken on both ends, the Democrats and the Republicans. That's where I'm getting
And
at.
also, by the way, I just want to say, I live in California. So, like, when it comes to, like, being doctors and stuff in California, you pay a significantly higher tax rate comparative to the rest of the nation. What you actually should be paying at that level of income. The issue
Well, I'll
is
agree
with the
with you, the
billionaires.
tax rate in
Listen.
California sucks
The issue is with the billionaires who make their money through the context of investment, they pay lower effective tax rates because of capital gains tax rates. The doctors, the lawyers, right, they're paying a high effective tax rate, especially in the context of California. They pay their fair share. But the people who are not paying their fair share are the execs, the top of the companies, the investors, specifically, right, the business interests. They're the ones not paying their fair share. The doctors and the lawyers, they pay their fair share.
Oh.
They're working people. Doctors and lawyers are working people.
Look, all I'm telling you is I think that, and I gave my policy. I already told you what I think. I think that everybody should pay a flat rate. Whether you want to say 9% or 12% or 13%, that's up for
That's
debate.
not enough to run our government. That's not enough to run our system.
Okay, ma'am. I just, look, I think there's other alternatives out there. And I think we need to look at other alternatives because what we've done has not worked. We have 50% of the country that disagrees and 50% that do agree. So let's find something that basically we can move the scale.
Okay, so if you want to get this country to agree more and you want this country to unify more, don't support divisive people like Donald Trump that incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardon violent rioters who beat police officers.
I don't like the guy.
Okay, so then you wouldn't vote for him if you could go.
Like the guy.
So you wouldn't vote for him if you could go back in time against Kamala Harris, right?
No, I disagree with that.
So you would.
I think he's way better than Kamala Harris.
Kamala, why so?
Dude, you keep on repeating that. Okay, like if I mispronounce her name, I'm sorry, but
then say Harris.
Who cares? Okay,
I do.
Harris, sure. Okay, well, I don't understand why. I mean, maybe you're a he/she person too. I don't know.
People
But
care.
that's okay.
People care who they how you pronounce their names. I'm sorry. You don't think it's ever disrespectful to mispronounce someone's name?
No.
Like at a certain point,
Absolutely
like
not.
when you've been corrected so many times, right? It becomes if you're
Okay, I'll call
intentionally doing
Harris.
it
I'll call Harris
disrespectful.
because I have a really easy last name, and I'm not going to share it, but I have a really easy last name. So
By the way, my
maybe-
last name gets messed up all the time. I understand people messing up the names unintentionally. What I'm saying though is if you intentionally know it, why would you do it incorrectly on purpose?
I'm not doing it on purpose.
Okay, then that's all I'm saying. I'm just clarifying for you.
Okay. So anyways, I think actually if you actually sat down with me and you understood that actually there's a lot of policies we would agree on. There's a lot of policies we would actually agree on. But the major policies that we don't are
But
probably
you're not
financial.
answering my question. Why is Kamala Harris worse than Donald Trump?
Because the financial aspect, dude.
What about the finances?
Dude, I think that she would have triggered because she wants to take care of people basically who can't deliver.
What does that mean?
Okay, so let me ask you this. So should baseball, do you watch baseball?
Every once in a while.
Okay, so should everybody get the same amount of money regardless of what team they are?
I think what
Or
determines.
should the Dodgers make more money than somebody else because they perform better or they have more people that attend
I
their
have
games?
no issue with people
They win
making
more World
different amounts of
Series.
money. I still believe in capitalism, but what you're not understanding is that I think everyone has an obligation to society to up to a certain extent.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is that if you're a better performer in this world, do you think that basically you should get more money?
I think you should pay more in taxes. You will make more
Why?
money still. You will make more money, but proportionally you should pay more in taxes.
So talk to me about trickle-down economics.
Trickle-down economics is a joke.
Why?
Because, right, there's not an incentive for employers to pass down that profit to their employees unless they will profit off of passing it down to their employees. So there's a natural trickle-up aspect of the economy that will increase wages alongside productivity. And since trickle-down has been implemented in the 80s, we've seen wages stop increasing with productivity because there's not as much of an incentive to pass down that money that you specifically make to the employees.
Okay. So you're telling me, okay, so you want America to have more money, though. You said you're America first, right? Is that correct?
I think yes, in the sense that
Okay.
we would say this. I am American.
Well,
The
I'm not a
American
business
people
owner,
first.
but let's say I was. Let's just say I was a business owner. I turn around and I own a business, but I make tons of money, but I give it back to my employees. How do I give that money back to my employees if I'm being taxed more?
If you're being taxed at a higher rate than your top marginal tax rate,
No,
that gives
you
you listen. That gives you more of an incentive to pass it down to your employees because you save whatever your top marginal tax rate is. Because when you do a tax write-off, from an employer perspective, you save your top marginal tax rate because you would have otherwise paid that in taxes. So it creates a greater incentive to pass down that money to your employees from a business perspective.
I know a little about finances, and I hear where you're going with that, but at the same token, I think that if you can give more to your employees, you're going to have better employees who perform better because they're making more money.
Okay, so again, you'll be able to be making
because you're
more
not
money.
paying more in taxes.
You will
you're
make
paying
more
to your
money.
employees.
You will make more money if there's more people that can buy your products, right? So if society's doing good as a whole, there's a good working and middle class, and there's a strong labor market and a strong consumer market, then you're going to make a lot of money from a business perspective. Again, a natural trickle up element within the context of the economy. But if all the money is condensed specifically to the businesses and to the millionaires and billionaires, people in the consumer class will not have enough money to be able to afford the products.
You're talking about supply and demand, and look at Apple, for example. Just because of Apple and the demand is so high, if it goes too high of prices, then guess what happens? Nobody can buy it. What do you think is going to happen with these businesses if they get taxed more? They have to charge more for the product, and then nobody can buy it.
So again, if you're talking about the taxing more and makes them pay more in terms of consumer products, then you wouldn't support tariffs that Donald Trump supports. The other taxes that we're talking about specifically have less of a proportional level of increase in terms of the cost of consumer products and cost of production, because the tax is placed on the profits you take out. Right, not on the cost of production. Whereas tariffs are a tax. Listen, tariffs are a tax on a cost of production. Whereas specifically the taxes what we're advocating for are a tax on the profits you take out, in terms of income, in terms of capital gains. Those are profits that you take out of a company after taking into account cost of production.
So let me ask you this. So if basically tariffs, in my opinion, and I just think we have a different philosophy, and yes, there's negative that comes behind tariffs. I agree with you. But there's also positive. If you go to other countries,
increase consumer products prices. I just explained that.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree. But if you turn around and you go to a different country and you basically charge tariffs, and you say if you import your product to the United States, we're going to charge you a tariff. That brings money to the government, which in turn, if you have a good leader, will
who
go
pays
to
the tariff? People. Who pays the tariff?
Dude, have you seen our debt?
And answer the question: who pays the tariff?
The people do, because the thing is the people are going to pay the basically anybody who's purchasing the product.
Okay, so the American consumer base. So if you want to address the debt, why do you reduce income tax and replace that with tariffs that affect consumers? When consumers
produce more.
Listen. When people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer products, meaning if you increase the cost of specifically the tariffs, you're going to cause an increase in the cost of consumer products for American consumers, which will increase the taxes specifically for working class Americans to a disproportionately higher rate compared to income tax. The more money you make, the more you pay in income tax.
Do you want people to work more?
I of course would like people to have jobs to a greater extent, but if you want that to happen, well, then you should advocate for democratic policy.
You think so? So you think that democratic policy is going to give you more workers?
Yes, literally. Like the infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the large investment, manufacturing and I can't speak. The large investment in manufacturing investment in the country, that increase in terms of the Biden-Harris administration, that it's led to a decrease under the Trump administration.
Right. So my policy is if you give people free handouts, they're not going to work. And I think a lot of democratic policies, where they're very kind and generous, applaud people who aren't willing to work hard. So my point is this. My point is that if you give too many handouts, and there needs to be a balance. Okay, so I'm not against SNAP. I just think it needs to be done on like a 6-month policy, and then basically you review whether they're looking for a job. You look and see whether there's like certain conditions that are being met. So I'm not heartless. I'm just making the simple point that basically there's certain things that you need to do to qualify for certain policies, like being a legal citizen.
Yeah. So again, there's a few things here, and then also like I'm gonna go on to the next person here in a second because it sounds like your dog specifically wants to be tended to. But
yeah, I
specifically,
apologize, man. I apologize about that.
No, it's okay. You don't have to apologize. That's just a dog being a dog. Now, in terms of this, again, I think that you can invest or incentivize people to get jobs and get employment, but you shouldn't do so by restricting their access to food. There's already work requirements specifically that do this, and in terms of what you've already advocated for, this already exists. So you're not applying anything actually new there. But yeah, all right. Is there anything else you'd like to say before I go on to the next person?
No, you're a great debater, man. You have a bright future, man. I totally think that you're a good debater. I don't have anything in front of me. I'm sitting in the backyard drinking a beer. So best of luck to you. I appreciate the debate, man.
For sure. You as well.
Thanks for keeping it friendly.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that to the criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Valerie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Molly, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Hannah with the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you. London with the $5. Janelle, thank you so much for the $2. Anonymous with the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the stats. Mackenzie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Katie, thank you for the $10. David with the $20. Thank you so much. Jordan with the $20. Thank you. Ashley with the $25. Thank you so much. Marisa with the $20. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Natalie with the $5. Thank you so much. Siri, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Marin with the $50. Can we get some W's for Marin in the comment section right now? Bernard with the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is absolutely so kind of y'all. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up in general. Kenzie with the $5. Democracy Dies in Darkness. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Keanu with the $5. Jay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. DK with the $10. Democracy Dies in Darkness with the $10. Thank you. Hunter with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Hunter. DK with the $5 as well. Democracy Dies in Darkness again. Thank you for the $5. DK again with the $20. Thank you so much. Mina with the $5. Democracy Dies in Darkness again with the $5. Autumn with the $5. Fish, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Lars with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Lars. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Lars in the comment section as well. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as the pinned comment on the YouTube. Actually, I don't even know if I added that today. Let me see if I can go do that real quick. I actually kind of forgot to do that. Let's go on to the next individual real quick, everybody. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. By the way, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up and also make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. We're less than 4,000 subscribers away from 400,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is fucking crazy. So if you want to support me, everyone, that's a great way to do so. For like the 6,000 people in the stream on TikTok and for the 3,000 people on YouTube, that would be great. That would be great. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo. 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, 100%.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
05.
And if you could go back in time, you said you'd vote for Donald Trump, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's the GOAT and you're a fucking nigger.
Disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that to the criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that to the criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual, everyone. Alrighty. So the next individual. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that to the criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, thank you so much for the spooktacular. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Jack-o'-lantern. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that to the criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. User, yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
March.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because fuck you.
Okay. Was that it? They just left? Okay. All right. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
What you're doing.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the pumpkin carriage. Thank you.
Hi, I am 38.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Why do you support Kamala Harris?
Kamala? Well, because she's a preferable candidate because she advocates for tax cuts for working class Americans, whereas Donald Trump advocates for tax increases for working class Americans.
For Americans, right? Americans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not for illegal immigrants, right? For Americans.
Yeah, none of these policies would
Right?
affect undocumented immigrants.
No, I'm asking a question. Is it for the Americans or for illegal immigrants?
Is what
Answer
for
that.
undocumented immigrants or Americans?
No, the health care that she is for. Is it for Americans, like you had said? Or does it include illegal
No federal health care
immigrants?
funding goes to
Answer.
No federal health care funding goes to undocumented immigrants' health care. Outside of situations of like emergency health care, which is applied to everyone
What is
as it is.
urgency health care?
Yeah, this is supported by Republicans as well. If someone's dying on the operating table, they're not going to check your immigration status prior to saving your life. They're just going to save your life.
Okay, I understand that, and I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah.
Everyone should live, but that's not what I'm asking. Like current issues we're having with the government as a whole, right? Republican, Democrat, is healthcare. And one of those being healthcare for undocumented people.
Well,
Right?
undocumented immigrants do not qualify for health insurance in this country from the federal government. So none of the policies
But
specifically
they are
give.
wanting them to. They are pushing
No,
for
actually,
them to be able
did you know that the big
to
beautiful?
qualify.
Did you know that the policies don't even mention undocumented immigrants or illegal immigrants at all? Nowhere in the policy does it mention that.
Okay.
Jack O'Laren, thank you.
You go on this, and people are looking at checking my LinkedIn.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I just think it's funny. Either way, I did vote for Trump. I supported Trump. Do I agree with Trump currently? No, I don't.
Okay.
But do I think the other side is as good? No. I think we need a complete turnaround in our government. And that's my opinion.
Okay. So you don't want Trump in office then?
Now, no, not with things that have happened and occurred. I do not know.
Okay, so to clarify, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I wouldn't vote for either, really,
Okay.
honestly.
All right. Well, I mean, I'll take that. It's a different answer than we heard earlier. Appreciate you coming up. Hopefully we can keep changing your mind and get you to think that the left is a better option. But I'll take that for now. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Bernard, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Jeffrey with the $10 and DK with the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
G'day, how's it going?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, but I am Australian.
Okay. All right. Well, we are just looking for some debates, everybody, for people who meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. One of them being that you live in the United States and can vote here. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Huh?
Yeah. Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I was kind of going with what that girl was saying. The first time, what was her name, Ashley or whatever?
I'm
the
not
one
sure.
the one you were just talking to.
I think so. I'm not quite sure. I didn't really
Yeah.
know. I'm not really good with names.
No, but yeah, I support Donald Trump for. Hold on 1 second. He's my dog. Stop it. No, I support Donald Trump because, like, I mean, and I'm a low income person, but.
Hello, I can't hear you. Hello?
Hear me? Sorry, I was getting a call.
Yeah, okay. So, like, could you name, like, a...
So, yeah, I was saying, like, I support him and I'm a low-income person. Like, I'm on disability because I have multiple sclerosis. And, like, I mean, I don't feel like what you're saying, like, with the tax stuff and everything, like, that he's trying to do that.
Well, prices
Like,
are going
maybe
up,
the
and he has placed tariffs on
Republicans are.
specifically pharmaceuticals, for example, which would impact people who rely on pharmaceutical drugs.
That's true. I'm not really. See, I have multiple sclerosis, but I'm more of a homeopathic person versus like the medicine. I think the pharmaceutical industry is messing people over, and the doctors are too a little bit. It's all a business.
So, do you think that you know more than doctors?
I'm not saying I know more than doctors, but I'm telling you that doctors are just like you and me.
Okay.
And
well, doctors have done research, right? And they have medical degrees in the specific matter, right? So obviously they would be able to make accurate determinations on what would be best for people's health.
Right, but let me tell you, like, I have MS, and like when I took the medicine, I was pretty shitty. And when I didn't, I'm not on no medicine, zero medicine right now, and I'm doing better than I was when I was taking their $100,000 medicine that they wanted me to take that they were giving me for free.
Okay, that might be the case in your individual circumstance. I don't know how to specifically know that for your individual circumstance, but obviously doctors in general would determine what's going to be best for the individual. So people should talk to their doctor specifically and to do specifically what their doctors say, as that's incredibly important information that they can take into account in terms of the health of their life, right? Because they can't judge that themselves. They don't have a degree in the matter, and doctors would be significantly better at doing so. Valerie, thank you, the Galaxy. So I would say people should trust their doctors. They should go to their doctors, and they should have conversations. And if you have questions, you can ask them, and your doctors will answer them oftentimes. So like, they're always willing to clarify, at least in my understanding and my history, like my history engaging with doctors.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, I get it. Trust me, I know that doctors do know, you know what I mean? They know stuff, but I also feel it's a money-making business, and they're scamming a lot of people, and there's things out there like, so that was what I wanted to tell you.
If they were scamming people, wouldn't they get medical malpractice lawsuits?
No, because it's as an industry. Like, as an industry, though, like, what I'm telling you is, like, the people that are higher up than you, like, all these people that are super high up, like, they figure out, like, hey, you know what? This person has a multiple sclerosis, or this person has diabetes. So this is how we're going to give them medicine for the rest of their life to keep them, at bay, but, like, it's going to harm them. Like, you tell me the multiple sclerosis medicine, like the baclofen and the Lyrica and all that stuff, that causes numbness and tingling. But MS is numbness and tingling in certain parts of your body. So why would you take something?
So hold on,
and I go through that with my neighbor all the time.
So I'm not to say that there's no side effects from from the medicines that are specifically prescribed, but what the doctors indicate is that the risks specifically are going to be outweighed by the benefits. That's why specifically they're going to grant it for some people, right? It wouldn't make sense to give me medicine to treat that, because it wouldn't be the case that the risks would be exceeded by the benefits.
No, but I'm telling you, like, if I have multiple sclerosis and my legs are, like, when I first got it in 2015, my legs were tingling and whatever for like 6 months. And they gave me baclofen. And baclofen, if you're on it for more than 6 months, causes numbness and tingling of your limbs. So why would they give you a medicine that causes that?
Well, that's something you should talk to your doctor about, right? Like, I wouldn't know specifically like why the doctor is prescribing you in the specific circumstance in relation to your individual health that specific drug, right? That's something that you need to have a conversation with your doctor about.
They give
not Parker get a job on TikTok Live.
No, listen, I'm just talking to you. I'm not.
No. I understand us having a conversation, but the point that I'm making is that those conversations are best suited for doctors to answer, and especially when we're talking about like literally just denying doctors in general, like what you specifically brought up earlier, saying that you don't even believe in doctors and medical science in general. That's specifically going to lead to misinformation being spread and people engaging in a greater distrust of health professionals when they should be trusting health professionals because they do actively have good information.
But I did not say that I didn't believe in science and medical findings and things like that.
I'm pretty sure you did.
No, I said that I think that like it's a money-making industry and they're choosing to pick things that keep people paying for it. Like if you go to Canada, right? Like the medical field is messed up, right? Because it's all free. Everyone's healthcare is free. But I had a guy, I was in an Uber, and he told me...
Let me just clarify. If they could cure someone and they specifically were deciding just to give them symptomatic medicine specifically, right, that they knew was going to harm their health to a greater extent, they would get medical malpractice lawsuits, okay? That would cost more than the amount that they would profit specifically by trying to sell you those things. That's what we've created within the context of our law system to ensure that there isn't that type of profit incentive specifically to engage in such behavior. We have mechanisms set up to establish behaviors to reduce that from happening. That's called medical malpractice lawsuits.
Yeah, I understand, but a malpractice law, they're not going to, it's just, I'm just saying for me, because you asked me, do I support Trump or Kamala Harris, which I don't even know who's still talking about her.
The reason why we're talking about that is because I'm trying to get you to realize that you made the wrong decision so that like when you have future elections, specifically in a candidate that has similar policies to Kamala Harris, that you'll make a different type of determination.
Yeah, but I don't feel I made the wrong decision. And even though the government's shut down right now, I don't feel that he's I don't feel that at all. Okay, and I have friends.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm trying to get you to a determination where you do understand that you made a bad decision. And by the way, here, I'm going to let you respond real quick. I'm running downstairs to grab something. I'll still be able to hear you because I have you on my phone.
Yeah, no problem. No, I don't feel I made a bad decision. I really don't. And I feel that for me, like when you hear him talk or speak, I really do feel that he cares about the American people and that he cares about people. He's very godly. Do you believe in God?
No, I don't. I do not believe in God. Secondly, I think that I don't think he's godly. I think he's the opposite of godly within like every respect possible. I mean, this guy has specifically cheated on every single one of his wives. This guy consistently lies all the time. He's a pathological liar.
I mean, I don't know him personally, neither do you. Nobody does, except for but like, I'm saying what he said to us, like, which I do
He's
believe.
also said that he's never asked God for forgiveness. Did you know that? He couldn't name his favorite verse in the Bible. He said that he valued the New Testament and the Old Testament equally.
Okay, well, I mean, no, I did not know that. I just know that he made a speech that when he almost got assassinated, that he believes God has sent him here to help
obviously
him.
he was gonna grift and say that God saved him in order to make money off of that, in order to get influence off of that and power, but he doesn't actually believe that, right? I think that's obviously ridiculous, because if he did believe that, then he believes that God redirected the bullet into the firefighter that was killed behind him. Why couldn't God have redirected the bullet into the ground?
Well,
God just preferred to kill them for no reason?
No, I didn't say that, but it's just like when my uncle died in 2015 of heroin, like, you know what I mean?
You can't say that on live. I have to kick you and go to the next person because you can't say that on live. It's TikTok TOS.
Oh,
I apologize. You can come up on a future day and we can have a conversation. I just can't keep you up here today because TikTok TOS will go off. Fuck, I need to open this so that I can actually get some liquid to hydrate. All right, let's go to the next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Fuck. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19 or 20, sorry, I just turned 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I want to talk about the current situation, the most relevant situation in our country right now, which is the government shutdown is like the most controversial thing right now. Like, what do you think is the issue there? Why is the government not opening, and like, why should we keep the government shut down?
I think the government's not opening because specifically Republicans won't vote for the healthcare subsidies to continue for the ACA and for Medicaid, which will specifically, if not implemented and continued, is going to lead to like almost a 70% increase in the cost of premiums for like tens of millions of Americans.
Okay, so with that said, so the SNAP benefits are being shut down next week, correct? Am I wrong?
Well, this is specifically because of the interpretation of the Trump administration. They could use emergency funds specifically to fund SNAP benefits, but they're choosing not to do so.
Okay, so then you would say that then the Democratic representatives of our government are then forcing the hand of the Republican side to use emergency funds to just so people are able to afford things because of a stubbornness and a decision that Democratic representatives are making.
Wait, repeat what you just said?
So would you agree then that in a way Democratic representatives are forcing the hand of Republican representatives to use emergency funds just so people can be fed?
That's what Republicans are doing. Republicans are utilizing that because they are saying, based upon interpretation of the law, that they can't use specifically emergency funds for government shutdowns, when it is the case that that actually was the case literally a month ago. And it was in the context of their own statements that they could utilize it in situations of government shutdown. But they're saying, based upon their own interpretation, which they agree people disagree with, they're deciding not to utilize those funds. So they're utilizing the starvation of 40 million plus Americans specifically to try to force Democrats into accepting less healthcare benefits for people.
Okay, so outside of the SNAP benefits and things like that, what about air traffic control workers and stuff like that that are not going to be paid?
You care about them as well, right?
Sorry, you just lagged out completely. I didn't hear anything you said. Can you repeat that?
You care about them too, right?
Air traffic controllers?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So then what's your point here?
Well, the reason they're not being paid is because the government doesn't have funds to pay them.
And Donald Trump himself has blamed
down.
it on the president in the past. He said that Obama was at fault specifically for not getting the country to come together, specifically to determine who to vote for. I mean, or not who to vote for, and a bill to vote on to keep the government afloat. And he said that it's the president's job to get everyone to come together and do that. And right now he's not doing that. So Trump himself in the past has said that about himself.
Okay,
way,
so I would...
Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Jennifer with the $5. Kimberly with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. As well as Michael with the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Michael. Good some W's from Michael and Kimberly in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
I don't know if you can hear me right now, but you just froze for a while.
Oh, I apologize. Literally right as I was thanking people. That's very unfortunate. Can everyone hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, I think you're good now.
Okay. Can everyone hear me now? Hello, hello? Yes? Okay.
Yeah, I think you're good. Yep, you're good.
Alrighty. Well, Kimberly, thank you for the $25. Thank you, Jennifer, with the $5. Elizabeth with the $5. And Michael, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. All right, so go back to what you were saying.
Shoot, what was I saying? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, you mentioned yeah, I remember. Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with what Trump said about Obama in that instance. Um, However, I agree with the part that we need to get everyone together and to come together and find a resolution for this, because obviously there needs to be a resolution, right? There's a problem and there needs to be a resolution. Sorry, I just saw a comment. It made me laugh.
So they should negotiate.
But
so why aren't Republicans negotiating?
Not necessarily. I don't think that there needs to be a negotiation. I think that we all need to come together.
That means negotiating.
In a way, but when you look at the reopening of the government, what part of reopening the government is? You mentioned that millions of people were gonna, or people were gonna lose millions of dollars, and
Millions of people are going to lose their access to food stamps. Tens of millions of people.
If we reopen the government?
No, if we don't reopen the government, right? And with the, like, you understand that, like, because the government shut down, they specifically can't fund those programs because of Trump's certain interpretation of the law, given that, like, they actually right now could be doing
Correct.
that even given the shutdown,
Everyone,
but they're just choosing not
the
to.
Republican representatives, from my understanding, are voting to reopen that, to change that.
No, they're not actually negotiating. They're just trying to get Democrats specifically to accept a bill that does not fund health care, right, for Americans, specifically in terms of premiums to the degree that it is right now, right? And again, it was, and again, that's because of Donald Trump specifically trying to gut the ACA.
What does the bill have to do with the government shutdown, though?
This is the bill in order to ensure that the government doesn't shut down.
Okay, then maybe I'm not fully aware of what's going on. Can you inform me as to what the issue is with this bill and why the government is shut down because of it then?
Because this bill is to provide the funding for the government, because there's a debt ceiling, and because they haven't passed a bill to increase the debt ceiling, it limits the government's ability to do its basic amenities and pay for its needs. The bill is what is needed for a functioning government.
Okay. So what is the bill doing when it comes to healthcare then? You said people are losing out on healthcare?
Yeah, people's healthcare premiums will go up to upwards of 70% for people specifically who are on like the ACA, right? For tens of millions of Americans.
Okay. So in order to make people's healthcare cheaper, we're going to restrict people in need of food from getting food. We're going to prevent air traffic controllers from being paid.
It's not Democrats that are doing it. It's the Republicans. It's literally Trump. They
but
won't vote for that bill. It's to continue the same level of subsidies.
But it's not, though, because in keeping the government open, but it's not, because in keeping the government open, you're preventing that, while reopening it would do the opposite.
Yeah, so again, you say this, but like what you're not understanding is that it's going to lead to an increase when there's a non-necessary increase, and Republicans aren't willing to negotiate on any of those particular determinations. So they're literally just weaponizing people's access to food in order to be able to get their way.
So what is the negotiation then? Like, what is the proposal?
The proposal is specifically to keep the same level of healthcare subsidies for the ACA and for Medicaid specifically that existed prior.
But then how would the government stay open?
Because they passed the bill.
But to my understanding of what you just told me, see, I'm not as researched in this as you are, obviously. So I'm trying to understand. So, from what I've understood from what you told me, this bill, we're taking away healthcare to fund the government. Correct?
No.
Okay, then can you re-explain?
No, we would be able to fund the government and also pay for this healthcare.
Okay, then can you explain to me why we're raising the premiums of healthcare?
Because Republicans want to cut the healthcare subsidies for the ACA and Medicaid.
Okay, for what purpose?
Because they don't think we should be paying that for people.
Okay. So if we deny this bill, would the government open, or would you have to pass it for the government to stay open?
If you pass this bill, the government will open. If you do not pass a bill, the government will not open.
Okay, then it seems like we only have one choice.
It seems like we have a choice here. Yes, we can pass the bill specifically to continue the healthcare subsidies, or they can keep the government specifically not open.
I'm trying to understand this, I guess. I think my brain is going in circles.
Okay. Maybe Matt will be able to explain it in a different way. Listen to Matt real quick.
Hey Parker, how you doing? Sorry, I just I was gonna put on my teacher hat and be like, okay, Colton. So what happened was, right? We passed more subsidies during COVID. Okay, does that make sense to you so far? Like we expanded those subsidies. Okay.
Okay.
Sense? Okay. They were set to expire this year. Okay. All right. So what the Democrats are doing is saying, because the Republicans put forward what's known as a clean resolution, okay, they said that's not enough. We want to add to that resolution funding to expand on these subsidies, because if we do not expand on the subsidies, millions of Americans will not be able to afford those subsidies anymore, and they will lose health care. So Democrats are saying expand the subsidies, because if you don't, you will then lose all that health care. Republicans have not done that. So that's why we're in the shutdown.
Okay, so then from what I'm understanding, the Democratic representatives are pushing for further subsidies to be expanded, which I believe would cost more money, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, but Trump, Republicans are completely okay with massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, which from a governmental perspective costs trillions. So they're totally okay with massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, but as soon as it comes for providing people access to healthcare, then they have an issue with it.
Also, the point of this, Colton, too, is that not only will it cost money, but we've already spent the equivalent of that money to expand them for years. We spent that just in the last week. We paid to other countries the exact same amount that we could have spent on Americans just to fund those subsidies. So,
okay, what did we pay other countries?
What did he say?
I have no idea.
I said, what did we pay other countries? You said we paid other countries the same amount of money in the last week that we...
Yes.
Yeah.
The amount of money that we are giving to Argentina is the exact amount of money that we could use to subsidize these healthcare subsidies. But instead, we are giving it to another country, and rather than making sure that the Americans here have healthcare. That's the problem. This is not a problem of money. We have the money. It's that Republicans for decades have been opposed to giving healthcare to people in this country, and they have been especially opposed to the Affordable Care Act.
Okay. So what are we giving Argentina money for?
Because they don't have any money, they have a shitty economy, and they need money for a bailout.
Okay, so it seems like they're in this kind of reminds me of the situation where when Joe was in office, we were okay with giving money to other countries while they were recovering from wars and things like destruction of homes. Like they were in need of a lot of money, and we were okay with spending. What's that?
Such as what?
From what I understand, and once again, I'm not a huge politics guy, so I'm not as into it as you guys are. So obviously your research is better than mine. But from what I understand, we've spent like dozens of billions of dollars, like in Ukraine and countries like that, where we gave money for aid. Did we not?
We sent money over that was given by Congress. Joe Biden didn't do it specifically. Congress gave the money.
Okay, but that would have been approved by Democratic representatives rather than Republican representatives, wouldn't it?
Yes, to stop a war from happening. Yes, and stopping from the total destruction of an ally. Yes, I agree. Which is different from what Trump is doing. Trump is saying Argentina has an ally in their office right now, right? A guy who is MAGA in the sense. And because he needs to be propped up, he wants to give them money. That's the explicit reason. Trump has said so. It's because Argentina has a president who is pro-Trump. That's why he wants to give him money. It is not the same.
Okay, so I would agree it's two completely different situations. However, when we look at this from in my opinion, I think we just need more unity as a country, because if we look at these two situations, now we're giving tons of money and aid to two different countries that are both in need for different reasons. And when Democratic representatives push to aid Ukraine, Republicans did not agree with it, which I'm not going to say whether
most Republicans did.
Well, to an extent, I wouldn't say most.
No, most did. Like most in the House and most in the Senate. There was a few, maybe 10 or so, who didn't, but most did.
Okay, and then when we are giving this money to Argentina, Republican representatives push that, and then there's pushback from Democratic representatives. Now, what I'm saying,
no, you're misunderstanding where the pushback's coming from. Democrats would have helped an ally and funded healthcare. Republicans want to help an ally but not fund healthcare. See the difference?
Do we have the money to do both?
Yes, we spend billions of dollars every single day. Republicans are about to bail out farmers for a thing that Trump created, for a problem that Trump created. Trump is about to give $12 billion to farmers for something he created. We have the money because we spend it every single day.
I'm unfamiliar with the situation you're talking about with the farmers.
Well, that's a separate topic.
Okay.
And I'll let Parker explain it better. But you understand, I want to get it clear at the top. I want to make it clear, though. The reason why this government is shut down is because Republicans will not pass a bill to make sure that over 10 million Americans do not lose their health care coverage because at the end of the year, those subsidies will expire and mean that for over 10 million Americans, they will no longer be able to afford health care.
Okay. I think I'm understanding what you're saying now.
Yeah. Okay, that's why, because Republicans wanted to pass a clean resolution that simply funded the government for like a few months. What Democrats are saying is, no, we want to fund the government, but we also want to fund these subsidies because it is, one, immoral, and two, not good politically to let tens of millions of Americans go without their health care.
Okay. I think I'm understanding what you're saying now. I guess my response to that would be then, when it comes back to the issue that I was talking about with the government shutdown, then I want to understand then if we can both. Well, maybe I'm not understanding. Hold on, let me think about this. I'm trying to get my words together here.
While you do, here 1 second. Bailey, how old are you? Bailey, how old are you? Bailey, hello? Hello, are you there? I can't hear you when you're out of the app. You have to be in the app for me to be able to hear you. They said I was using ChatGPT in the comment section.
I saw that.
Hello?
For what?
I don't know.
I
They
was
probably.
Why is not?
They
Why not?
probably.
I'm not using that.
Yeah, they probably think I'm just like. I've seen comments where people actually think I just use ChatGPT to get all my responses.
Oh,
It's
I know.
hilarious.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
I think it's just because you're well informed.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can give you props for that. I mean, even though I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the policies that you align with, I can give you props for researching and knowing your stuff.
He
Hey,
said,
thank you, man.
"You're using Matt GPT." Remember when I had that?
I actually am using Matt GPT right now.
Yeah, remember that? That's a throwback.
That is reality. We're using Matt GPT right now. It's actually the better version. Okay.
Yeah.
I think you're lagging again. Can't hear you.
Am I lagging right now, Matt?
No, you're fine.
Okay. All right. Well, Colton, is there anything else?
Colton now?
Yeah, Colton. Do you understand, or like what? I guess what are the reasons
He
why you
had
still
bad
support
Wi-Fi.
Trump? Oh, we might have lost him.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh.
You were frozen.
Do you understand now, Colton?
What's up, Matt? Sorry.
Do you understand now, like what the difference is?
I think I do to an extent. I guess I'm just confused then. I mean, maybe I agree with you on this, but I just to clarify, but when it comes to the government shutdown, are we choosing between? Is there a both and? Are we choosing between? Like, I guess I'm trying to understand the cost and the effects of both choices. Like, if we were to pass this bill to open the subsidies, it would reopen our government, obviously, but that's going to cost us more money, would it not?
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah, but like we were engaging in that spending already.
Yeah, that's the point. It's like Colton. Just this week, we have already spent the exact amount of money that it would take to fund these subsidies. This is not a problem of money. No one's claiming that we don't have the money to do this. It's about a basic philosophical difference. Republicans have spent years trying to basically destroy the Affordable Care Act, and they basically left it up to the last minute to try to fix it. And even now, they realize that this is a problem for them, because did you know that over 80% of the subsidies that are going to expire are in red states? 80% of their own voter base will lose health care. They recognize that like this is a problem, but they don't want to fix it because they have basically a totally immoral stance where they don't want to give people health care for some damn reason.
Okay. So I guess I'm just my question would be then this is getting on a different tangent, but I do want to hear your response. Can you guys hear me? You guys are frozen on my screen. I don't know if you guys.
We hear you. Oh, I think you just lagged out again.
He has to have that.
Oh, I'm back. There we go.
He has bad Wi-Fi.
I must have bad Wi-Fi, even though I've got 5G ultra wide, but it's fine.
No, my internet sucks all the time. So,
glad to hear it's not just me. Anyway, this is getting off kind of on a separate tangent, but I do want to hear your response. But then I guess my question would be then, what could Trump do? What could he do to make you happy? Because I feel like you guys want him to increase spending, which would make our economy worse.
No,
right?
we want him to not cut funding for people like healthcare and people who are in need, to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. That's absurd.
Okay, so you're taking different issues to represent
No,
this
that's
topic.
what he's doing though. He because of the trillions of dollars that why are we not asking this question about how we're going to afford it when referencing specifically the $1 trillion tax breaks under the big beautiful bill that added $3.4 trillion to the debt.
So my question was like going to be a general. So I mean, like, you guys bash him when he talks about his economy and how it's good, about how it's not good at all, but then you want him to increase his spending.
Yes,
oh
on
God.
Things that matter.
So,
yes, we want him to like feed children. Yeah.
If Donald Trump came out tomorrow and said, I support expanding the subsidies to make sure Americans don't lose their health care, I'd be like, holy shit, he must have had a good night's sleep or something, because he's saying the right thing. Like that's what, like that's a good thing, that Trump has not been engaged in this process. Had he been engaged and said to the Republicans, pass a bill to fund this because I don't want Americans to lose health care, we wouldn't really be criticizing him all that much on this issue. But he hasn't been doing that. He's been silent, and he's been silent so much that even Republicans have said that he needs to get his butt back to the United States and actually work with them to get out of this shutdown.
You're right. You wouldn't be bashing him on this issue because the issue would be resolved. Then it would go to our economy is increasingly getting worse, right?
Based on the metrics. Not
we're going to bring up...
because it's him.
Hey, dude, we're going to bring up things we disagree with Trump supporters on. That's going to happen in a TikTok debate live.
Absolutely. I'm not talking about this live specifically. I'm talking about as a country as a whole because we have an issue as a country. This isn't just
we're going to have
Republicans
things we
or
disagree
Democrats.
with under either administration. Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%. But do you not see a difference in this century than even 10, 15 years ago, where if a representative that we did not want okay, you guys are frozen again.
We're here.
All right, maybe we should just end the conversation at this point. Up to you.
We can if you want. I mean, yeah, we can if you want. I mean, I think it was a good discussion, but
yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to touch on before we get off or go on to the next person? Sorry.
I think he can't hear us.
I think he's lagging again. Yeah.
Okay, Colton, we're gonna say goodbye.
Okay, I'm back now. Yeah, you guys can go. I keep lagging out. So
it's
you guys
okay,
can
Colton.
go ahead and move on.
I appreciate you coming up, man.
Hey, thank you. Have a good day.
Bye, Colton.
As well.
All right, Parker. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Bye, chat.
Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me? Am I on the air?
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Anthony. I'm in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm just curious when you asked that Trump needs to be home. The bill is sitting in the Senate. The bill is sitting in the Senate. There is no negotiation. We're talking about going back to Biden era standard spending. We're talking about a CR. We're not talking about negotiation. There is no negotiation. We're talking about
there should be negotiation for a government shutdown.
Why should there be a negotiation? 13 times we went and they have settled the situation by
because
CR.
They haven't agreed.
Continuing resolution and this is underneath. This is Biden spending era, COVID era spending to them levels. So why do you guys have such a problem with this dude island hopping, making deals for us on a domestic level? Why does he need to be here? The bill 13 times have been voted down in the Senate and is not agreed to. There is no negotiation to be had. When you open the government, that's when you negotiate. You don't hold people hostage. This ain't Hamas. Yes, sir.
In order for them to be able to get a bill done, they have to negotiate. That's their job in Congress is to negotiate in order to be able to get people to vote for bills. Because people aren't going to vote for the bill. People aren't going to vote for the bill unless there's a negotiation.
But why would they not? It's a CR. You're
because they haven't agreed to it.
No, why? Nobody's ever, any administration has ever not voted, even the Democrats, Republicans, period, has not taken a continuing resolution that continues the spending that was there on. This is Biden's spending now. This is not Trump's new spending bill. They're not cutting nothing. We're just talking about a leeway to go open the government, and then we'll talk about, and they had it under regular order. If you understand the Constitution, how we're supposed to have regular order, which we haven't had in the whole administration that passed, whatever. But regular order, going through the committee, getting voted out of committee, going to the floor, having a conference, regular order. Now, a continuing resolution don't take nothing. But why did three Fetterman seems to be the only common sense Democrat that I see that actually speaks about it on the air. Now there's two other Democrats that have voted in the Senate to go along with it to make this happen. Obviously, the doctor over there in Kentucky, he's going to be a stickler on the Republican side, but you know what I mean? I just don't understand this. This is a non-starter. This is a continued resolution. This is for a few weeks. This is not for months. This is not for years. This is just to make it to get through the rest of the regular order, how our government is supposed to work. Not this stuff that you bring out the bill and you don't know. You got to read it. Obviously, the old Pelosi line. You got to read it to know what's in it. It's just a continuing resolution. What you tell me, if you could articulate to me what the problem with that is, I can really get over it. Man, I can't understand why it's such it's got to be a negotiation just to keep the government going as was under. This is a Biden doggone, you know what I mean? Thing. I don't understand. Under his spending. This is a Biden thing. This is not Trump's new and improved deal. Just explain that to me. Why is it got to be a negotiation when a CR has worked 13 times in the past?
Okay, so if they just do the same CR over and over again, that's
Yes.
not negotiating, and they need to negotiate in order to get people to like change whether or not they would want to vote for it. If there's no negotiation, then it is the case that they're not going to come to like terms that they all agree on to extent where they would specifically then be able to vote for them or vote for that specific policy. So that's why they
Sir,
need to negotiate.
I understand. Them words that English, I understand English perfectly, and it makes perfect sense to me. But this is under Biden's continuing, his spending. This is not. We're not under COVID no more. This is spending plus spending plus spending. This is COVID era spending that the Republicans are. That's their negotiating point right there. We're just continuing what you had going, and it's not like you already know, sir, that it's not for months. It's for 6 weeks, just so we can get the last of the doggone. Yes,
So
go on.
we don't want people's premiums to increase massively for tens of millions of Americans.
Now you're getting to if you want to get into that meat of that bone, I got something for that too. So Obamacare, which now it all of a sudden just turns into the ACA. It used to be called Obamacare.
Obamacare is the same thing as the ACA.
Yes, yeah, I know that. But now, if you look at
it's always been that way. Obamacare is just a name that we applied to it.
If you listen to it being reported, well, now it's the ACA.
It's always been the same thing. It's always been the same thing.
Okay, yes, okay. I digress. My fault. But what I'm saying is Obamacare is failing. That's why it needs subsidies. That's why it's failing. It's a failing program.
The subsidies are to ensure that they have a reduction in the level of healthcare premiums. It's not failing.
Okay.
I don't know where you're getting this idea that it's failing. How do you quantify that
It's
it's
failing
failing?
because we need subsidies for it, sir. Why do you need subsidize it if it's not failing? Why does it need subsidy?
Because it's a governmental program. A governmental program requires subsidization, right? How do you afford how do you fund the program without subsidizing it?
That was the ACA. That was Obamacare. Everybody pitches in and all this. But listen to me. What I'm saying. Why are the premiums jumping up so bad? Why is that?
Because Republicans wanted to cut the subsidies.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
They want votes to extend the subsidies.
Why throw good money after bad, sir? That's the old.
You don't think it's good to like ensure that people's healthcare premiums are cheaper? I thought you wanted prices to go down.
The issue I take with it is the part that you will never ever say out of your mouth is that it gives it to illegal people that are not here, that are not citizens. That's really the hang up that nobody wants to say. That's a dirty word because you know what I mean. It's
There's
just the
nowhere in the
truth.
bill that
They're
mentions
taking
undocumented
advantage.
immigrants.
People that ain't even in this country
Hey,
legally that have legal bounds can
again,
go
there's
into
there's nothing
any.
in the bill that even mentions undocumented
Yeah,
immigrants.
baloney, bro. Baloney. Come on, keep it
I mean,
real.
can you tell me where in the bill it mentions undocumented immigrants?
Oh, you call. Listen, everybody has their own thing. Undocumented immigrants. They're not aliens. They're this, that.
Listen. You can go over to the bill and you can do
I
Control
go to the
F.
bill, dude. I'm as astute as you. You think that you're just that smarter than anybody? I'm
I
as
don't think I'm
astute as
smarter
you.
than everybody. I'm just telling you, you can go to the bill, you can click Control F, and you can type in illegal and undocumented, and nowhere does it reference undocumented or illegal immigrants.
Okay, then let me ask you this: what is the Democrats' position? What is the sticking point? What is it that they want that the Republicans just won't budge on? What is the sticking point? You tell me. And I'll tell you what I think mine is. What I think it is. Is it what? Is it what? They don't want to. They don't want to open the government. They just want to be an asshole, or you know what I mean? It's no. We don't want to. We don't want to fund people undocumented,
Nowhere in the bill
illegal,
even
whatever
mentions
people would
undocumented
call them.
immigrants. I don't know where you're getting this
Yes,
from.
it does. Yes, it does,
No, it doesn't.
sir. Sir, I
It
take
doesn't
issue
even
with
it doesn't
that.
even mention undocumented immigrants.
You could. Okay, well, I'm asking you then. Then I know I get excited when I talk and that, but you maintain your poise, and I admire it. You and your buddy. But what I'm saying is to me that it's conflated into that issue that they gotta have their doggone whatever status they may have at that point. I don't know. Now it's semantics, you know what I mean, and the news and watching and trying to find out the truth. What is it that the Democrats, you said they got to come back to the table and negotiate. Okay, why don't you tell me what's the Democrats' position on what they want, and tell me what the Republicans are telling them that is refuting that. Can you articulate that to me? That would help me out a lot.
Yeah, so Democrats want to continue the same health care subsidies through the ACA that have existed. They want to extend that, whereas Republicans are claiming that Democrats want health care for undocumented immigrants, which is just not true.
Yes.
There's nothing in the bill that specifically says that.
Well,
If you want to talk about something that undocumented immigrants do get in terms of healthcare, which is supported by both sides, right, is the fact that in the emergency room, if someone is dying, you do not look at their immigration status before saving their life. That's literally it. It's emergency healthcare.
No human being would ever do that, obviously. But
so there's no difference in the policy under Republicans versus Democrats as it relates to undocumented immigrants.
If we had that 50 and 54, whatever in the Senate, but they would easily make a decision. If you're gonna tell me that Schumer's not gonna, I mean, I just don't understand. I just don't. I don't agree with what you're saying about the undocumented people. But what I'm saying is that it's not just a matter of. Well, that's what a continuing resolution is. They want to continue the resolution we have, and you're trying to tell me that
no, they don't. They've changed it. They've changed
the Republicans
it. The Democrats are the ones
trying.
The Democrats are the ones trying to continue the same level of funding. The Republicans are the ones trying to prevent that funding from being continued.
They already passed it out of the House. It's sitting on the Senate a doggone desk. What do you mean they passed it out of the House? The House don't even need to be there no more.
Yeah, it's because that's the Republicans' bill, and the Democrats have not agreed to it, and they need the Democrats to agree.
It's a CR. No, it's not a
they need the
bill. It's a CR.
They need the Democrats to agree to it because they need to get to the 60 votes required to pass the filibuster.
Do you know what a CR is?
Yes.
Okay. What is by definition? What is it?
Yeah, it's a resolution for like the spending for the federal government.
Well, you forgot the continuing part, but yes, it's called a continuing resolution. We're going to keep it the status quo till we get these bills out of the House and they go through the committee and we debate them. They get to the floor and they get their vote. That's all they want. They just that's how the government supposed to work. It's not supposed to work this sneak attack and draw the bill behind the back and here it is and vote and you'll figure it out when you vote on it. They're trying to do this. It's a continuing resolution. This is a Biden spending resolution. Why? I don't understand why you will not concede that fact, sir. I just don't understand why you will not concede the fact this is a continuing resolution on the Biden era spendings. And we just want to, you know what I mean, continue with it to these last weeks where then the big, beautiful bill, as you call it, you know what I mean, goes and can get this, you know what I mean? We want a CR. It's a CR. It's done. It's never been denied. Why? What? Can you explain to me why it's never been denied? It's always been absorbed. You know what I mean? And
that's not true. The government has shut down before in the past. The government was
no,
shut
the
down in
government is shut down.
2014, and Trump said
I'm
specifically
asking you.
that it's
That
the
wasn't
president.
my question.
Okay.
My question was, why have it's never a CR has never been voted down? A straight, clean
Yes, it
bill. No. You tell me when the
Where did
clean
you
bill
Where
of
did you
CR
get that
has ever
information
been done.
from?
Tell me.
Where'd you get that
No, tell
information
me.
from?
You tell me. You're Mr. Know-it-all. You're the trained.
I don't know everything. I'm asking you
You
when
don't.
specifically.
Well, you got 6 computers in front of you. You know what I'm saying? I'm asking you if
600?
a clean resolution. Come on, man. You know what I'm talking about. Don't play coy. You know what I'm saying, man. I'm just your average peckerwood from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I happen to watch the news. I happen to pay attention to politics. I happen to watch world events. This dude and everybody's bitching about this dude being world hopping when he's out there making, funds for the U.S. But whatever, there's nothing to negotiate. The negotiation is done. We'll keep
The
it running.
negotiation isn't done because
we'll
they
keep it
specifically
running
haven't agreed
just
upon
like
terms.
You had it running.
So let me explain
We'll
why.
keep the
Let me explain why.
trains
Hold
right
up,
on
listen,
time,
listen,
just like
listen,
you had it.
listen,
No, you
listen.
gotta listen to me too.
I've been doing a lot of
like
listening.
to cut people off.
I've done way too much listening. To be honest with you, I've let you yap about things that are completely irrelevant to the conversation.
I don't yap. I talk sense. Don't tell me.
To be totally
yap.
honest with you, you've talked about so many things that are irrelevant to the conversation and repeated the same thing like over and over and over again. And I've been incredibly patient with you and let you finish all of those points. But I'm trying to direct our conversation in a productive manner.
You let me do that? Oh gosh, thank you, sir. I appreciate you letting me, you know what I'm saying, just get it off my chest that why a continuing resolution in your mind and your definition and your description it qualifies as it's some kind of thing bungling and here goes Trump meddling and here comes the Republicans, finger fucking the goddamn bill. It's a continuing resolution. It's that simple. What's wrong with you? You just address that. Just address one subject. The continuing resolution that's on the table that we've put up on the bill on the Senate for 13 times, and 13 times you guys have turned it down. Why? You tell me why they continue to turn down a resolution that continues the Biden era spending under COVID, mind you, that I would cut the hell out of. You know what I mean? We need to cut this government down, if my humble opinion. But you know what I mean? Let's keep why make people dangle when they could just sign a continuing resolution and keep it going? Let's pretend that date didn't start. Let's pretend that it started October 1st or November 1st and run it to then. But no, you know what I mean? You guys want to stall and all that and go to the Senate 13 times. It's never happened. I'm telling you. I've done the research. It's never happened that a continuing resolution have been turned down with a clean bill, not with something with demands on it, not with something that has contingencies. Look at you. You can shake your head on, you're cute, with your little hairdo and all that, but, in the end, you can't argue with it, and you have no answer for it. Why in the hell you guys would turn down the plain fact that continuing Joe Biden's doggone spending bill, a continuing resolution, and be gone with it. That's all you got to do. If you could answer me that, and I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, again, the reason why it went 13 different times is because it's the exact same continuing resolution bill. It's no difference. So, if you want there to be a difference in whether or not how many people specifically are going to agree upon the bill, well, you need to engage in negotiation so that you can get certain people to then change their position on the bill. I've now repeated this to you, I think, like 8 times or something like that, probably. I can explain it again if you'd like.
No, I don't want you to explain that. I want you to explain the question I really asked. I asked you, can you point out to me when the government, when the Congress have ever not passed a clean bill of a CR when they have denied that, when they have said, nope, you got to come back and negotiate a CR. That says it all. It's called a continuing resolution. It ain't called a continuing negotiation. It's called a continuing resolution. We will take this matter up and negotiate when you open the government. Answer me that, please, sir.
Yeah. So, if you want to talk about like them not accepting the CR,
yes,
I can give you one from 2024 where the House Republicans were generally opposed to the 3-month continuing resolution that existed in 2024. And I can give you plenty of other historical examples of that happening.
Tell me, enlighten me. I want to hear it. I
mean, I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm just saying I can give you that information.
Give me just tell me one. Why?
I just told you one from 2024. I just gave you an example.
I take issue with that. I don't agree with that. I disbelieve that. That's not true. A clean CR bill that you're telling me, then the government would have shut down had somebody.
The government did shut down in 2014.
Yes, but not off of a clean resolution.
What do you mean by clean resolution? I just don't even know what that means.
You know what it means. It means continuing the spending bill as it is.
Well, that's not what we're currently doing right now.
Well, listen, man.
According to your own notion here, the CR that you're referencing is not a clean bill. Randy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Amy with the $5. William with the $5. I'm not quite sure. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe waffles. William, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Katie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Gina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Just a person with the $5. Thank you so much.
Hey, yeah. I appreciate you taking me and having this dialogue because it's hard to get high class dialogue with somebody. But I watched this. I mean, I happen to pride myself on knowing this stuff, and it just seems to me that this is as clear cut as it is, dude. Just. You know what I mean? Vote the bill in 6 weeks.
Can I ask you a question?
They got to negotiate it.
Can you name an economic policy of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get passed that you like?
That I like?
Mm-hmm.
I can't get mad about the clean, big, beautiful bill. I mean, obviously, I like that because I think they're cutting down. I like the tariffs. I like a lot of stuff. I mean, what do you want me to drill on?
Can you tell me what a tariff is?
You drill me. A tariff is when you tax that ass when they're trying to bring stuff here. If it under Trump's.
And who pays that tax?
Well, it's a split. They can eat it or they can pass it down to the consumer.
Who can?
Who's ever being tariffed, whatever it might be steel, it might be
and who gets tariffed? Who pays that tax?
I just told you they can eat it. They can.
Who's that?
The company who's being tariffed can eat it, or they can pass it down to the consumer. Whatever.
Which companies in which country are being tariffed?
Well, when you say that, you're being very, very vague because the government China, you know what I mean, where there ain't no private sector there.
Like does,
you know what I mean?
Does the revenue there is yes there is.
No, come on now, man. Be for real.
There is a private sector in China. Yes, there is.
Oh, really? Oh, is that
yes.
so?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty fucking amazing. Imagine that.
There is a private sector in China.
There's a private sector in there, and what do? They just they're traded on the NYSE, right? Yeah. Is that what you're gonna tell me next?
No, I'm just telling you that it is a fact that since around the 80s, China has implemented more free market reforms.
More free? Okay, go on. I'm listening.
Yeah, China since the 80s has implemented more free market reforms.
That's not a free market reform, but that's not a free market, sir.
I'm not saying it's a free market. I'm just saying more market reforms.
You kind of try to intimate that it was, but it's not. China.
I agree that it's not a completely free market. I never made that claim.
China's a whole different animal, and I specifically said that because that's not a free market. That's not.
Okay, based upon the definition that you're providing, neither is Donald Trump's market here in the United States, because implementing tariffs is a restriction on the free market.
No, well, you asked me about tariffs, and I described it to you.
You said that you support them, so you must not support free markets then.
No. I support free trade when not.
You support free trade, but tariffs are not free trade.
Listen to me. Well, you're being vague again. These people
tariffs are not free trade. That is pretty specific.
You're not listening. You want to always cut in on somebody. I watch you all the time.
I have done a lot of listening in this conversation.
I'm sure in this conversation, but I watch you all the time. Listen, the whole point is these people have been taking advantage. If you look across the spectrum, if I had a spreadsheet in front of me, I don't have that like you do. You can turn to one computer to the other.
I don't have a spreadsheet in front of me.
I'm not saying you. Man, why is you doing that, dude? Why is you?
You said that I have a spreadsheet in front of me. I just simply said I do not have a spreadsheet in front of me. And I can't. Parker, why do you do that? Parker, why do you defend yourself, Parker? What the fuck, Parker? Just stop defending yourself. Let me make up false claims about you.
No, that ain't false claims. I'm saying you got the assets in front of you that you could cross-check the shit I'm saying.
I'm not looking at anything. All I have in front of me is myself and my chat. That's it.
I'm limited. I'm poor. I live in Milwaukee, and that's that.
We're both just having a conversation, dude.
Okay, listen.
I'm not fucking Superman, right?
I didn't. Nobody is. There is no Superman. But my point being is, tariffs have been in place way before Trump got there. 150 years. Who knows? I don't know how long it goes back. But my point is, we've been taking advantage. Are you going to tell me that the United States has not been taken advantage of by the exact tariffs you speak of? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we've been taken advantage of in terms of tariffs. I don't think countries have been placing massive tariffs on us to an extremely large extent. I think that Donald Trump has imposed larger tariffs than they've placed on us.
Wow. Yeah. Thank God. Sanity has come to the White House. Thank God.
That's not sanity. That's not sanity. That is insanity.
Well, to me, my humble opinion is that's sanity that these companies ain't ripping us off no more.
I'm sorry. Explain to me how we're not being ripped off because tariffs were implemented.
Because we were being taxed, like that, like you just said.
Tariff is a tax.
Yes. So when we try to export, like let's just take today, our soybeans, and they won't accept them, they'll buy them from somebody else and all of that shit, and they try to, choke us and hold us over the feet to the fire type shit. Whatever you put the acronym on it.
So you just said acknowledge that tariffs have ripped off American farmers that make soybeans.
I'm not saying that's one example. Are you listening to me?
Yes, I just listened and I just repeated what you said.
Yes.
Yeah, so why did you give a negative example of something when you were trying to give a positive argument for why tariffs are good?
No, I didn't. You asked me. Well, you asked me the mechanism of tariffs and why you think that I take. Other countries were taking advantage of us, and I just told you why. Because they would not buy our fucking soybeans. They would put tariffs.
Now they're not buying our soybeans because Trump implemented the tariffs.
You must didn't see the news today. You must be on your computer too much.
Yeah, what news did I not see?
Well, they agreed, and we have a framework with China finding who buys a whole bunch of shit from there. I mean, the beef industry. I mean,
how much are they buying of our soybeans?
They say 500 billion, but who knows?
500 billion?
Who the fuck is gonna being counted there? I don't know. Who knows if they're gonna honor it? It's about, trying to keep people honest and trying to keep shit working well. You know what I mean? Trying to oil the machine and not gumming up. Trying to make agreements
This
with
is from
countries that are
around 3 hours
hostile to
ago.
us.
This is from 3 hours ago. China's to buy 12 million metric tons of soybeans this season.
Okay, whatever.
Which
I couldn't quantify it by billions. Whatever. How much is that? How much is
down
12,000?
and that's down from 22 million tons.
Okay.
That's so I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean? They weren't buying zero. What are you talking about? Any gain
They were
is a
buying
gain.
zero because of the fact that Trump implemented tariffs. They were doing 22 before the tariffs were implemented.
Boy, see, now there we go again about me quoting you as saying you have assets and abilities in front of you, and I don't have them. I can't sit there and go to another source, a computer, laptop, whatever, and just pull these numbers up like you. So that's why I'm naive to whatever, I'm just saying he made an improvement.
Then you just try to call me naive. You just tried to say that I was too busy on my. You just tried to say that I was too busy on my computer and that I was naive, but then just said that it's totally okay for you to be naive. How come it's only wrong when I specifically just didn't know something?
No, who said you didn't know something? I commended you.
I didn't hear about that until
I
now.
watch you all the time. That you're
Because I was
you're
literally,
very...
by the way, that article came out while I was live.
Oh, okay. Well, I've seen
3
it
hours
earlier.
ago. That article came out 3 hours ago.
I just happens to be. I seen it 3 hours ago, buddy.
Yeah, I started 3 hours and 49 minutes ago.
Okay, well, what you're making you're breaking off a whole tangent from what we're speaking about.
Am?
You like to do that stuff. You know what I mean?
I like to do that. You should watch back this
You just did
conversation. You should watch back this
It's-
conversation. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Rebecca in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Rebecca. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you. Samantha with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Samantha. Thank you. Amanda with the $5. Thank you. And with the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Olivia with the $5. Thank you so much. And the $5 again. Thank you. Emily with the $2. Thank you so much for take a sip every single time he says continuing resolution.
Hey, you got a hell of a deal going on. I admire it. I have admiration. I must tell you, I'm an 8th grade educated person. I'm 53 years old. I live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My son was murdered 2013.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
My lady of 33 years, she just couldn't handle it, and she took her life 22
Oh
years
my gosh.
ago.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I do admire. You know what I mean? You guys are raw business. You guys are definitely schooled. I've been to penitentiary 3-4 times, dude. So you know what I mean? But I just call it like I see it, and I just wish we could, just keep one streamlined thing. And you try to make it, but sometimes you get vague on stuff. But to me, this is my humble opinion. I'll only tell you that. But I appreciate, I appreciate you calling me up, because if you don't remember this, but before the election, me and you spoke, and I told you I was going to get back at you. And you know what I mean? You can look it back up. But before the election, when I knew Trump was going to get in there, me and you spoke one single time. And I wanted to get back at you. I requested a bunch of times, and I figured whatever. But it don't matter. I like the dialogue, but I think this CR is just a plain Jane CR, a continuing resolution. It's called a clean bill, as you know this stuff. Come on, man, this is rudimentary stuff, and it's just it's sitting on the Senate. It's in the Senate's House passed it, the Senate's there just to continue. It's not saying we're cutting down nothing. It's not we're taking nobody off nothing.
It is. It's cutting funding that existed before.
But it's holding hostage these people.
What are you talking about? Trump is doing that. The Republicans are doing that.
Why is he doing it? It passed the House.
Because they could just continue the same funding that existed prior. They could just continue the same funding that existed prior.
Sir, it's a majority in the Senate. It's bipartisan. But we need 5 more of y'all because y'all know they never say this on the news. It's just like the vote
So then you have to
threshold
negotiate.
via the.
I've already told you this at this point. You have to
Yeah,
negotiate
but
at that point.
listen, there is nothing to negotiate. We're not going to give illegals the thing, and
Undocumented
you
immigrants,
know
they're
that.
not.
You
None of the
know
bill
that
says
for a
this.
fact. That's in the bill. That
Hey,
it is
we've already
in the
responded to
bill.
this. No, it's not. Can you tell me what aspect of the bill? I'll give you time to go look it up.
I can't. I don't have the bill in front of me. I can't quote it.
No, I said I'll give you
verse
time to
and
look it up.
chapter.
You can swipe out and look it up. I won't be able to hear you while you're out of the app, but it'll give
No,
you
no.
time to look it up.
I'd rather just banter it out with you. We if I'd like if you call me up a couple more times, I will be more easily to what I mean. I get excited when I talk about this, but I will bone up on my things and call me up. Allow me up. I'm Anthony. I should have put Anthony from Milwaukee. You would understand. And I watch you all the time. I sit here and listen, and you guys got hella skills. Your buddy. I don't know what happened to the dark hair dude, but I admire good banter. Who wants to fist fight her? You know what I mean? This is stuff that is supposed to be meted out by dialogue. You know what I mean? And I enjoy that you're well informed. You are well informed. You have the equipment in front of you to do it. I'm not that luxury, but just saying, man, I appreciate that you calling me up. When you see Anthony on there, that's me, and I always beat it up with you, and you know what I mean. You're very astute, smart person, but you know what I mean. Sometimes I don't know, man. I just don't. I guess I don't understand, And you teach me stuff too, so that's why I enjoy listening. I don't know.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, and I'm gonna stick to my guns, but you know what I mean. It's like
hopefully I can change your mind over time,
and maybe I can do so to you. When you never know, meeting of the minds is always great. But hey,
for sure. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Have a good one, sir.
You as well. You as well. Alrighty, everyone, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. I think we have like another 55 minutes or so left on the stream. Laura, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. John with the $5. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. What's up? What's up? How you doing, Santana? Oh, I can't hear you. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. By the way, everyone, subscribe to my YouTube. We're less than 4,000 subscribers away from 400K, which is absolutely fucking crazy. I would really appreciate if you go and subscribe there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, and what's your and why do you support Donald Trump then?
Well, I actually have a very specific reason. I think he's doing really good with mental health related stuff.
Here, Santana, I'll let you respond real quick. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, and you said that he's doing really well with mental health related stuff?
Right. So I actually work in the medical field,
Mm-hmm.
in the psychiatry world. And honestly, ever since he was elected, there's been more people going to therapy than there ever has been
You're being facetious.
that I've ever seen
Got it.
in the world
Yeah,
go to
that's
actual
cool.
therapy. I
Yep.
think
Well,
they're terrified.
Yeah, listen, I appreciate it, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are looking for some actual debates, guys. Please do not request up if you're not an actual Trump supporter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, you're 18 plus, a United States citizen, and you are, this is your first time interacting. Scott, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. I'm actually an Australian. Don't kick me. But I just want to.
I'm absolutely going to kick you. Guys, please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter, you're not 18 years of age or older, and you're not in the U.S. Again, we are only looking for some debates. Parker has about 50 minutes or so left on the live, so we want to make sure that we actually get some good debates. So again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter and you meet all the qualifications. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Let's see if we can get Parker up to 2 million before he ends the live. Keep tapping the screen. Also, if you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. All the pay links are in Parker's link tree in his bio. Also, if you're over on YouTube, go ahead and smash that like button. Smash the like button. Isabella, are you a Trump supporter?
Hello. Oh, yes.
You okay? What year were you born?
2005.
And how old are you?
I am 20.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Mostly just because of his immigration policy, I'd say.
Okay. What about his immigration policy do you like?
It's not that. It's more so of how he wants to. I don't know how to word it, but where I stand is that I am a child of immigrants, and I just don't think that it's fair to my parents and grandparents have to wait in line, while as other people think that it's okay to just cross and be here freely.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. And your parents, they came from where?
My mom came from, it's called Spain.
Spain. Okay. All right. And so I guess the question I would have for you is, do you agree with the way that Donald Trump is currently treating immigrants, and not just, quote unquote undocumented immigrants, but just immigrants in general? Because
I definitely don't agree with like how he's doing it and how like rude he's being and how disrespectful he can be overall.
Okay. So you being a child of immigrants and someone who has been able to realize the American dream and see a better life, would it bother you to know that Donald Trump is not only targeting undocumented immigrants, but immigration as a whole?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Would it bother you to know that Donald Trump is targeting not only undocumented immigrants, but immigration as a whole?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Donald Trump just came out today and said that as far as refugees coming from Africa, the amount is being cut. The ceiling that the Biden administration had was 126,000. Donald Trump is reducing that down to 7,500. And of the 7,500, he's saying that they're prioritizing white South Africans. So specifically, not only reducing the amount of legal immigration, but at the same time targeting immigrants in the country. So it sounds like the overall, life that you've been able to achieve, Donald Trump doesn't want other people to have that.
Okay, I did not know that. I did not know that he came forward with saying that either today. So I guess I do need to look over that. And thank you for informing me about that as well. I do want others to have what I do as well and come over, but I just thought that that was unfair as well.
Well, and not just that, Donald Trump is specifically if you can take a look back in his first administration, his goal, and he made this known on his actual Agenda 47, they want to decrease the amount of legal immigration. So even when you talk about the asylum process, Donald Trump is trying to price people out of claiming asylum. You know what asylum is, right?
Yes.
So Donald Trump has added exorbitant fees towards asylum seeking, and even reoccurring fees. So people that are fleeing other countries for threats of their life, Donald Trump is saying, well, if you want to actually come here for safety, you have to pay us.
Oh. I did not know that either, that he's making people pay for asylum either.
It's I mean, literally, again, it was in Agenda 47. He didn't talk about it, but they said they wanted to actually slow legal migration, not just undocumented immigrants. It's been a concerted effort.
Oh, okay. Thank you for helping me open my mind more to this. I definitely need to do more research on that. I did not know any of that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for being respectful as well, because I
absolutely.
saw a lot of the other people, but yeah.
Yeah, no. Well, with that being said, I mean, again, Donald Trump specifically targeting people like you and your family. I mean, wouldn't that be enough of a reason for you to say that you no longer support him?
Well, I didn't think that he was really targeting people like me or my family for that case. I thought it was more of just the ones that were illegal.
Yeah, and that's why I specifically talked about the actual quote unquote legal process. The people that are coming and doing it the right way, they're not trying to actually just allow those people in. They're trying to stop everyone.
Oh, oh, they're trying. Okay, I did not. I thought they were just trying to have them go, basically deport the illegals and then have them come back in legally the right way. But I
Undocumented.
didn't know that.
Yeah, and which, I mean, they're not even given a real option for that. I mean, they're more so detaining people. They're not even deporting people at the same rate as Joe Biden or Barack Obama. They're literally just infringing on people's rights and then, you know, shipping them off to like CCOT and other random countries. I mean, they're not going about this humanely in any way. And again, they're eliminating just anyone that's trying to come to the country for a better life.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Santana. I really appreciate you being respectful and educating me more so. Thank you for having me up. I definitely need to do way more research, and yeah, I definitely do not support that at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Well, appreciate you coming on. Alrighty, everyone's going to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I have a few people to thank real quick. Joseph, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Give some W's for Joseph in the comment section right now as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it as well. Donald with the $40 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Donald. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Donald in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Laura, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And Emily, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Let me read the full thing real quick. I would have to, is 3 standard deviations from the mean? Yeah, calculate whether a value is 3 standard deviations from the mean. That would be dependent upon, what the a standard deviation is, for that particular equation. And what the mean is. The standard deviation is just essentially, it's to, refer to like a normal distribution.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 26. I'm from Gunnersfield, Alabama. I support Trump.
Okay,
and I'm going to vote for him in 2028.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, 100%.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
In my house, we are God-fearing Christians, and the values of the Republican go with the Christian values. I think that...
In what way?
I think that the Democrats are evil, and you are the Antichrist. Okay. Jesus, I rebuke this boy. I rebuke you in...
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as make sure to support Santana while he's up here as well. If you're on YouTube as well, hit that thumbs up. Go ahead.
I put a challenge out to the chat. They're supposed to get you up to 2 million likes before you end the live. So I'm watching the likes, chat. Let's get them moving.
We'll see. Let's see if we get to 3,000 today on YouTube as well. By the way, if you're also on TikTok, make sure to subscribe to my YouTube. We're super close to 400K on YouTube. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Fucking awesome.
I know, we're less than, like, almost 3,000 away. 3,050 away. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Flo, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the Antichrist live. Did you see that when someone like actually called me the Antichrist? Like literally, like was being genuine?
I didn't see that earlier.
Yeah, a few days ago, someone called me the Antichrist. Like actually meant it.
Holy
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
I want 2000.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, I just had a really quick question for you. I kind of broke the rules because I debated you before, but this is a genuine question that I really...
I'm sorry.
Also, she was born in 2000. She would be 25. Unless... Yeah.
Right. I got you. Emily, so because the standard deviation is 18, and because the mean is 523, essentially what you just need to do is 3 times 18, And then if it's a negative in terms of the standard deviation, you're going to do 523 minus 18 times 3, or you're going to do 523 plus 18 times 3. That's going to be how you find like the number that is 3 standard deviations away from the mean. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Oh, 523 is not the mean. What is 523 then? I'm confused. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Oh, 18,000? Is that what it is?
Why were you messaging 12-year-old girls on Snapchat? Why were you messaging 12-year-old girls on Snapchat?
Never
You're messaging
was.
12-year-old
How old
girls.
are you?
You're messaging 12-year-old
Never
girls. Check
was.
Twitter. Check Twitter. Check Twitter.
What
check
on Twitter? Where on Twitter? Where on Twitter? Where on Twitter is that?
Check Twitter.
What is this
I've
guy
checked
talking
Twitter.
about?
Twitter is a hellscape.
There's no one on Twitter that says that, though. Like, literally. Oh, they're saying it's 18.523. Okay, that makes sense. Never mind. Wait, hold up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, so you're gonna take if the mean is 75.40, what you're gonna do is that you're gonna take that minus 3 times 18.523 in parentheses in your calculator, and that will be the negative, and then you can do that in a plus in terms of the positive as well. Bethany, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Because your three standard deviation is just gonna be 3 multiplied times the standard deviation. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Did they send anyone to SECOT that was not part of?
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Same one, CCOT. Yes, they sent people to CCOT.
Yo, guys.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20. I'm 30. Sorry.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I have a very specific question. I'm not actually a U.S. citizen.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. And Emily, yes, that should give you the 3 SD. Yeah. Yo, what's up? How
Hello,
old are you?
Parker. I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you're how old?
19.
What's your birth year?
July 24th, 2006.
Okay. And if you said if you could go back in time, you'd vote for Donald Trump. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's fixing our country by allowing me to work at a factory for 50 hours a week. And he's taking away my health care, which is great. It's very beneficial for me.
He's a troll.
He's getting...
And also, like,
Really
literally,
quick.
like, there's a greater increase in domestic manufacturing under the
guys,
Biden
again, Parker only has a little while left on the live. We're looking for genuine debates. Please stop requesting up if you are not genuine. Like, we're not. No, thank you. Seriously, only request up if you're 18, U.S. citizen, and you support Trump, and you haven't been up.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
24. What's your birth year?
2001. Yeah, is that
Okay.
every time?
Yeah, I do. If you could go back in time, you could either vote
That's
for
the
Donald
year.
Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, I'd have voted for him both times. Going back.
Okay.
Yes.
So then why do you support Donald Trump?
What I support Donald Trump is because I like how I'd rather him dismantle the government that never really helped out anyone in the first place.
So you
We
don't
could
think
do- I
people
mean, the
benefit off of
SNAP-
the? You don't think there's anyone benefiting off of SNAP?
So I meant like the working class, SNAP and all that. No, I mean, I've never been on it, so it's not my problem.
No, but like, how's it benefited other people?
So other people on SNAP
Yeah, have they benefited?
benefited them what? Sitting down, government help, not working for themselves. I mean, I don't know how that's helping anyone.
So
to
it
be
didn't help
lazy.
them.
To me, that's
So he says food stamps don't help anyone. Do you think that like free public education has helped anyone?
not really. I mean, our education's
No?
pretty terrible here in America.
Well, I mean, I think it definitely does help people comparative to it not existing. Correct.
Well, of course, to an extent. I
Okay,
guess,
so
yeah.
then you're saying policies that have been passed from a federal government perspective have helped people. You just conceded. You said that they've never helped people, but now you've just acknowledged that they do help people.
I said they don't really help people. Don't mean that they don't ever.
Don't
They
really?
just don't
So
really
just like
help.
I'm confused. I think that extraordinarily helps people comparative to like what
Like
it
I
would have
said,
been
the working
otherwise.
class. I never said anything about schooling. I said the working class. Sorry.
The working class benefits from school. The working class benefits from access to healthcare. To the context of the ACA subsidies being advocated for by the Democrats, right? They benefit specifically from the ACA in general. They benefit from the policies specifically invoked by the Trump, not by the Trump administration, by the Biden-Harris administration in terms of the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. I can keep going.
So the only thing that helps them is the fact that they have a high school diploma. That's it, but not that the education itself helped in any way. It's just that
you don't think that your high school education helped you at all?
No, it just helped me have a paper
That's
that says
ridiculous.
I graduated. That's
ridiculous to say that it didn't help you at all.
It didn't. You know why? Because it was just they just push you forward. If you didn't really
did you
try
not
in
pay
class,
attention?
at the end of it, did I not pay attention? No, I didn't pay attention to none of that because I knew the school would push you forward. There was no
that
point
makes
to it.
sense. That makes sense. So if you specifically didn't pay attention, well then obviously you're not going to pick up on anything specifically. I did pay attention and I picked up on a lot.
What did you pick up on?
Yeah, I
How to do
specifically.
+2 2 plus 2 2 times.
I mean, I did that in elementary school. If we're talking about high school, right? I learned like
Okay,
American
geometry,
history. I learned about
biology.
civics. I learned specifically economics, like the very basics of
Okay,
it.
so
The
what
stock market. I learned calculus. I learned
Okay, what class?
geometry.
What class?
I
taught
learned
you,
algebra.
What class taught you about stocks? What class taught
My
you about
economics class
stocks?
in high school.
So not every school has economics. So I didn't have
Yes, mine
economics.
did.
We just had.
And they're instituting it to
Okay,
a greater
so
extent now.
hey,
I graduated in
Nah,
05
oh,
and I
wow,
took
nah.
economics in high school as well.
No, we just took. All you had to take was the 4 major classes: science, biology, English, and I forgot the fourth one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Maybe
gym.
they
You had to
offered
take
it
like
and you
gym.
just didn't pay attention and didn't know.
I mean, you had personal finance, but we didn't learn about stocks. Personal finance taught us just how to do banking and all
Okay,
that.
I mean
you know,
that's
with our money.
specifically your school, but like obviously if we want better standards from an overall standpoint, federally speaking, in terms of education, well then we probably shouldn't abolish or defund the Department of Education, right?
Shouldn't probably. I don't know. Maybe we need to do something different. We need to do something. Maybe not demolish it, but we got to do something different.
Okay, so but Donald Trump talked about abolishing it. So if you specifically disagree with that position, well then why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh well, I mean, not everything do I have to agree with or disagree. I mean, because I disagree with some things does not mean I'm not going to support them.
What do you agree
I
with him
disagree
on?
a lot with the left.
What do you agree
dismantling a
with
lot of
him on,
things.
and what do you disagree with us on?
Agree with y'all on? Oh well.
No, what
let's
do you
just say
agree
not
with
very
Trump
much. I'm
on, and
very-
what do you disagree with us on?
I disagree with a lot with y'all. Trump, I like how he's trying to change everything, especially with tax, like no longer giving SNAP benefits, all that. I think everyone should work. If you cannot work,
You understand that
figure
people on
out
SNAP
something
benefits
else.
do
Should-
work, right? There's work
Oh.
requirements for SNAP benefits. Did you know that?
So yeah, that's for certain people and a certain amount, like with job, how much working, like if you have part time, if you both of you were working, it's different. It just works different on
Wait, so
your
so
job.
you
how much
just you
get
just
paid
said
a
you
year.
just said you don't want to provide people
Oh,
food and that they
shit.
should just quote unquote get a job. That's sick, dude. You know that's sick,
No,
right? Like
no, they
people are
should
going to
quote
starve
no,
because of
they
that
should
policy,
quote
especially
unquote.
children.
Oh my goodness! I mean, well, how terrible of a parent that's not willing to do something for their
I'm
kids? They're
sorry,
just
because
like,
they
"Oh, I
can,
just
because they
gotta
can't
provide."
afford it. Because they can't afford it. You shouldn't have to work multiple jobs just to be able to put food on the table.
Also,
Oh,
I don't get this fascination with you guys.
So you're
Like,
right.
I don't get the fascination with you just because you have some type of negative feeling towards the parents that you're willing to actually punish the kids. Like, what did the kids actually do? Right? Even if
Literally.
they are
No, no,
horrible
no, you brought
parents.
up a po-
But no, seriously, even
Well,
if
you
they're
brought up a
horrible
point.
parents, why are you trying to punish the kids?
Well, hold on. You brought up a perfect point. The education system. Darn it. I guess the parents should have took it and went to college, did something with their life. You're right. It's their fault. So you're blaming them for not
Yeah,
using the
so,
education
but
that was
you're
provided for them,
punishing the
correct?
kids for
No,
the
hold on. I'm
parents.
asking a question. I'm just asking. So yes or no? Is it their fault for not taking the education that which was provided for them to do something with their life? Yes or no?
College isn't free, so I don't know what you mean.
Also, that still doesn't
College
justify
is you
punishing
can
the
go to a
kids.
community. No, hold up. There's a community colleges that provide a lot and they work with
That
you.
costs money.
There's many community colleges like. they work with you. Yes, it costs money, but that's why you do a job
Yeah.
that pays good enough. You go into something with a field that's high demand. You don't be oh gosh, are we gonna be ignorant now?
I mean, you understand that, like, again, you
I
just
mean,
saying that college is accessible to everyone is just wrong. There are still limitations for some people to get access to college in this country.
Okay, I never said okay, so I guess everybody that was on Snap must have been all uneducated and just couldn't go to college. And whose fault is that?
No. I mean,
you said, I didn't pay attention.
You're the one that was uneducated specifically. I don't know why you're calling other people uneducated, right? People who are specifically on Snap,
So if they were
right?
educated, how
They
come
could
they
be
didn't get a
educated, but
scholarship?
it is the case that they're not paid what they should be paid in the context of our society, because our society hasn't specifically increased the federal minimum wage since 2009. It's ridiculous. The fact that it hasn't increased is
So why
leading
would
to the
you
fact
work at
that
a
people
job
are
that
being
only pays
exploited to a
minimum
greater
wage?
extent.
Oh
Because
my
there are
God,
no
so
other
why would you work at a
options.
job?
There are no other options because
There's no
minimum
other
wage is going
That's
to
a lie.
establish the
That is a
baseline, and
lie.
minimum
That's a
wage should be a
lie.
living
That's a
wage.
lie.
Also,
That's a
it's
lie.
it's
There's no
weird
jobs
that
out
for
there.
some reason you guys like to shame people and say, "Oh, you should get off your butt and work." And then when people get off their butt and find a job, and then if it's not, a high-paying job, then you start criticizing them for not having high-paying jobs. Why is it that every time that someone tries to do something that's positive, you guys move the goalpost and say they're not doing enough? You think that everybody has boots to pull on straps,
No, I
but
never said
everybody
that. I never
doesn't have
said
that.
that.
That's literally what you're saying. And again, I still want to
No.
know, why
If
are you
that's the
trying to
job they
punish
chose, that's on
kids?
them.
Like none of this
No, if that's the job they
makes
chose,
sense
that's on
why you're
them.
trying to punish the kids.
Oh, you keep on bringing up kids. I don't know. They punish the kids by not
Because
doing what they need to do.
you're
Hey, hold on.
neglecting
Okay,
that.
cool.
For you to sit here
Yes,
and
hold on. Yeah, that's fine.
Mhm.
So no, if the parents have a responsibility and not really willing to take on the responsibility and do what they have to do to provide for their own kids, then wow, that's a very terrible parent.
Okay, well then, would
Okay.
you,
To me.
because of the quote unquote terrible parent, would you specifically say that the kid should starve because of that?
Exactly.
When did I ever say that?
Wait, that's exactly what you're advocating for here. If you don't want to advocate for these systems like
No,
SNAP,
no,
it's going to
no,
lead to
no,
starving
no,
children.
no. The kid probably should get. No, we should probably build up better programs, pull them away
Such
from the
as
parents,
SNAP?
which cannot take care of the responsibility, and then bam.
So you just want to
Have the
take away
government-
it, so everyone on SNAP whose kids rely on this that wouldn't be able to get it otherwise, you just want to take away their kids, separate
and that
them
would be
from their children.
that would be 62% of SNAP beneficiaries. So you want to take away 62% of the people who get SNAP benefit, because 62% of people that get SNAP benefits have kids.
Well, darn, I guess they shouldn't have had kids if they couldn't take care of the responsibility.
Oh, so
Wow,
should they
that's
have had
fucking
access
crazy.
to abortion? Are you pro-abortion?
Nah,
You
maybe she
pro-choice?
should have just kept her legs closed. No, I mean, that's
Okay, so you,
yeah,
you just tell
exactly.
people to not have sex. Do you have sex ever?
Well, it's called pull out.
I'm sorry, you're an idiot. If you pull out, that's not effective. You understand that leads to pregnancy still, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is very effective. That's a lie. It's very effective. I know from
really
experience.
Okay. Well,
Yes, it
clearly
is. That
not,
makes
because
no
if you,
sense. If you don't finish
clearly
inside.
clearly not, because it is the case that, like, you understand that, like, there's pre-cum, bro. You didn't even know that. You probably had no clue. It is not an effective mechanism to do that. You should use contraceptives. Maybe you should have fucking listed in sex ed.
Also,
Well, why did it work for me all those
if you
times?
ejaculate anywhere near the woman's
Maybe you're
vagina,
infertile, I
it
don't
can
know.
still travel. Exactly. It can
Maybe
still
Like,
so.
travel.
genuinely,
and
I don't know.
yeah.
I genuinely don't know. Like, at this point, like, you probably could have a kid, and you just don't know.
Well, I mean, oh well. Well, I don't know. What I don't know can't hurt me.
What?
What?
Correct. What I don't
Dude,
know
what
can't
are
hurt me.
What
Oh,
are
you're
you
just
talking about?
Oh, Parker. Oh, I got it. He's just an all-around piece of shit.
Literally.
Not
Literally,
just in
and he
one
tried
way,
to
in
call
every way.
he tried to call people who are on Snap, right? Tried to call them bad parents, right? But yet he is the bad parent. You're such a ridiculous,
I don't have
insane.
no kids that I know of.
Okay, but like
If
you
I did,
understand
then I
that
would take on the responsibility.
Okay. Well, then you understand that specifically in this context that you could have a child, right? And it is the case that you could get someone pregnant, especially utilizing the fucking mechanism you are. Right?
Could. You're bringing up a lot of hypotheticals. Could.
Yeah,
could.
and that
I mean, I don't care
circumstance
about
can
could.
happen to you,
I
yes.
could not have a kid. I could not have this. I mean, who cares about could?
Well,
You could
again,
have two functioning brain cells. You could, but you don't.
impossible for him.
Oh, are you just
I don't
mad
know
and
if that. I don't
depressed?
know if he
Calm
could.
down there.
I mean, I think he's completely calm. He just said a factual statement.
And yes, and that was factual what I said.
Like, but literally, you
A
understand that you're taking a forced birth standpoint, right? Where you're sitting here saying you don't want to give people access to
I never said
abortions.
that. I said I'm pro-choice. I said I'm pro-choice. I never said I was.
You're pro-choice? Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Yes. Why do I support? Cause oh my God, I just told you not everything I agree that he does. I mean, I don't have to agree with everything he does to support him or to not.
Wait, I actually have a
support him.
question.
That makes no sense.
Should women close their legs specifically that have engaged in intercourse with you?
Yes.
So you think that they shouldn't have had sex with you?
Gosh, no. I look down on them. That's why I just do a one-night
What,
stand.
dude? You're fucking insane. By the way, should they look down on you for having sex with you?
That cannot be real.
Well, I'm confused. Why does it only look bad on them for having sex with you? Wait, are you saying having Wait, did you just say having sex with you makes them gross? Doesn't that make you gross?
Let me explain. Oh my God, let me explain. So any woman that allows a man to use them, yes. I mean, even if you let me use
A
you,
man to
what's
use
wrong
them?
with
Wait, I'm
you?
sorry.
Why would
Are you
allow
saying
that?
that you use women that you engage in intercourse with? Are you saying it's not a consensual engagement? What do you mean by
no,
use?
it's consensual, but I just use them to get a nut off and I leave.
What do you, okay, so then you're
All-around
just
piece of shit.
so you're just an all-around piece of shit. Right?
Fucking
Literally, like
verified.
you view women as an object. That's what you just said.
Well, I mean,
you don't view them with autonomy. You don't view them as a person.
So let's look at the percentage. Let's look at the percentage. So let's look at the percentage of women that have children and the baby daddy in it.
You're a certified piece of shit. You are one of those. You are one of those dads. You're a certified piece of shit.
I'm not a dad. I don't have kids. I know for a fact I ain't got no kids. Every girl
You very
I
well
have
could be.
slept
I mean,
with,
they
know
probably
of.
wouldn't tell
I
you
know
because
them.
you'd be a bad
No, I
influence
know
on the
them.
child's life.
Well, I don't see no kids in their pictures, so they probably aborted it. Who knows? Good. Thank God for abortion.
Okay, so yeah, well, I mean, that's ridiculous. I can't believe you just said that. Like, again, you are, a
it's
certified piece of
ridiculous
shit. You
for
view women
abortion?
as an object. You think that it is the case that you can specifically just
No,
engage in
no,
intercourse
no,
with them.
no,
You
I
don't
didn't
view
say
them
that.
as a
I didn't say that.
person,
No, no, I
right?
didn't
You
say
just
that.
said that
I
you
didn't say
use
that. I
them,
didn't say that. I
right,
didn't
to
say
get a
that.
quote-unquote
No,
nut
I
off,
said,
dude.
I
You're a
said women.
disgusting piece
No,
of
I
shit.
said that. No, oh my gosh, listen. So
Yeah,
if
no,
women
no,
allow you to
no.
use them, lose them. I'm not saying every woman is. Not every woman allows a man to use them. Them ones.
What?
are
No.
independent and
The fact that you
respect.
view engaging in intercourse in that connotation shows us that you dehumanize women that you engage in intercourse with. That's what it tells us.
No,
You don't view them as people,
no.
because if it is
Only
the case
certain
that you
women.
view them
Only
as
certain
people,
women.
it would
No,
be
just
no
certain ones.
different
Just
than
certain
you
ones.
specifically
Just
engaging
certain
in
ones.
intercourse. Wait, tell
Just
me
certain ones.
specifically
Just
why it's
certain
any
ones.
different for them to engage in intercourse with someone consensually comparative to you. Why does it degrade their value, but it doesn't degrade your value?
Because I just told you they let me use.
You didn't.
them.
Wait.
That's
No,
what
you're not
grades
answering.
them.
Wait. So specifically, you let them use you.
Exactly. Who's to say they didn't use you?
You let them use
Also,
you, bro.
I mean,
Also, I think you just like
Okay, that's
you
fine. Yeah,
solidified
that's
it.
fine.
You definitely should have ended up in a sock. Like there's
I mean,
no
I
way you
still-
should be here
I mean,
right
I
now.
still hit. That's all that matters. I still hit. That's all that matters in the end. Still hit.
Do you
Bam.
realize
That's all that
you're
matters
just
in the end.
dehumanizing women? You're literally just dehumanizing women. You sick fuck.
No, not all.
No, you
women,
totally
just the
are.
ones
You
that allowed
absolutely
to
are.
be used.
No, you
No,
are
there's
absolutely
many women out
dehumanizing
there
women that you
marry-
engage in intercourse
There's
with.
many women that there are many women that are independent, don't allow men to use them because they're
No, so-
actual
wait.
women,
Are you
and they know
allowing
how to
women?
be with-
Are you allowing women to use you?
I'm out. Well, I mean, if me getting my, what off is them using me, I guess so.
Okay, so then why does it reflect badly on them but not reflect badly on you?
Hey,
I never
just
said
sent
it
him a
does. It does
request to
me
turn
too.
his
It does.
camera on.
I never said it. It was never my claim that it doesn't reflect bad on me. It reflects.
Okay,
bad
so
on
it does
women.
reflect badly on you.
Does
So
do
so
that.
then why are you uniquely just saying that
Correct.
specifically for women, you incel?
Huh? No,
I would
just
like
said
to see him
anyone
turn
that-
his camera on while he says this wild shit.
Okay, I'll change it for you. Anyone that allows anyone, man or woman, to use them,
You.
It's just.
So you.
Why would you allow that?
So you.
Correct.
Why don't you ask yourself that
Sure,
question then?
sure.
Repent on the stream right
'Cause
now.
I'm just trying to. I already know the answer. I already know the
Repent.
answer. I already know the answer.
Repent to the
Because I'm
Antichrist.
just
Repent
trying
right
to-
now.
because I'm just
Repent to
trying
the
to-
Antichrist. Do it. Repent. You have had sex with
Because-
people. Repent.
What's wrong
Repent to
with
the
that?
Antichrist right now.
Well, I
still
mean,
waiting
God
for
did
him to
say spread
cam
the
up.
seed. God did say spread the seed, so I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
Well, you just said no. You're not doing that because you're pulling out, idiot.
Well, I mean, you said, well, what you said was pre-com, so what, idiot.
So do you want to specific? Apparently, you didn't know that before. Then, are you just saying that you just figured that out today?
Oh,
I have a
no.
question. Where in the human body does pregnancy occur?
What? Oh my God.
Wait, where in the human
What?
body
Say
does
that again.
pregnancy occur?
In the egg, of the woman's egg.
No, where does pregnancy occur?
In the egg, in the woman.
The pregnancy does not occur in the egg. What the fuck are you talking about?
So we have to
Yeah,
see it
pregnancy
and we
occurs
decide
in the
first.
egg. What?
Inside of her. That's where it starts.
Where inside of her?
What do you mean? When it starts swimming down inside into her.
Yeah, where does pregnancy
overlap?
occur?
So
In
yeah,
the human
when the
body.
sperm is swimming down inside of her.
No, where does pregnancy
So
occur in the
woman.
human body?
Oh, I guess in the stomach.
In the stomach? No, it does not happen in the stomach. You think that you were pregnant in the fucking stomach acid? Just chilling in the acid? He thinks he was in the stomach,
No,
just
that's-
chilling with
that's
the
where the
food.
baby is.
A hamburger hits him in the face.
Then why does a woman's stomach get bulged out if it's not in the stomach?
Dude, it's not the stomach. That's the belly, bro. It's the uterus, man. Do you know the difference between the stomach and the
her
uterus?
So her uterus is in her stomach. So her uterus is in her stomach.
No, her uterus is not in her stomach. What are you talking about?
so when
the
you-
uterus
where's
is
the
not
uterus
chilling
located? So
in
when
the
you-
stomach
Oh
acid
my
right
God,
next to the
okay.
hamburger,
Yes,
bro.
I hear you. You're repeating yourself. You're repeating yourself. So when a woman is pregnant and you see the big stomach, so that's the uterus, or yes or no?
No. No.
Exactly.
that-
So the pregnancy starts in. Okay. So when you know when woman
Pregnancy
is pregnant,
starts
you know
in
by
the
stomach,
uterus.
Not the uterus. Not the uterus. You know by the stomach.
What?
Yeah, that's it. Thank
No,
you.
that's not that. Okay, by the way, that's a colloquial usage of the term stomach. A stomach is a specific organ within the body. It's not the entirety of your belly. You're talking about someone's belly, bro. Like the abdomen.
Yeah, not the uterus. That's my point.
What? That is the uterus. It's within the uterus. I said, where in the human body does pregnancy occur? In the uterus, not the stomach. Oh my
Well.
gosh, bro.
Oh well. Oh my gosh, Mario.
Madison, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it for the stomach acid babies. Thank you. Jacqueline, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Olivia with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Why do so many Americans have the IQ of a napkin? I don't know. Taylor, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. David, thank you for the $45. Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, that is so important. It's so important to have more gun control. I totally agree. DK, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Caller, what is a uterus? That's what they asked.
Yes, I voted. What does that matter?
No, what is a uterus?
What is a uterus?
Yeah.
A uterus. I don't know.
I literally just told you.
Oh yeah, I wasn't.
I
listening
literally
at all.
just told you, dude. I just described it to you.
Oh yeah, I wasn't listening.
Okay, no shit. Damn, he can't take into account any information that's brought up on the stream.
Yeah.
Margarita, thank you for the $5 for the egg. Maddie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for the Plan B money for all of his dates.
Because nobody really cares. The only
David,
time
thank you
they
for the
care is
$2.
when
Thank you.
they're
I think that's just in his
because all they
imagination. Let's
can
be
do
totally
is-
honest.
all they
That's
can do
straight
is
up just in his
dick ride Trump
imagination,
because they're
dude.
So oppressed, and they're just mad that Trump won twice and y'all lose nonstop.
Andrea,
because
thank you for the
Democrat
$2.
Party
Thank
is
you.
so far gone
Do you think I have a real job?
that you believe a man can be a woman? and
Batman,
you believe a
Batman, do you
woman
think
can
I have a
be
real
man?
job? Batman, do you think I have a real job?
Do you get paid?
Yes.
And then you have a job.
Okay, do you think I'm a
What
real
kind of dumbass
man?
question was that? A real? Or do you have a swinging dick below you?
Why are you asking?
That makes you a real man.
I don't think that's what determines whether or not you're a man.
That is exactly well. If you
So wait, I have a question. I have a question. If that ceased to exist on your body, but your body stayed the same within all other respects, would you still be a man?
No, you'd probably be a feminine man. Well, a
What?
feminine boy. You want to be a
What are you talking about? What? So wait,
you wouldn't
so
have
if you,
no testosterone, so you would be more.
what do you mean you
oh
would
my
have no
gosh, you wouldn't have
testosterone? You still have
You'd be-
testosterone in that connotation.
Well, yeah, but you wouldn't have as much. You wouldn't have no. If you
Oh
had
yeah,
your,
did you know?
you
Okay, so
no,
okay, so
no,
you're
no.
saying you're less of a man with less testosterone. So are you saying that Trump is less of a man than me
Correct.
because I have more testosterone than him because he's older than me?
Well, he's an old man. He's an old man, so you're just a young man. You're a different
Wait,
type
wait,
of man.
wait! But you said if you have less testosterone, you're less of a man. Donald Trump has less testosterone, therefore he's less of a man than me, right?
Well, he's done so much more. So he's.
Wait, no,
that's
what are you
makes him
talking about?
It
What?
makes it different.
Wait, doing things does not make you a man.
He's actually done something with.
Wait.
He's actually done something with his life, like business.
Wait, so are you
All
saying?
do is go
Wait,
on
so you're saying
TikTok.
doing things makes you a man? Therefore, it's a social characteristic. It's not a biological characteristic, right?
God,
Literally
no,
what
no,
you
no,
just
no.
said.
No,
Literally you just said
So,
that.
no, I'm saying, yeah, for a man, not for a woman. If you're a woman, it doesn't make you more of a man, or because of what you choose to do.
What are you talking about?
That's all I'm saying.
No one said. Wait, no. You said what makes you more of a man is your testosterone. So specifically, trans men that are on testosterone, right? They're more of a man than you because they have higher testosterone than you.
Trans man. What is a trans man?
Okay,
What does
so you
that
just
mean?
don't. A trans man is a man.
So why'd you say trans
Simple.
man? Why don't you just say man?
Trans man is a man.
Because it's a type of
Why
man,
don't you
like
just
tall
say man
men.
then?
Okay, like a tall man. Why'd you say that he's tall? If a tall man is a man, why didn't you just say that he was a man? Why'd you call him a tall man?
Also, so you can't explain what a trans man is. Okay, you just.
Yes, I
man.
can. It's
I
a
mean,
trans man, right?
so what is a trans man? What's it by definition? Someone that transitions, supposedly.
Someone who's biologically female but is a man.
Exactly, is a female, not a man.
Wait. I don't think that your biological sex determines your gender. I have a question. Are you Christian?
Well, then you would be.
Are you Christian, Batman?
Am I Christian? I'm a follower of Christ.
You are? So God the Father has no chromosomes, has no gametes, does not have a dick, right? Do you use he, him pronouns to refer to God the Father? Do you think he is?
No, I don't say he, him.
You don't
No,
say
I just
he.
call
So
him
in the
God.
Bible where they call him the Father and they say he created us, are you saying that they are utilizing pronouns incorrectly?
Not that they're using it correctly. He's just a God. He's not like.
Okay,
you
so
or
if
me.
they're
He's
not
a
using it
man. He's not a
incorrectly, then
human being.
you're saying that it's socially determined in that context. It's not biologically determined.
No, we call him a man because he is the father.
Oh, exactly. So so he's a father, but he has no gametes, he has no chromosomes, he has no dick, right? So then how can you prescribe that he's a man under your view if it's only biological from your view?
Well, no, we were created in his image, therefore he has exactly. He's just created in his image, meaning what? Do you know what that means or not?
So are you saying God is a dick?
No, not that he is a dick. He probably has.
No,
a dick.
you're saying God has a dick? God has a physical body? God
Not
has a
physical
human
body,
body?
just in spirit.
Prior to incarnation, you're saying God had a human body.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Do you know what incarnation
Jesus
is?
was a man. He was
Do you
God.
know what incarnation is? Do you know what incarnation is?
He doesn't. I'm sure he doesn't. I'm positive he went
Oh,
to school.
So
in
what is
Alabama. I'm
incarnation?
positive he does.
Batman, what is incarnation?
Stay out of it, oppressed man. Stay out of it.
What the fuck,
sure,
dude?
whatever.
Wait. Okay, so can you tell me what it is, you fucking idiot? What is incarnation?
I just said I don't know.
You don't know?
But you
So
didn't hear me
incarnation
correctly.
is when
Oppressed
God the
man
Father
actually started
incarnated into a human body and became Jesus, right? Or God the Son. So that's specifically.
Oh wow.
And why is Santana making you so mad, Batman?
He's fragile.
He's not.
He's super
He's not.
fragile.
He's not.
Yeah, you're
He's
super
not. I just
sensitive.
I
Like you're
just-
clearly really sensitive, Batman.
He's
Why are
a
you such a
snowflake.
triggered little snowflake?
I'm not.
He
I
has
just like
big
trolling.
feet.
You are.
You're
You
the
are. You
one-
just
I
got
can hear
so
it in
mad
your
at
voice.
Santana
I can
speaking.
hear it.
Wait, you literally just got so mad at Santana speaking.
No, I'm just trolling. I just called him oppressed because of his skin color.
Yeah.
Why do you think that's funny?
Racist
Because
jokes
they-
are
they-
funny.
they all-
Yeah, we
because
get
they
it.
all believe- 'cause they
Sure.
all- oh my gosh. 'cause
Yeah.
they all
Hey,
believe that
hey,
they're
Batman.
oppressed.
I'm still waiting on you to turn on your camera. Listen, I don't really care about you saying fucked up shit if you're willing to actually turn on your camera. So cam up or
Well, it
shut the
sounds
fuck
like you
up.
do because I
Hey,
can
hey,
hear it in
listen.
your voice.
Okay,
Turn
I
your
can hear
camera
it in
on,
your
Batman.
voice. Calm down.
Hey, Batman,
Boom.
turn your camera on right now.
Now you're muted. Turn your
Turn
camera
that shit
on.
on.
Nuts.
Because he's oppressed.
Turn your camera on right
Now
now.
turn your camera on.
You coward. You absolute coward. You total coward. Turn your camera on right now.
Won't do it.
He won't do it. What a coward.
Y'all so
What a coward!
Y'all mad?
Such a snowflake.
What a coward! If you think that Batman is a snowflake coward, type it in the comment section right now. Snowflake coward triggered little MAGA, triggered little MAGA. Georgia, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For make him stop talking. I got you. Don't worry. David, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Evan with the $5. Thank you so much. James with the $5. Thank you so much for being more of a man than the guest on the live stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Morgan, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Andrea, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Avery, thank you for the $5 for Antichrist and the stomach acid babies. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Filiberto, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. David with the $14. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. David, thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, David. We have some W's for David in the comment section right now. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. Clearly, people donating me money is making this triggered little snowflake so angry.
It is. Also, Roxy, thank you for the one. Yes, 14K were laid off at Amazon. They have kids
take
for
a breath.
sure.
I'm quite impressed.
Megan, thank
that
you so
can
much
talk
for the
that
one.
fast.
Yes, there are people with masters that are struggling to get a job.
You,
Darlene,
like,
thank you so
open a
much for
book
the
and
two.
stuff
You
about
know
that
that
to
he
read.
absolutely uses a blow-up doll. Samantha, thank you so much for the 5. Yes, we should definitely normalize people not talking about shit that they don't know anything about. Katie, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate you more than you can ever imagine. And also, Molly, thank you so much for the 10. I'm sure he has. You know, if this would be like, fuck it, I'll ask Batman. How many holes do a woman have below the belt?
As many as you make.
Exactly. I fucking knew he wouldn't know. Molly.
How many
Thank
in
you for the
typical?
10, Molly.
How many in typical, Batman?
I would just say, well, holes, like you mean like not penetrable? Or you just mean like the ones that
This is a very
you know,
basic.
it
This is
can
a very basic question for you to answer. By the way, he's just trying to.
Okay,
He's
hold
trying
on.
to bide time so that he can look it up.
He is.
5,
Meredith, thank you for the
5,
10 for the stomach
5,
acid babies.
5? Oh my gosh, I'm answering 5.
Dude, come on, answer actually.
I literally just did 5. Both the ears, 2 holes right there. The mouth.
He
oh,
said
wait,
below the
noses.
waist,
Hold on,
bro.
so
He said
wait,
below the
Below
waist.
the waist, slap nuts.
You think ears are below the waist?
Oh, I didn't hear him. I thought you just asked how many holes they got. That's it. I didn't hear you say below the waist.
I don't know how you got 5.
Right?
Because
That's what I was
there's
just about to
2 on
say.
the
Where'd you get
nostril.
5 from? Hold on. No. Where'd you get 5 from? Where are the 5?
Because I forgot
Name
to count
all
the
5.
noses. So I just counted. Oh my god! I just counted the ear holes, the mouth, and then the.
So there's none
you
below
would
the
count
waist?
He counted the face. He just counted the face. By the way.
No! Oh my gosh! No! I counted the ears, and then the mouth, and then the 2 below.
No, you
I forgot
counted
to
the
count the
nostrils.
noses.
Oh, and the 2 below?
No, I did
You
that
think there's
after.
2 below? You think there's 2?
You don't know
Hello?
shit about shit.
This guy is unbelievable. Dude, can you tell?
Fuck.
You think there's 2? Okay, what do women pee out of in typical? Or actually, all women pee out of this. Sorry, I don't know why I said in typical.
Typical, because you remember the trans man. That's why.
No, wait, no. Every single person pees out of this. What is it called?
Oh, a penis.
So
I
fucking
don't want to have a
stupid.
penis.
So fucking stupid.
Oh my, he's so mad. And
Courtney,
mad
thank
'cause
you
I
so
don't
much for the
want-
$5. Thank you so much, Christian, with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Evan with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. David with the $10. Thank you so much, David. Or $14. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for David in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Ben, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Dude, how the hell do you vote?
Fuck voting. How do you actually put your pants on in the morning? Like, what the who? You are not a fully functional adult. Who takes care of you?
I think you're funny. This has been a good live.
DK, thank you for the $5.
Allison, thank you for
JJ,
the
thank you for the 5. Thank you, Christina.
Allison,
Thank you so
thank
much for
you
the
for
10.
the
Why aren't you thanking your supporters?
Lucy with the $2.
Yeah.
Maddox, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
I did
Yehoshua,
thank
thank
my
you for the
supporters.
$5. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I had no
And
problem saying thank you to the people.
I only hear Parker thinking his. You ain't.
I just told Allison thank you for the 4. So like, I don't know what you're
Rick
talking
with
about.
the $20. Thank you so much, Rick. I really appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Rick in the comment section right now. Thank you.
See, you have okay. Let's be factual.
Trinity, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Trinity in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I actually don't add people from the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal anymore. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Trinity in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Samantha, thank you for the one. I'm sure he does. He lives in Alabama. I know that he has probably about 50 of them.
Well, I live in Virginia, actually.
Morgan, thank you
not
so much for the
Alabama.
$5. Thank you so much.
You
But
actually live in
Virginia
the state of delusion.
probably.
That's where you currently live, in the state of delusion.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I'll agree with you. Why not?
New state just dropped.
Meredith, thank you for the 10. He is jealous no one's sending him money. Like, I really appreciate that. And Hope, thank you for the 5. Yes, F this guy because he sucks.
You're dang right. You're
AJ,
dang right.
thank
I
you
would
so
love
much for the
people to
10.
send me
F
money
this
for no
guest. You're
reason.
absolutely right. Mary, thank you for the 344. Saitama, absolutely not. 5 holes, yeah. Katie, thank you so much for the 5. You get paid tomorrow, but F this guest. Yes, F him. Kathleen, thank you so much for the 5. You're fucking awesome. And Susan, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Are people really this stupid? No, just him. It's just him. He lives in a world all on his own. And Roxy, thank you so much for
Dang
the
right.
1 just to silence him. Yes, fuck this guy.
Yeah, you're dang right. They would.
Christian with the $20.
Samantha,
Thank you so much. Caleb with the $20 as well. Thank you so much for the YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. Phantom, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
You know.
Greenest, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Fallen, thank you for the
You should be
$5. Thank
happy
you.
that I'm
Nicole, thank you for
helping
the
you
$2. Thank you so much. What'd you say?
I said y'all should be thankful. I'm helping y'all out, getting your.
No, we're not. We're not thanking you. Yehoshua, thank you so much for the $5. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
we're
Faith,
not
thank you for the $5. Thank you. Emily with the $1. Morgan, thank you for the $5. By the way, people are sending me money because of me, not because of you, man. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Chelsea,
Literally,
thank you for the
this
$5. Thank you.
Not all me. All me.
This one
all
says,
me.
Samantha, thank you for the 25. Samantha says, W. Santana, thanks for all that you do. Megan, thank you for the 5. Yes, he's a fucking idiot. Lars, thank you for the 20. He's literally giving me a headache.
Without me, you would not have got it. My point exactly. They're saying things about me.
Maddox, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Amy with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You just proved my point.
Wait, Batman.
Emily, thank you for the.
Sorry, go for it.
Go ahead, Parker. No, I was just gonna say, Emily, thank you for the 10. Yes, he's a racist piece of shit. AJ, thank you so much for the 10, just to piss off the racists. Don, thank you so much for the 8, because he is a POS. Madison, thank you for the 825, saying
What
that
is
you're
a
the man.
POS? Positive?
Stacy,
I thought
piece
POS
of shit.
stands for positive. What's POS?
Yeah,
I don't know what that
POS,
is.
piece of shit. Stacy, thank you for the
that's
5.
Positive. It stands for positive.
Thank you for the 5, 1 for each hole. Justin, thank you for the 15. Fuck Batman.
Emma, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I
Batman.
really appreciate it. Thank you.
Batman's cool. They don't
Thank
like
you so much.
Batman. They
Kaylee,
don't
thank you for
like
the
people like
$5.
Batman.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sierra, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Amy, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And Chelsea, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Chrissy,
Oh,
thank
y'all-
you for the
y'all
5
don't
to
be
make him
mad.
mad. He has big feelings. Montana, thank you for the 10. He is so yes, he's uneducated and he wants to take SNAP benefits from people. Joshua, thank you so much
No,
for the
I don't.
5
I can't do
for
that.
the
I don't
10
have the power to do
holes.
that. How can
Sonny,
I take
thank
away
you so
SNAP
much for the
benefits?
Sonny, thank you so much for the 5. Yes, it said, ladies, raise your standards. If this is not a wake-up call to raise your standards, I don't know what it is. Liz, thank you for
women never raise
for
their
the
standards.
17. Thank you so much for the red hearts.
All you gotta
Kayla,
do
thank
is
you
talk
for the
to 'em
2.
nice, and then
2
they're
for
like,
2
"Oh."
below. Joshua,
They're
thank you for the
below.
5. You're awesome. And also, Austin, thank you for the 10. Fuck this guy.
Batman, I have a question. Do you think people wouldn't send me money if you weren't here?
Huh? No, I'm talking about Satan. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him.
Santana.
I wasn't talking to you.
Do you think people
Saitama.
don't? Do you not think people send Santana money while you're not here? Because
No, I didn't
Santana
say
gets
that.
money
No, I
when
just
when
said
you're not
what-
here
I
all the
said
time.
what he was. No, I didn't say that. I said what he was being sent because they were writing comments about me. So no, he
Well,
only got
they're
them
just
without
writing
the-
comments about you because we're debating you right now.
Exactly,
So-
exactly.
They wouldn't be writing comments about you, and they would be writing comments about other things. If they're wait, if someone else was on the live, if someone else was on the live, they'd be writing comments about someone else. Avery, thank you for the $1. Thank you
No,
so
they
much. Really
wouldn't.
appreciate it. Dr. Sonia,
they
thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. It's true. Clem, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Lance with the $1. Really appreciate it. Kaylee, thank you for the $5 again. What's up, Jude? How you doing? So by the way, you just want to make yourself the center of everything. but you're clearly not.
He does. Sarah,
I know
thank you so
think you're
much for
the.
the 5.
Well, clearly I am. You have people
you think you're the main character.
and you're talking
He
about
really,
me,
Batman.
he
so
really
it's
thinks he's the
psychotic.
main character.
You think you're the main character, Batman.
Well, not the main
he wakes up
character,
every
no, I'm
morning
like
and he
a
thinks he's the
side
main
quest
character. Michael, thank you for the $5.
No, I'm the
Thank you so
side
much.
quest.
Thank you, Michael.
Oh, it's the
Sarah-
side quest.
Sarah, thank you for the 5. Yes, we're gonna keep grilling him. Asia, thank you for the 5. Yeah, he won't turn on his camera because he's a coward. Janet, thank you for the 5. And listen, look, no comment about him.
Right.
Melissa,
Right,
thank you
y'all
so much for
probably
the
be trying to
25
do
for the
some
stomach
things.
acid babies. Wyatt, thank you for the 5. F this dude. I mean that. Also, Olivia, thank you for the 5. Polish immigrant here. I hate hearing these Americans with the IQ of a napkin. I do too.
Elliot, thank you for the $2. Thank you,
Then
Naeem. Thank
maybe
you
you
so much.
shouldn't
Really appreciate the
call.
$2. Thank you. Trinity at the 10. Thank you. Hey, Batman, do you have anything genuine to bring?
Yeah,
or are
I
you
got
just
that
gonna
to
sit
say
up
right
here and
there.
Fucking worse.
That was
The
horrible.
fucking
Yeah.
worse.
Why'd you do that in the mic, bro? That was crazy.
Because I know how that dude right there below gets angry. I can hear it in his voice. He's pretty upset.
You're the only
it's
one
just
that's
the
angry. You're
stupidity.
so sensitive with Santana. It's actually crazy.
It is. I mean, do you have a thing for me? Like, I know I'm kind of cute,
Oh,
but I
yeah.
am married. So, like, I can't go out with you.
Dawn, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Oh, so if you weren't married, it's what you're saying you would.
I don't know, because you
What's
won't
wrong
cam
with
up.
that?
Turn your camera on.
Yeah, there's nothing
Turn
wrong
your
with that.
camera on,
don't
bud.
know. Oh my God, so you don't
I don't
so
know.
you're
Turn
saying
your
there
camera
might be
on.
a chance. Oh God.
Turn your
What
camera
did you,
on,
what did you just
Batman.
say? Batman, I couldn't hear you. Emily, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
I said
Nestor,
so.
thank
There
you for the
might be a
5.
chance. So what's he saying? What he's saying is there might be a chance.
JC, thank you for the $10.
No, I'm way
Thank
out of
you.
your league. I'm way out of your league, bud.
I mean, that's fine, but you roll that way. That's fine. I mean, anyone in your league. That's
What's
a
wrong
dude
with
you would
that?
date.
Wait,
That's
Batman,
you
what would
just
be
said.
wrong with
Exactly.
that?
If I was gay, I would be proud to be gay. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Oh, no,
Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you. For I choose the bear.
I never seen
If you would choose the bear over Batman, type 3 in the comment section right now.
I would literally choose the bear over Batman.
Hold up, I gotta type that. There's your
Marie,
3.
Marie, thank you for the 3. Clarissa, thank you so much for the 5. Yeah, I'm sure. He
didn't
said
say
you have a
type bear, he
job.
said
It's
type
probably
3.
rage
Dummy.
baiting. Lance, thank you for the $1.
Rage
Yes, for
baiting?
the baby
You just now
baby
catching on?
bottles. He absolutely needs it. Sierra, thank you so much for the 10. This dude should be put on. Yes, he should be registered. You definitely need to be registered. LV, thank you for the 5. Purely because I enjoy your perspective. Boom. Madison, thank you for the 5. Santana's the main character. And Amy, thank you so much for the 10 for the therapy after this ass hat. Yes, I will need it.
Teresa with the $50 for just for dealing with Batman. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Teresa in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $50. W Teresa in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you so much, Teresa.
Gosh, these comments are going by too fast. I can't read them.
You probably would have a hard time reading them even if they weren't going fast.
Oh my gosh, you are correct. Yeah. Oof. Very hard. Why don't
Is there
you just
anything?
leave?
Is there anything genuine about you? Like anything sincere? Anything at all? Like anything intelligent?
No,
anything
no.
like
I'm just up
worthwhile?
here to troll. No, I'm just up here to troll y'all.
Hey,
Y'all are fun.
genuine question, Batman. What's 3 squared?
1.
No, genuinely. Come on. Answer questions actually seriously.
Oh, it's 3. You do 3 squared times 3 squared, and then it's 9.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's like one
Hey,
of the
what's-
first questions you actually answered correctly.
What's the powerhouse of a
Oh my
cell?
gosh, could you-
Batman.
What is the
What's
what?
the powerhouse of a cell? CELL. What's the powerhouse of a cell?
Oh, perfect cell, Dragon Ball.
Okay. Dude, come on. Genuinely answer it.
I just did perfect cell, Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z.
No, they
any
mean
of
like
the Dragon Balls.
in a cell in a human body, like for example.
Atoms, neutrons, protons.
Dude, this guy. Come on, answer the question. Angela, thank you so much. Really
No,
appreciate
yeah,
the
that one-
$20.
that one,
Thank you so
I'm
much. I
not
really
even
appreciate
gonna
it. Thank
lie.
you.
I'm not even gonna
Haley,
lie.
thank you
Oh
for the
my
$5.
gosh,
Thank
I
you.
don't know that answer.
I
Ask
really
an
appreciate it.
easier
Dawn,
question.
thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Ask
They
an
call-
easier
Dawn,
question.
Dawn said you're a POS. How do you feel about that, Batman?
What is a POS?
Piece of shit.
Positive? Oh.
Evan, thank you the $5. Thank you.
I wish.
For babies are made in the stomach. You know, W stomach babies. If you're a stomach
You're dang
baby,
right.
everyone type 3 in the comment section right now. If you're a stomach baby, I
Well,
grew up
they
in
can't
the
comment,
stomach
they can
acid.
swallow.
That's how I was. That's how I existed. W stomach babies in the comment section right now.
You're
W
telling me
stomach
some
babies.
women do not swallow, that they don't end up down in the stomach. They don't end up
Kayla,
born,
thank you for
but
the
they still
2.
end up in the stomach.
Yes, he's an idiot. Darlene, thank you so much for the 2. I'm still waiting for him to turn on his camera. Yes. Samantha, thank you so much for the 1. Just
For
to
the
shut him up.
1.
And also, Kathleen, thank you so much for the 15 for the stomach acid babies.
Rascal, thank you
You're
so much. I
dang
really
right.
appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Rascal. Give me some W's for Rascal in the comment section right now. Thank you. Alrighty.
Nico, you commented on my video.
Cheyenne,
for
thank you for the
Nico.
$2. Thank you so much. Dark Knight, thank you for the $2 as well. You got any last words, Batman? Anything genuine you want to say?
Anything
Okay.
profound.
Yes. Last thing. I would have to say, thank you for the 44, whatever that might give me.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Would you like to see a magic trick?
No.
It's really cool. It'll be really quick.
Not from you.
Just let me show you a magic trick. I promise you, it'll be really cool.
Yeah,
You don't think I've seen it before?
Can I show you a magic trick real quick?
Yeah, well, Parker can do it.
Okay,
Not the
it requires
oppression.
Santana showing you a magic trick.
Oh, gosh, dang it.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, he was horrible.
Christina, thank you so much for the 10. It's all good. I've spoken to worse. I've literally spoken to worse. Thank you so much for that. Guys, we're almost near 2 million likes. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get Parker to 2 million likes. Tap the screen, guys. You're almost there. Also, YouTube, you guys should be near 3,000. Tap the screen.
Alrighty, everyone. I do got to get going, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through tonight, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. Are you about to go live right now?
No. We have late nights at the top of the hour. If anyone's interested, make sure you give me a follow. But this is night 3. Parker, you will love this. We've been this week's topic is debate culture. And so we've been having a conversation around debate culture, what it should be, the issues with it, the ways to improve it, just like all is different. It's been really good. So tonight,
Yeah, I think I saw
at the top
some
of the
parts
hour,
of it. It was really cool.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. Tonight, since it's the last night, it's going to be, the conversation is going to be focused around what would we like to see in the future as far as shaping it and like developing things like this. So it's been a really good topic this week. So
That's nice. That's nice. And everyone, I was just going to tell everyone, I would really recommend to go over to my YouTube and subscribe if you haven't already, everyone. We're less than 4,000 people, actually about 3,000 people away from hitting 400,000 right now. So I would really appreciate if you go and you subscribe over on YouTube. We're super, super close. We're less than 3,000 subs away, a little bit less than 3,000 right now. 397,000 right now. We're so close to 400K, and we're going to be on the route to 500K, which is crazy. Absolutely unhinged.
When you hit 1 million, you get like the plaque, right?
Yeah, I get like 1 million plaque. I have 100,000 plaque right here. I'll show you. Yeah, I got this one.
Wait, I can't see. Go. Okay, it's fucking sick.
So really cool.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Rachel, thank you for the 5. I'm almost at 10,000. So boom, there's that.
Alrighty. I have to get off right now.
All right.
I don't want
I'll
to
see
make
you,
us
bro.
late. See you. I'll see
Yeah.
y'all. Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good one. Yep.
Alrighty.